The flames were blazing fiercely. The Hattlemit royal family had fallen. The cause of it all was that filthy act of rebellion. The Empire's first princess, Evie Rose, sat down on the sofa with a gloomy expression. I knew it. I always knew this day would come. I had always urged my father to reform the homunculus system, the forbidden alchemy used to preserve absolute royal authority, the homunculi. She thought of the sight of people in chains, cloned beings with extraordinary physical strength, swordsmanship, and magic, brainwashed into serving the royal family. Under the pretense of being the ones who brought peace, prosperity, and military might to the Empire, they were sent out to carry out every dangerous mission. They were bound with no way to escape. Though gifted homunculi could be acknowledged for their talent, become royal guard knights, and receive somewhat better treatment. But in the end, they were still nothing more than slaves of the royal family. Then war broke out. That was why the homunculi came to harbor resentment against the royal house, while the royal house itself allowed the seeds of rebellion to grow ever stronger. My father, Desmond II, never once guarded against that danger, and Bridget, the third princess, only made matters worse after being invested as crown princess. Sitting upon the throne, Bridget exploited the homunculi even more brutally after her investiture ceremony. The slaves toiled day after day in the quarries, while the homunculi outside the palace gradually died after being sent on dangerous expeditions or forced into manual labor. On the other hand, some slaves were made to serve and entertain the third princess. The homunculus knights within the palace were forced to become Bridget's harem, trampling on a knight's pride. Evie Rose had witnessed it all, but I can't bear to watch any longer. She turned the pages of her books in search of a way, secretly trying to overthrow the crown princess. But because Bridget had always seen me as a thorn in her side, she used an imperial decree to force me into a political marriage. She thought to herself, this is the unavoidable fate of a princess with no political power in her hands. But that never came to pass because of what happened next. The flames burned brightly. In less than a week, all the palace's homunculus knights gathered together and launched a rebellion. Michaelis, the leader of the homunculi, stepped forward to command them. He was the one who broke their chains, the man who nullified the royal family's brainwashing leash, the man born with the power to rule the homunculi like an absolute sovereign. He slaughtered every last member of the Hattlemit royal bloodline and took the throne for himself. Evie Rose frowned. So the only royal blood left now is me and Rosenet. With a helpless face turned toward the ceiling, she thought, all that's left is to wait for my execution. I've been imprisoned in this room for a month already. She felt a flicker of unease. Before long, Rosenet would be the only one left with royal blood. The symbol of the Philosopher's Stone reacted only to those who possessed royal blood. That was why, at the very least, he needed one princess, and Rosenet, who had become infatuated with him, was the most obvious choice. As she thought, yes, from the beginning, I never wanted to survive in that way. If there is one thing I regret from my past, it is that I could not become crown princess. When suddenly someone entered. So you're still awake, seventh princess. She looked up in surprise. Sir Agneto. He was the guard knight of the eighth princess, Rosenet, my half-sister, and also one of the masterminds behind the rebellion. Agneto cast a cold gaze at Evie Rose. You're looking at me as if you've never seen me before. Evie Rose raised her head and looked at him. What business do you have here, Sir Agneto? He replied at once. I came to see whether you were well, princess. She gave a mocking laugh and said in a sarcastic tone, if you've come to see me, was it really necessary to do it in the middle of the night? Aren't you busy toppling the empire? He answered immediately, to be honest, I've been swamped for the past month. Only now have I found a little time to visit you. She turned her head sharply away, feeling how insincere he was. You say you came here to visit me? How heartfelt. However, Sir Agneto, I have no need for your concern. Agneto stepped forward and pressed her back against the chair, startling her. Eve, you're angry because you've been confined all this time, aren't you? Resent me as much as you like, but that doesn't mean we have nothing to discuss. She was irritated by the way he was pinning her down. I understand, so step back a little. He blurted out, you should have chosen me, leaving Evie Rose utterly stunned. What? Agneto continued, then you wouldn't have had to suffer through all this. If only you'd chosen me as your personal knight. She murmured, personal knight. Then she recalled something. The royal family would choose one homunculus from among the royal guard knights to become a personal guard knight. That knight was required to show absolute loyalty to the princess or prince who chose them. At first glance, it sounded romantic, but the royal family could dispose of a personal guard knight at any time as though they were a toy. I rejected that system and never chose a personal guard knight. She gripped her skirt. Because of that, I was criticized as a princess who did not understand propriety or the rules. Meanwhile, Rosenet had become infatuated with Michaelis and cruelly cast aside her own guard knight in order to choose Michaelis. He had planned to use Rosenet from the very beginning. Evie Rose's face darkened. Michaelis, you're saying I should have chosen you? True. If I had, perhaps at least I would not be facing execution. A note of anger entered her voice. No matter what, you never truly cared for Rosie. You only wanted to possess a foolish princess and turn her into your puppet. Her eyes turned sharp, and Agneto froze. Helplessly, he said, you really are a difficult woman. The doors suddenly flew open, and a group of people came in. Your Majesty, something strange has happened with the child in Her Highness's womb. Evie Rose tensed. The child? Agneto turned to leave. I have to go. I'll see you again later, Eve. Evie Rose trembled. Her hands clenched tightly together. See me again? Was he talking about my execution? I thought I had already grown used to suffering and loneliness. Then footsteps slowly approached, accompanied by a familiar voice. It's been a long time, sister. It was the 8th princess, Rosenet. Evie Rose answered at once, yes, Rosie, it has been a long time. You look well. Then she stared at Rosie in shock. Good heavens, Rosie. It looks like you're really pregnant. The girl replied, yes, sister. It is Michaelis's child. Suspicion showed on Evie Rose's face. What? But, she thought to herself, homunculi don't have reproductive ability. Rosie noticed her expression. You don't believe me, do you? What? Are you worried I slept with another man? Evie Rose waved her hands. No, that's not it. I'm just surprised because it differs from what I know. Rosie dropped into a chair. Then you should know this as well, sister. This is the fruit of our love, created by the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Evie Rose replied, if you're looking for Sir Agneto, he just left to find you. I think the two of you just missed each other. But suddenly Rosenet seized Evie Rose's hand. No, sister. I came here to see you. I was worried about your execution today. Evie Rose's heart sank. So it really is today. At that moment, Rosie smiled wickedly. Eve, by the way, do you know how father and our brothers and sisters were executed? The ones who carried out their executions were always their appointed knights. To let them personally execute the ones they hated most. That was the mercy Michaelis specially granted them. There's nothing crueler than that sort of revenge. Sister Bridget was burned alive. Lowering her voice, she laughed and said, poor sister of mine, Eve. You must have imagined your neck being neatly cut off in a single stroke, haven't you? You look shocked, huh? She continued, actually, the homunculus who will escort you to the place of execution has already been chosen. Evie Rose shuddered, but I never appointed a knight. Rosenet gave a malicious laugh. Exactly. That's why they chose the one who most wanted to execute you personally, the one who wants you dead more than anyone else, Michaelis. Rosenet moved closer to Evie Rose. In fact, the homunculus who will take you to your execution has already been decided. Evie Rose froze for a moment, then hesitantly asked, he will escort me? A flood of thoughts rushed through her mind. Him, of all people, the one who hates me? Perhaps, simply because I had no personal guard knight. He had thought I was some naive little doe pretending I was different from the rest of the royal family. Then she said, I understand. He truly hates me. Rosenet only smiled in response. Exactly. Michaelis hates you, sister. Very, very much. In her hand, she held a pitch-black vial. Do you know what kind of execution you'll suffer today? Frowning, Evie Rose turned her head away and said to Rosenet, that's enough, Rosenet. I don't want to hear any more. Sadani Rosenit Chautif. No. Her eyes were dark red like blood, and her expression was impossible to read, whether she was pleased or enraged. You have to listen. You will be beheaded. Evie Rose was stunned by her younger sister's words. The guillotine of Hadelmet, infamous for its savagery and cruelty, did not finish a beheading until the blade had come down at least 6 times, perhaps even 10. Trembling in fear, she wrapped her arms around herself and stammered, I don't want that at all. With a bright smile, Rosenet said to Evie Rose, don't worry, sister. I'll help you. She lifted a strange vial and placed it in Evie Rose's hand. Evie Rose looked at it in confusion. This, resting against her sister's shoulder, Rosie answered calmly, this is belladonna poison. If you drink it, you can die without pain. Tilting her head, She smiled and said, since you're going to be executed anyway, wouldn't it be better to choose an easier death? Evie Rose's heart pounded wildly amid the storm of hesitation in her mind. Then she let out a breath, as though she had made her decision. Lowering her head, she stammered to Rosie, thank you. Rosie, there's a little life inside your womb, and yet you're doing this for me. I feel so guilty. As for what comes after, this was my decision, so I'll take responsibility for everything. She added, I don't want you to be punished. Rosie smiled warmly and said, no need to be so formal, sister. Evie Rose smiled at her younger sister as well and said, then take care, Rosie. The girl replied, yes, sister. The two were silent for a moment before Evie Rose turned and asked, aren't you going back, Rosie? At that, Rosenet took Evie Rose's hand and said, sister, how could I possibly leave before you've drunk the poison? Smiling radiantly at Evie Rose, she said solemnly, someone ought to stay by your side in your final moments. She uncapped the vial and brought it close to Evie Rose. Here, sister, hurry and drink it. Uneasily, Evie Rose said, but Rosie glared at her and urged her on. Hurry. The scent from the little vial rushed straight into Evie Rose's nose, and she began to feel lightheaded, drifting under its smell. Her trembling hand took the vial. Looking at Rosenet, who was still smiling, she drained the entire bottle in one gulp. Her hand fell limp, her head drooped, and all strength left her body. Rosie said, how nice. That was quick too. So fast. I love it. Before losing consciousness, Evie Rose saw Rosie's figure. The girl said, sister, do you know the meaning behind the belladonna flower? It means, I curse you. Evie Rose dimly realized something. Rosie, could it be? After confirming that Evie Rose had died, Rosie laughed with delight. Ha ha, you finally died. Evie Rose could not comprehend it. Rosenet danced about, laughing mockingly. Now, there is no one left to stand in my way. In the end, I alone remain. Michaelis and the position of princess, everything is mine. Evie Rose thought. Rose looked toward the place where her sister lay. Smiling, she said, thank you for dying, Evie Rose, my foolish sister. Outside the palace, heavy rain poured down as if trying to say something. Michaelis frowned. Before him lay Evie Rose's body. He spoke up and asked what exactly happened here. Kneeling on one knee before her, he slowly lifted his hand. Gently stroking Evie Rose's face, he softly called, Evie Rose. Clenching his teeth, he thought, now there is only one thing left to do, keep her by my side. He shouted at the guards behind him, didn't you hear me? What happened here? At that moment, Rosenet appeared in the doorway and declared loudly, my sister took her own life. As one who bore royal blood, she said she would take responsibility and atone with her death. Michaelis shot her a suspicious glance. How do you know that? Rose stepped forward and answered, because I witnessed it with my own eyes. Lowering his gaze to her, he asked suspiciously, Princess, did you give her the poison? Smiling at him, she said, what's with that frightening look? Then she answered, yes, that's right. I helped my sister atone. It seemed you could not bring yourself to make the decision. So as your partner, I made the proper choice. A member of the royal family who refuses to cooperate would only become the seed of disaster. Having me by your side is enough. At that, Michaelis glared at her in fury and growled, silence, princess. Faced with his icy stare, even Rose flinched. She faltered and said, Michaelis, are you truly angry with me? He only turned his face away in silence, then gathered Evie Rose's body into his arms and lifted her before Rosenet's eyes. Rose ground her teeth in rage. Then she screamed his name. Michaelis. Spreading her arms, she blocked his way. She demanded, are you ignoring me? I'm your fiancé. But he only said coldly, move aside, princess. The guards tried to restrain her. Your Highness, Imperial Consort, it seems His Majesty is not in a good frame of mind. Right now, what matters is, Rose ignored them and shook off their hands. Let go of me. How dare slaves like you speak to me so insolently? She remained standing there, issuing a threat. Michaelis, if you keep this up, you'll regret it. I'm carrying your child. Rose's words made him pause for a moment. Secretly pleased, she thought, that's right. That's more like it. She placed a hand over her belly and thought, though it is only an existence created by alchemy, it still carries precious blood, and its safety is watched over every day. Michaelis gave a crooked smile. Ha, child, he said, no matter how I think of it, princess, you seem to be confusing an experiment with a pregnancy. She stammered, an experiment? He replied calmly, the Philosopher's Stone reacts only to those with royal blood, and I can exercise dominion over the homunculi. So I thought of borrowing your womb to create a mixed bloodline between the royals and the homunculi. If that succeeded, control of the Philosopher's Stone would belong to me. Still stubborn, she said, but even so, that doesn't change the fact that this child is ours. Ours? Michaelis said coldly, thinking how she did not even know what seed had been placed inside her. He said, calling that thing a child is already going too far. What is inside your body is an alchemical experiment that has never been attempted before. So who knows whether what is born will be human or a monster? Faced with Michaelis's cruel words, Rose stammered in disbelief. A monster? How can you use such cruel words about the baby? He answered coldly, isn't that what the royal family has always called my kind? Stop making a scene. Then he ordered, take the princess away. Her arms were pinned behind her back as she watched Michaelis walk away, and she screamed his name. Michaelis, stop right there. Why won't you stop? How can you treat me like this? He only remained silent, carrying Evie and Rose's body in his arms. She shouted at Michaelis, just what is that woman to you? For you to make me this miserable? Carrying her in his arms, he walked on, looking down at her face with a deeply troubled gaze. He called softly, Evie and Rose, you never once allowed me to stay by your side for the rest of my life. He held Evie and Rose tenderly in his arms without another word. Then he lifted his head, determination in his eyes, becoming once more a powerful sovereign. He spoke, Chancellor. The man behind him answered, yes, your majesty. He said in a grave voice, no matter the cost, even if I must summon every mage and alchemist in the empire, Evie and Rose must be saved. The image of a blonde woman reading a book in quiet thought appeared. This was First Princess Evie and Rose Chloe Hattlemet of the Hattlemet Empire. She was extremely beloved by the homunculi. She was the one who advocated improving the treatment of the homunculi and rejected the long-standing corrupt customs of the royal family, becoming the outcast princess of the imperial house. What homunculus could possibly fail to notice her? Countless homunculi wanted to become her royal guard knight, yet she chose none of them as her guard. One knight thought to himself that it was precisely because of that unyielding attitude that he had given up on wanting to become her guard. The knight, with jet black hair and violet eyes, slightly turned his head back, yet he could not stop his gaze from drifting toward her. Every time he saw her being bullied and ridiculed for refusing the royal family's old customs, the guard silently ground his teeth and wanted to walk away, but then he startled himself with the thought, why am I letting my personal feelings show like this? His face lowered slightly. That had never happened before. The knight recalled it. The cool, refreshing garden came into view. It was not until then that I realized my feelings. Hiding behind the trunk of a great tree, he watched First Princess Evie and Rose sitting and having afternoon tea. And as he remembered it, I had already become completely consumed by her and could no longer break free. The words royal family and homunculus forced the knight to bury his feelings and admire Eve from afar. The wind stirred the leaves, filling the air with rustling sounds. Fate had already decreed that theirs would be a relationship that could never come to pass. Some maids happened to pass by and gossiped among themselves. I heard First Princess Evie and Rose's wedding is coming soon, right? And that she'll be sent off to some distant foreign kingdom. Another added, well, that's practically no different from being sold off. And then they burst into laughter. The knight, hearing them whisper among themselves, immediately lowered his head. His left hand unconsciously clenched the sword at his waist, making it rattle. In his mind, he screamed, no. His face darkened, overflowing with killing intent. A bold thought rose within him. That cursed thing called fate only needed to be shattered. Flames engulfed the palace as the conspiracy was carried out. Thus, I brought down the royal family. The back of a man in formal attire stood facing the blaze. At last. Now, there were no obstacles left, and all that remained was to keep Evie and Rose by my side. The image of the knight from those days had been replaced by the magnificent formal wear of royalty. He opened his eyes wide as he looked toward her. That was what I believed. Inside a grand hall, crimson crystal pillars stood upright in the center, and strange script was engraved upon the surface of the largest red crystal. That was the Philosopher's Stone. Facing it was Evie and Rose, as if peacefully asleep on the lap of Michaeli, who had now seized the throne. He gazed absently at the floor in silent distress. A man, the steward, entered and called, Your Majesty. The man said anxiously, It has been 4 days since you last ate anything, and you only seized the throne not long ago. She still lay motionless on his lap. The steward continued, trying to persuade him. Bringing someone back from the dead is impossible. It is time for you to stop and face reality. He said thoughtfully, won't the philosopher's stone create a miracle? His face was cold, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if he had remembered something. To use the philosopher's stone, I need royal blood. He immediately gave the order, bring Rosenet here at once and cut off her head. The steward was appalled and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the 8th princess is the only remaining member of the royal family. Didn't you say that if we want to obtain the power of the philosopher's stone, we must keep her alive? Michaeli answered with unwavering resolve. What use do I have for that now? He reached out and touched the cheek of the girl whose eyes remained shut. His voice held a trace of sorrow as he said, Eve is dead. He continued, If so, then what meaning do the royal family and the philosopher's stone still have? The steward hurriedly tried to stop him and had only managed to say, but when someone else ran in and interrupted. She said breathlessly, Lord Steward. She whispered something mysteriously into the steward's ear. He nodded, indicating he understood. Then, from the great doors, a mysterious figure stepped in, dressed in strange clothing, wearing a dry, grotesque mask, with long hair falling past the chest. Your Majesty, the sage of the clouded southern forest seeks an audience. He still had no intention of turning around, and remained seated as he asked the newcomer, I heard you know a way to revive Eve. The alchemist said, Your Majesty, allow me to state that if the dead were to rise, they would be nothing more than breathing dolls. The soul of the first princess has already left her body and scattered. To reverse that would be to exceed the limits of both magic and alchemy. The revival Your Majesty desires is impossible. He replied, neither hurried nor slow. Your answer is no different from the others I have met. Are you also trying to waste my time? The alchemist explained gently, No, Your Majesty. I wish to propose another method. A Roman clock appeared faintly in the air, and the alchemist murmured as though half to himself, turn back time. Michaeli was stunned. That. He turned around, doubtful, seeking confirmation. Is that truly possible? The alchemist began to explain in detail. Of course, but the price is very steep. You will have to use half of the philosopher's stone. Eve. His voice called out from the depths of his consciousness. He looked at her lying there without the slightest movement. Not wanting to delay, he said firmly, the cost doesn't matter. Hearing that, the alchemist replied, Understood. I will prepare the ritual. The alchemist took up his ancient book and stepped closer to the philosopher's stone. A mystical red light spread out from it over a wide area. Eve was placed upon a stone altar so that the ritual could begin. He turned his head, suddenly remembering something, and said, Your Majesty, I forgot one more thing. The philosopher's stone connects to the royal family through a sacrifice. The center of the time reversal will be the first princess, not Your Majesty. He seemed to understand. Meaning, the alchemist cut in and answered for him. That's right. Only the first princess will remember these events. Reaching out, he touched her face. Then even if I cannot meet her, she can still meet me? Yes, of course. Suspicion flickered in him as his hand brushed over her closed eyelids. Will she choose not to choose me again? Will I lose my temper? He fell silent in thought, then continued, and make the same wrong decision again? The alchemist answered vaguely that, I cannot be sure. His hand clenched, as if making up his mind. Closing his eyes, he turned away and said with absolute certainty, That doesn't matter. Begin the ritual. Rays of light surrounded the philosopher's stone, and at the same time, ancient words of unknown meaning echoed through the hall. The light shone through, clearly illuminating both his face and hers. He stepped firmly toward the place where she lay. He called softly, Eve. Bending close, their faces drew near. He whispered gently to her, When you live once more. When their foreheads touched, the light flared even more fiercely. The images of the two of them gradually began to fade. A tear silently appeared at the corner of his eye as he choked out the rest. Whether you kill me or choose me, either is fine. Faint scenes appeared of Evie and Rose sitting alone in a room, of Prince Michaeli standing across from her, of him pressing one hand against the chair as he faced her directly, of Rosenet entering the room, of her calling out, Sister. The scene became clearer. She held Evie and Rose's hand with an affectionate expression that could not quite hide her smugness, and said, I've come to help you, sister. Then another image appeared of her with bloodshot eyes full of malice, saying, Ha ha, she finally died. Evie and Rose's voice rang out through the darkness. Rosie, why? In her hand was a vial of poison. She said, was this your goal from the very beginning? There stood the backs of a man and woman, symbolizing the prince and the crown princess consort, while her voice echoed, you are the last member of the royal family chosen by Michael, so why? Could it be? McKaylee's face gradually came into focus as he said, you should have chosen me as your royal guard knight. A dark black haze spread as she said, that's right. Michael only intended to use me as a substitute. An image appeared of Rosenet clutching the poison vial tightly. Evie and Rose said, there is no way someone as possessive as Rosie could have accepted that. Rosenet let go of the poison vial. It had all been a trap. In the dark void, Evie and Rose raised the poison vial and drank it. Then it was as if she were falling into the ocean with a scream. She fell into the depths of the sea. Her thoughts echoed. I didn't want to die like that. I don't know when everything went off course. Seals, the messy books strewn across the table. She said, was it from the moment Father lost his standing and I could no longer predict the situation? An image appeared of Bridget Hadelmet sitting upon a high seat. She continued, or from the moment Bridget was named Crown Princess. She sank deeper and deeper as another thought surfaced. If I had been the Crown Princess, would everything have been different? A memory of the palace burning appeared. She said again, could both the royal family and the homunculi have avoided ruin? She hugged a tall stack of books and looked ahead. An image appeared of slaves laboring to break stones. In a voice full of self-reproach, she said, looking back, I was always turning my back on the people who needed help. In the gray-black haze, her thoughts emerged. If only, truly if only, I had one more chance, a second chance. At that moment, she suddenly jolted awake in bed, tears streaming down her face, fear written all over it, and cried out, ah! She sat bolt upright, struggling to breathe. Ha ha! Birds chirped, chirp, chirp, chirp. Before she had fully come to her senses, sweat covering her face, she looked toward the window in utter disbelief. She touched her throat and said incredulously, I. Her left hand clenched the blanket as she stared in shock. I am alive. She stepped down from the bed, looked around, and said, where is this? Sitting in a chair, she said, I was clearly being imprisoned. The image of Rosenet flashed through her mind. She said, then Rosie came. The poison vial lay on the floor, its contents spilled everywhere. She continued, and she gave me poison. In the dim room, she wrapped her arms around herself. Use me. Her face was filled with terrified disbelief. She stole a glance around the luxurious bedroom and said, but why am I in a bedroom? This room doesn't even exist anymore. Walking to the bookshelf, she ran her hand across the books and said, this definitely isn't a dream or a hallucination. Nothing has changed since the last time I used it. As she walked, she said, what exactly happened? She suddenly froze, standing before the vanity and looking at herself in the mirror. She said, oh my God. She covered her face, and in her mind there was only an unpleasant pounding sound. Bam! She cried out, why do I look so young? One hand braced against the chair. She turned her face to the side in disbelief and said, could it be that have I really come back to life? She gaped in disbelief and then said no, pressing both hands hard against her head. Distraught and unable to accept it, she said again, that can't be possible. Was I so full of regret in that prison that my mind has become strange? She screamed, ah. Her face went rigid as both hands touched her head. It doesn't feel real at all. A mysterious hooded figure with an overwhelming presence flashed in her mind, and she continued, only someone at the level of a sage could grasp the root of this. Yes, someone like my teacher. She hugged her head and crouched on the floor. Ugh. She said, teacher, I miss you so much. I absolutely have to see you and ask. Lowering her hands, she said, then first. Her gaze sharpened as she said, I need to calm down and think. Looking at the bed before her, she said, if I judge by this room and my face. With a flustered, disbelieving expression, she said, then I seem to be around 20 years old right now. She fell into thought and said, if that's the case. An image appeared of Bridget Hadelmet surrounded by vines packed with thorns, one hand raised to her mouth with a sly expression. She continued, at this time, third Princess Bridget still hasn't become Crown Princess. Then came an image of McKaylee when he was still a slave, and she continued, and Lord McKaylee, the one who will lead the coup. Then a scene of Rosenet looking into a mirror. She continued piecing it together. And Rosenet, the one who gave me the poison, still hasn't met him either. An image formed of Bridget, McKaylee, Rosenet, and Evie and Rose all standing and looking at one another, and she thought, before everything began. Lowering her head, she clenched both hands and said, "This time I might be able to do it." She raised her head, her eyes resolute, and said, "No, I definitely can do it." An image appeared of her sitting with solemn dignity upon a high seat, a scepter of authority in her hand, as she said, "For everyone's sake, I will become the crown princess." Knock, knock. The bedroom door opened. Evie and Rose's close maid, Sidella Feller, with light brown hair and blue eyes, approached carrying a teapot and said, "You're up very early, Your Highness." Dressed in a simple white gown, Evie and Rose sat in her chair, looked at her, and smiled. "Good morning, Sidella. You look quite young today." The maid replied, surprised and embarrassed. "Really? The face mask I used yesterday must have worked quite well." Evie and Rose looked more closely at Sidella and thought to herself, "Sidella looks younger too. I really have returned to the past. I need to find out exactly when this is." She began probing the maid and asked, "Sidella, is there any important event coming up?" The maid immediately answered, "Yes. Next week is Princess Rosenit's 20th birthday banquet." She flinched slightly, her hand tightening on her dress, and repeated that name to herself in her mind. "Rosenit. If that child is about to turn 20, then I must be 21. I become 8 years younger." Thinking that, she happily exclaimed, "That's wonderful." The maid beside her assumed she was happy about the coming banquet and replied, "Yes, a prince or a princess's 20th birthday is very special, because that is when they personally choose their own homunculus knight and preside over the selection ceremony. This ritual is the crowning flower of royal events and the dream of many. The bond formed by swearing upon the soul is extremely special. I heard that many homunculi have already lined up in hopes of becoming the 8th princess's personal guard knight. After all, she is the white rose of the empire." Evie and Rose, expressionless as she sipped her tea, said, rather than a white rose, she's more like belladonna." Not understanding, the maid looked at her and said, "Pardon?" She smiled and replied, "Why don't you continue, Sidella?" The maid clasped her hands and happily went on, "Ah, yes. And even more interestingly, someone has already been chosen for that position." She pretended to be surprised, as if she knew nothing, and said, "Oh." Seeing her interest, the maid grew even more enthusiastic and said, "Do you remember the silver-haired knight from the ranking ceremony? It was him, Sylvester Millat." She thought to herself, "He really is the most suitable match for Rosenit, the White Rose. Not only is he talented in both magic and swordsmanship, but he also has platinum hair unlike the other homunculi." In the end, though, homunculi were only ornaments for the royal family. 3 years later, after meeting Michaelis, she threw Sylvester away miserably. It would be better if Rosenit chose Michaelis of her own accord. But the truth was that Michaelis had deliberately approached Rosie as preparation for his coup. He used Rosie as a stepping stone to become emperor and cause the empire to collapse. In this life, I have to stop that. I need to keep Rosie and Michaelis as far apart as possible. The more she thought about it, the more determined she became. Suddenly, the maid beside her spoke up. "But did you know? A great many homunculi actually wish to devote themselves to you, Your Highness." Evie and Rose smiled in disbelief and replied, "To a princess with no power like me? No way." As if afraid she would not believe her, the maid hurriedly answered, "It's true. Your reputation among the homunculi is very good." Still unconvinced, Evian could only laugh helplessly and say, enough, Sidella. I really must treat my Sidella well. Sidella, if things go well in the future, I'll definitely give you a house, a noble title, and a fine husband too." Blushing, the maid quickly said, "Your Highness, please take my words seriously. I'm not joking." Seeing Sidella like that, Evian laughed and said, "I'm being serious too." Then the maid suddenly grew thoughtful and said, "It would be wonderful if Your Highness also had a personal guard knight." Evian Rose fell silent, realizing she had said the wrong thing. The maid hurriedly corrected herself. I'm sorry. I know Your Highness doesn't like this topic." Evian said, "No, it's all right. I know Sidella is always worried about me. I'm sorry for always being stubborn and causing you trouble." Moved, the maid said, "Your Highness, please don't say that." Evian Rose quietly remembered the past. Sidella had always suffered so much simply because of her own low status. "Because my mother was only an ordinary alchemist, I carry only half the royal blood. And on top of that, she died when I was still young. Mother had influence in the world of golem alchemy. She was intelligent, dignified, and very humble. Just like Mother, I believed homunculi were no different from humans, and I called for their treatment to be changed. But from the royal family's standpoint, that made me a thorn in their side. In the end, the ministers ignored me, and even my allowance was reduced. Sidella worked so hard to take care of me with that meager amount of money. In my previous life, after I was imprisoned, she must have been thrown out of the imperial palace. Thinking of that, Evian clasped Sidella's hand tightly, her eyes full of hope for the future, and said, "Sidella, I really will work hard to give you a better life." "Really? Then let's live a wonderful life together, Sidella." The maid happily held her hand as well and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Evian Rose thought cheerfully, "That's right. I have to live this life comfortably, because this is clearly reality. I need to do everything I can. If this is 8 years in the past, then Michaelis must still be in that floating prison. If I don't want the past to repeat itself, I have to resolve that issue first. And to do that, I need to meet Father." Evian Rose's thoughts turned to the Emperor and his consorts. The Emperor of the Hadelmet Empire was permitted to have multiple wives or multiple husbands. As a result, her father had as many as 18 children. Whenever it was time for the morning greeting, the princes and princesses were randomly grouped in sets of 4 or 5 to pay their visit. Sitting there in thought, Evian Rose mused, "I have something I want to ask Father, but even as a child, I'd have to wait a very long time for an audience. There's no better chance than the morning greeting to see him." The maid placed a hand on her shoulder while she sat before the vanity. Evian asked, "Is today my turn to pay the morning greeting?" The maid answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Evian asked again, "Good. Who will I be going with?" Stroking her chin as she thought, the maid said, "The 4th prince and the 5th prince." Evian Rose looked displeased and thought, those twins are no good at all. Narrow-minded little things. The maid continued, "And also the 3rd princess and the 8th princess." Hearing that, Evian thought, the 3rd princess and the 8th princess? At once, images of 2 blonde princesses rose in her memory, one with blue eyes and neatly pinned-up hair, and the other with loose hair and red eyes. Bridget and Rosenet? Ivy's thoughts surfaced again. Could it be today is that day? The Emperor was seated at the dining table with the children who had come to give their morning greeting. If those 2 were going as well, then it was definitely that day. Bridget was regal, with blonde hair elegantly pinned up, sharp blue eyes, and deep red lipstick that made her look all the more proud and splendid. Evian Rose, dressed up, was trying to say something, while the Emperor rested his hand against his forehead in visible irritation. Her own expression was blank. Bridget wore a dangerous smile. It was the day I got swept up in Sister Bridget's scheme. A moment later, the door slammed shut. She stood frozen in the doorway, her hand clenched tight. After that day, Father no longer saw me at all. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought, that makes sense. I've gone back into the past. The day I returned would naturally be a day marked by something important. Evian Rose muttered, "Phew, what should I do?" The maid smiled and asked, "What do you mean by that, Your Highness?" Sidella, holding a comb, said with sparkling eyes, "Naturally, it would be best for you to dress up gorgeously." Snapped out of her thoughts, Evian replied, So that's what you meant." Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought, all right. As she undid her hair ribbon, she thought, starting now, I will no longer be useless. This splendid red off-the-shoulder dress, with a glittering jewel in the center. You will wear this one. As the maid arranged her hair, she said, hair plays a very important role too. The 3rd princess is elegant, while the 8th princess is adorable. Won't Your Highness have to compete with both of them at once? The maid said seriously, if your style resembles either of them even a little, you'll immediately be compared to that person. So it has to strike a balance between elegance and cuteness. Evian Rose and the maid both nodded. That's right. I have no intention of confronting anyone head-on just yet. That is indeed the correct way to think, Your Highness. Though each was lost in different thoughts, the 2 seemed of one mind. I need to broaden my political standing first. I must help Your Highness step into the world of the nobility. Then the maid asked curiously, But Your Highness, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic about dressing up today? Ivy smiled and said, starting today, I've decided I'll try to make an effort. She thought to herself, if that's what it takes to be named Crown Princess, then I have no other choice. At once, Sidella replied, full of energy, Good heavens, really? Then I'll do my very best. Evian joined in with a smile. Thank you. Looking upward, she thought, since I already know the future anyway, I might as well make use of it. Sidella, Although it's only a feeling, I think Sister Bridget will probably wear her hair in a large high bun, and Rosenet will likely tie hers in twin tails that fall slightly low. Maid Sidella answered with a smile. Then I'll trust your highness's intuition. I've already thought of a hairstyle that will suit you. Evian Rose opened a drawer containing a white box. Good. Then all that remains is, at that moment, she opened the box and said, adore my hair the way I want. In the palace corridor, many golems were busily at work. Evian Rose and her maid were on their way to the morning greeting. The maid urged her, Your Highness, if we don't hurry, you'll be late. Evian turned back with a smile and said, That's true, since I was busy preparing tea for father. Sidella glanced towards several golems and said, If those monitoring golems weren't there, you could have gotten there in a flash with guff. That was a form of magic forbidden within the royal grounds. Evian smiled awkwardly and replied, Then we'll just have to walk faster. Come on. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. The 8th princess called out, Sister, sister. Evian Rose stopped, and the 8th princess called again, Sister Eve. Evian thought that voice. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end turned around to look. There was Rosenet, smiling brightly as she called out, Sister, hello. Evian thought, Rosie. The 8th princess smiled sweetly. Evian Rose's thoughts darkened. You received everyone's love. Whatever you wanted, you got it all. You even bore Michaelis's child. Even the position of imperial consort became yours. Her thoughts grew heavier and gloomier. To become the only one of true royal blood. At that moment, Rosenet in her memory had laughed madly. Ah, she's dead. Covering her mouth lightly, that dark figure had said, Thank you for dying, foolish Sister Eve. At that moment, Evian Rose's hand clenched tight. She stayed silent for a while. The name Rosenet kept repeating in her mind. That was the enemy who had killed her. Evian Rose's face tightened slightly. Her teeth clenched together as though she were thinking about something. Rosenet moved a little closer and tilted her head as she asked, Sister, what's wrong? Looking at her younger sister, Evian's expression grew thoughtful, and she understood that now was not the time to show her emotions. She smiled faintly and replied, What else? It's because you look especially pretty today. Rosenet answered, Oh my, thank you, sister. She raised a hand to cover her smiling mouth, though her eyes still slid sideways to examine Evian. Seeing that her elder sister looked so beautiful that even the flowers around her merely served as decoration for the true centerpiece, Rosenet could not help but offer praise. Sister, you've put a lot of effort into dressing up so early in the morning, haven't you? The two of them laughed together pleasantly, making the maid standing nearby somewhat awkward, while a line of thought flashed through Rosenet's mind. It's not as if I had to compliment her. Then Evian suddenly noticed someone behind her younger sister. Wasn't that the silver-haired homunculus knight, Sylvester Millat? She had already guessed as much, but still asked her sister again. But the person beside you, I don't believe I've seen him before. Rosenet introduced him. Yes, this is Sylvester Millat, a homunculus knight of the Royal Guard. I asked him to escort me to the main hall. Evian responded as if she understood. I see. Yet deeper thoughts still stirred in her mind. An escort within the palace? Ordering him around before officially choosing him. She really does seem quite fond of him. On Sylvester Millet's side, he gently placed his right hand behind his back, brought his left hand to his chest, and bowed respectfully. I greet the 7th princess, Sylvester, a royal guard knight, the one Rosenet had cast aside like an old pair of shoes. This time, I won't let that happen. She thought this to herself, then said to him, I have heard much about you, Sir Millat, a knight gifted in both swordsmanship and magic. I believe you are one of the finest knights, one who can serve your master with distinction. Looking at him, she said, I sincerely hope you will meet a good master. At that moment, the corners of his lips parted slightly as though he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. That small detail did not escape her sharp eyes, so she spoke first. Sir Millat, at last, he found the courage to say, Please forgive this subject's rudeness. He continued, I was so moved by your highness's profound words that for a moment I forgot to respond. Surprised, she said, Really? Are those not the words you usually hear? As though seizing the opportunity, he explained, People of noble blood usually show interest in my silver hair the first time they see me. Rosenet Nadia Hadelmet, standing beside him, started slightly at that, as though what he said was indeed true. Evian simply murmured, Ah, I see. He also replied, Yes, as if to further confirm what he had just said. Standing beside him, her younger sister also seemed a little embarrassed. and not only Evian, but even the maid beside her noticed it. Thinking this matter should end here, and not wanting anything unpleasant to happen, Evian sought a way to withdraw and said to her younger sister, "It's late, Rosie. Let's go in." Her sister answered, her voice carrying a trace of disappointment. "Yes, sister." Time passed until the royal family was preparing to eat. At that moment, the 7th princess, Evian Rose, and the 8th princess, Rosenet, entered the dining room. At the banquet table, places had already been set for 6 people. On the left sat the 3rd princess, Bridget Agnes Hadelmet, along with 2 empty seats meant for the 2 sisters who had just arrived. On the right sat the 4th prince, Rubens Hadelmet, and the 5th prince, Icalis Hadelmet, while the seat in the center was naturally reserved for the emperor. Following behind, the maid Sidella Feller had the chance to see the 3rd princess, and could not help covering her mouth in astonishment as she exclaimed inwardly, "The 3rd princess is styled exactly as her highness said." Evian Rose gave a small start, then softly greeted them. "Elder sister, elder brothers, have you all been well?" The 3rd princess then said, "Very well. Sit down, both of you. Rosie, it's been so long. We've missed you." The brothers warmly greeted their younger sister. The 4th prince continued, "The empire's white rose has taken on color today, hasn't she? You look like a pale, pink rose." The compliment made Rosenet visibly shy as she answered him, "Oh, listen to you," her voice unable to hide her delight. Her brothers continued, "That's right, Rosie. All the grass and leaves in the palace seem to exist only to glorify a flower like you." They laughed and added, "Ah, not just that, look around you. Everything green in this room." After pausing, they turned their eyes toward Evian and said, "It's just decoration for you, Rosie." Hearing those hurtful words made Evian feel rather irritated, and she looked back on her own circumstances. In this royal family, where everyone had golden hair, only she had pale lemon blonde hair. The gloom of it was impossible to describe. While her brothers laughed around her, she continued sinking into her thoughts. Her hair symbolized nothing but her lowly birth. She herself had recognized it. How fortunate that the difference was so obvious, wasn't it? Obviously, she was only a half-blood royal mongrel. Bloodlines could not be deceived. After hearing those words from her esteemed brothers, she felt helpless and wondered why she had once been so miserable because of them. And it seemed she realized something. There truly was nothing special about it all. She found the people around her ridiculous, and she smiled back at those who were mocking her. The 2 brothers were bewildered for a moment. "That's right. This is no time to react to such pointless ridicule," she told herself inwardly. Her brothers, still unsettled, whispered to each other, "What's with Eve? Why is she different from usual?" As for Evian, with a confident smile on her face, she silently affirmed, "Of course that's so, because I'm no longer the person I was in my previous life." Her gaze sharpened, turning toward the 3rd Princess Bridget and the 8th Princess Rosenet. In that very moment, the dining room doors suddenly opened, and the one who entered was His Majesty the Emperor. She told herself that in this life, at this moment, what mattered most to her now were Bridget, Rosenet, and her father. During the Hadelmet royal family's afternoon tea, Emperor Desmond asked, "Have you all been well lately?" His children replied, "Yes, father." He continued, "Very well, then let us begin tea." The emperor ordered, "Bring in the tea, head chamberlain." Suddenly, Evian spoke up, "Father, I specially prepared a tea myself. Would you permit me to serve it to you?" Rosenet looked at her sister in confusion and thought, "What is wrong with Sister Evian?" Desmond asked in surprise, "You prepared tea?" She replied, "Yes. It has long been one of my interests. I am completely confident in its fragrance and flavor, so please allow me to serve it." After the butler poured the tea, he lifted it, inhaled, and praised it. The aroma is wonderful," she immediately explained. "It is black tea blended with lemon balm leaves. It helps soothe headaches." Desmond asked, "Is that so? Relieves headaches?" Evian answered, "Yes. At the last morning greeting, I saw you repeatedly pressing your temples, so I thought you might be suffering from headaches and prepared this tea for you." He smiled gently and replied, "Ho ho, so Evian has been thinking of me that much. As it happens, I really have been troubled by headaches lately." Evian smiled brightly and said, "I blended this tea myself with great care, starting from last week. I hope it pleases you." But inwardly she thought, "In truth, I threw it together in a hurry with whatever ingredients were available." After tasting it, he praised her. "This truly is an excellent tea, Evian. It feels as though my headache has already eased." She answered, "Thank you, father." Prince Rubens looked genuinely surprised and said, "I thought Eve only stayed cooped up in the corner of the house, playing with alchemy. But it turns out you have some small talent after all." Evian immediately said, Brother Reuben's blending tea is much like alchemy. She continued with a radiant smile. You prepare the ingredients with your own hands, care for them attentively, and then adjust the proportions perfectly. So the reason I could make such an excellent tea is because I inherited it from our all-capable father. The emperor proudly declared, Ha ha ha, that's right. Evian truly is an outstanding alchemist. It is as though I am looking at myself in my youth. Meanwhile, Bridget's anger was plain to see. Evian humbly replied, You flatter me, father. How could I compare to you? If we are speaking of alchemy, third sister surpasses me. Everyone at the tea gathering was utterly shocked by Evian's strange attitude and thought, what did she eat wrong? Why is she doing all these things she never used to do? For someone as stiff and stubborn as her to start currying favor with father now. It's as if Sister Evian is copying me. The emperor laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, that's the spirit. Only then will Betty start feeling threatened and pay attention to you. Bridget shot Evian an irritated glare. But Bridget endured it and forced a smile. I'm very happy to have such a clever little sister as well, Evian. To break the awkward mood at the table, the fourth prince, Reuben, said, All right, Rosenet's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? He continued, and at last she will be choosing her personal guard knight. That truly is a joyous occasion for the imperial family. Rosenet replied to her brother, Honestly, brother, everyone in the imperial family goes through that ceremony. Then she voiced her concern. Actually, I am very worried about the investiture ceremony. It's a little embarrassing, but I do not know any magic or alchemy at all. I am not confident that I can properly inscribe the seal. The emperor reassured her. Do not worry, Rosenet. Everyone of royal blood can inscribe a seal onto a homunculus at least once. Rosenet clung to him sweetly and said, But the more capable the homunculus is, the more talent I need, don't I? What if I fail to inscribe the seal? He gently told her, There's no need to worry about that. She glanced at her sister and added pointedly, If it were Sister Evian, there would be no need to worry about such a thing. Rosenet smiled as she looked at Evian, but Evian had already expected this. Calmly sipping her tea, she thought, what was bound to come has come. Thanks a lot, Rosenet. The emperor then complained, Yes, Evian's talent is excellent, but if she refuses to take a guard knight, what can I do? Evian, if only you would follow the traditions of the imperial family. Evian spoke up, Father. He patted her head and said, No, never mind. What is the use of hearing your answer? You will just say you do not want one again. You are as stubborn as your mother. She set down her teacup and said seriously, No, father. The emperor stared at Evian in surprise and said, Huh. Her gaze was resolute as she thought, Rosenet, I will make good use of the chance you gave me. She then said to her father, Until now, I had not thought things through carefully. I only knew how to protect my own beliefs and caused you concern. So last night, I spent a long time reflecting on myself. Under her father's astonished gaze, she rose to her feet and declared, From now on, I too wish to have a personal guard knight. Father. Everyone was shocked by Evian's words. Emperor Desmond loudly asked, Is that true? I did not mishear you, did I? She answered, Yes, father. He laughed heartily and said, So you have finally come to your senses. Come, sit down and let us talk. Rosenet stared at her sister in surprise and thought, this took such a strange turn. He asked, Very well, when do you intend to hold the investiture ceremony? Evian immediately replied, If you permit it, I would like to hold the ceremony today. Surprised by his daughter's swift decision, he asked, If you want it done today, then you must already have chosen the homunculus you want as your guard knight, correct? She nodded. Yes, there's a homunculus who suits me perfectly. With firm resolve, she said, The monster of the floating prison, Michaelis Agneto. The room fell silent. Everyone was speechless at her request. Even Emperor Desmond sank in a thoughtful silence. Prince Reuben sprang to his feet, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted angrily, What in the world are you thinking? That man was imprisoned because he refused to take the oath of loyalty. Even father could not make that monster submit. And yet you say you will inscribe your seal on him? She looked at her brother in surprise. Brother, what do you mean father failed? Emperor Desmond explained, It is not that I could not subdue him. The problem lies with that homunculus himself. Rubens immediately showed remorse for his words and hurriedly apologized. Why, yes, that is right. I beg your pardon, father. The emperor sighed. Evian, he is extremely dangerous. He would not even accept the oath of loyalty. The oath of loyalty was a brainwashing ritual that made a knight absolutely loyal to the royal family. If Michaelis had been an ordinary homunculus, he would have long since been eliminated for refusing the ritual. But because he possesses exceptional talent, he was merely confined in the floating prison. To inscribe the seal on a man like that and raise him above his current station. If anything goes wrong, he could become a threat to imperial authority. We must be cautious. She asked, Father, a homunculus must swear loyalty before he can be brought into the open, correct? She continued, Then that ritual is a blessing granted by you, Father, and yet he refused to accept it. That is far too suspicious. He answered, That's right. If they do not undergo the ritual, they only end up at a disadvantage. She said, The more I think about it, the more doubtful it seems. Did he truly reject you, Father? Would such a mere homunculus dare resist your authority? Could it be that there is something wrong with the mana flow within his body? He fell into thought. She pressed on. So he is neither a successful product nor a failed one, but simply an exceptional product that was left unattended. Is that not so? I want to solve that problem and make him my knight. She said to her father with confidence, By the talent I inherited from you, Father, please allow me to resolve this issue. He fell silent for a moment in thought, then finally decided, Very well, Evian. She smiled brightly at her father's agreement, but he looked at her seriously and said in a low voice, However, I have one condition. In a frigid land surrounded on all sides by blinding white snow, Evian and her maid stepped onto the soft snow. Her maid shivered to the bone, wrapping both arms tightly around herself and groaning, Hey, it's so cold, Your Highness. Seeing that, Evian held out her hand and said, Take my hand, Sidella, so that she could warm her with magic. Her gaze lifted toward the building atop the towering snowy mountain. This was a place in the polar region, a place not even marked on the Empire's maps, the Homunculus Training Institute. Around 100 homunculi were created and brought here. In order to become subordinates of the royal family, they had to endure 15 full years of brutal training. Only the homunculi who passed evaluation were promoted and deemed qualified to enter the palace as royal guard knights or private retainers. Even high-grade homunculi were nothing more than toys of the royal family. And as for the middle and lower-grade ones, there was no need to say more. If they did not rebel, that would be the strange thing she thought about the homunculi. Suddenly, someone addressed her. We have been awaiting your arrival, Your Highness. It was Pitt, the director of the Training Institute. He bowed respectfully to Evian and introduced himself. It is an honor to stand before the first princess. I am Baronet Pitorka, the one in charge of this entire facility. Evian replied, You have worked hard in such a dangerous place. He smiled and said, Ha, it is nothing at all. Please allow me to guide you to the floating prison. Accompanied by 2 homunculi, he led Evian and her maid deeper into the dark underground passage. Pitt opened the conversation. Your Highness, are you aware of this? Most homunculi who are brought into the open have dark hair. But the truth is that the homunculi in the Training Institute all have light-colored or pale hair. Because of the effect of the mana flow within the restraint cuffs, their magic is suppressed for long periods of time, which turns their hair pale. Only after the restraint cuffs are removed does their hair return to its original dark color. Evian replied, I know. That is why Sylvester Millet's silver hair is so famous. He laughed and said, Haha, indeed. Even I only learned that after being assigned here. It is a marvelous sight, mysterious like the molting of an insect. Evian thought with disappointment. You keep them imprisoned and still compare them to insects. He went on to explain, The person Your Highness has come to see has still not had his restraints removed, so you will be able to witness a particularly unusual hair color. Evian could only stand there speechless. When they reached the door, he pointed and announced, We have arrived, Your Highness. She looked up and saw an iron cage, designed like a bird cage, hanging suspended in the air. She stepped onto a magical floating disc and rose up before the cage. In the center of the cage was a young man with pale pink hair, his entire body bound in chains. The director introduced him to Evian. That pale pink hair is quite special, is it not? The homunculi all call him the doll. Evian clenched her teeth anxiously at the sight of Michaelis Agneto for the first time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at her. The two faced one another directly. The director shouted, You insolent wretch, hurry and bow before Her Highness the Princess. The moment he heard the words, royal family, Michaelis reacted violently. Seeing such disrespect before Evian, the director ordered, You hateful monster, bring the whip at once. Evian immediately stopped him. That will not be necessary, director. She stepped down from the floating disc and stood in front of the cage. At once, the director and her maid tried to stop her. It's dangerous, Your Highness. Evian commanded, All of you step back. I wish to speak with him alone. The director tried hard to dissuade her, but Evian said sharply, Step back at once. They all withdrew and lowered their heads in apology. Standing before him, she thought to herself, "It is the opposite of that time, isn't it? You are the one imprisoned now, and I am the one who came to find you. You look truly miserable now. Back then, you saw me under house arrest. Is that enough to repay the resentment you feel now?" She realized that in her previous life, Michaelis had seemed gentle with her. He had never looked at her with eyes like these, rather the opposite. She remembered the time they had spent together in her previous life, and his words, "That is why you should have chosen me, Evian." Having returned this time, she did not want to regret things as before, so she had done as he said. That was why she had come here tonight, to choose him, Michaelis. Dressed in a splendid red gown, Evian Rose stepped before him and called his name, Michaelis. But now their circumstances were reversed. She was radiant and elegant, while he wore disheveled clothes, his face dirty, his hands and feet shackled. She stepped closer to him. Suddenly he spoke. "Fine, first, if you want to talk, you should remove that before anything else." She stepped forward and unlocked the shackles on his wrists. As his hands were freed, he asked, "What business does the princess have here?" She immediately replied, "I came to appoint you as my knight. I am Evian Rose Chloe Hadelmet, first princess of the empire." As she spoke, she clenched part of her dress tightly in her hand. He asked in surprise, "You are the first princess? I clearly heard that the first princess refused the knight investiture ceremony." She continued, "That is true. I did say that before, but now I need a personal guard knight. I must strengthen my standing as a princess." He rose to his feet and gave a mocking laugh. "So that is why you came to me. I assume you have already heard about me. If you want a slave, go find another homunculus." Before he could finish, she cut in, "I did not come here looking for a slave." Lowering her head, she said, "I came here looking for you, Michael." He shouted, "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think calling it by a different name stops a slave from being a slave?" A trace of disappointment showed on his face as he leaned against the wall and said, "Ha, so in the end, you were just like all the others. What exactly was I expecting?" His long, slender fingers twitched slightly. Disappointment flickered in his eyes as he asked himself, "Why am I disappointed? In the end, all royals are the same." She stepped closer, her eyes shining as she said, "I understand that you cannot trust me, a member of the royal family. But I'm not like the other royals. I did not come here to choose just any personal guard knight." She continued, "If it is not you, then I do not need a knight at all." Looking at his grimy appearance, she said, "I need only you, Michaelis Agneto." For an instant, surprise crossed his face. "Why does it have to be me?" She fumbled, clenching both hands tightly. I cannot tell you here, but if you become my knight, I will definitely tell you. But there is one thing I can promise. I will respect your status as a knight as much as I possibly can. Above all, I will never force you to do humiliating things through the power of the inscribed seal." He replied, "Those are only empty words. The inscribed seal is absolute magic above everything else in this world." She said, "That is true. I am sorry. Other than a spoken promise, I have nothing worthy enough to make you trust me and follow me." He let out a sigh, his gaze sorrowful. "Exactly." She stepped even closer, raising her slender hands before him as if to draw him to her side, and pleaded, "Please become my knight." She looked at him with utterly sincere eyes. His eyes, which had been fixed on her, suddenly turned away. "No, I must stay clear-headed. This woman is royalty." Suddenly, a memory from the past flashed through his mind, a deafening explosion. A troop of soldiers rushed in panic. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Michaelis, bound and kneeling at the emperor's feet, was met by his furious roar. "You insolent thing!" Enraged, the emperor's chest tightened with pain. He kicked Michaelis hard and shouted, "You disgusting monster, submit!" After beating him soundly, he yelled, "Throw this one into the prison cage in the sky." And at that very moment, as Michaelis was chained and locked inside the dark prison, he had sworn to himself that he would never, ever do anything in service of the royal family. As he was lost in thought, Evian Rose's voice rang out, "Come with me and leave this place, Michaelis." He flinched, then said, "I hate the royal family. Princess, even if you're different from the others, you're still one of them to me. But if becoming your personal guard knight is the only way for me to escape this place." He clenched his hands against his knees. "Then I don't care if I'm bound by an inscribed seal. He accepted it, knelt before her, and said, "Please take me out of here." She stepped closer, bent down, took both his hands, and said, "Yes, let's leave this place." She removed all the restraints from his body and helped him to his feet. Holding his hand, she said, "I should tell you first. When I refused the oath ceremony before, that was not my will." He said, I thought so." He continued, "If you're not confident, you can still back out now. If this is too much for you and you fail, you might not even survive." She looked at him in surprise, then asked brightly, "Are you worried about me?" "Thank you." He snapped, "What are you talking about? Who's worried?" She said, all right. Let's begin the inscribed seal ritual." The two of them clasped each other's hands tightly, and light seemed to rise around them. Sweating, she said, "This isn't easy at all." He asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine." Then a loud explosion rang out, and both of them staggered. Panicked, he said, "We have to stop. Your body is rejecting it. You're going to be in danger." Exhausted and drenched in sweat, she said, "Instead of saying things like that, say something encouraging." He shouted, "They're doing something reckless right in front of me, and you expect me to just watch?" She said, "I told you I'm fine." Suddenly, she remembered the Emperor's words. "In exchange, I have a condition. If the inscribed seal fails, kill that monster with your own hands." She came back to herself and shouted, "I will have you, no matter what." The ring around his neck shattered. Startled, he asked, "This is?" A series of cracking, crumbling sounds followed. He continued, more precisely, "This is an amplification alchemy stone. Don't tell me the things in your hair are all forbidden sage-class relics." She immediately recalled it. Click! The box had been opened. She said, "Do my hair the way I instructed." Eve's maid asked, "Are you going to use the relic left behind by the 6th Imperial Consort?" She answered yes. Then she said, "Today, I need to borrow my mother's power." Suddenly, she cried out, "Mother, please lend me your strength." He stared at her in a daze, then asked, "Am I really worth that much?" She answered yes. Then she gripped his hand tightly, looked at him with determination, and said, "I will have you, no matter what." Another loud explosion rang out, and suddenly beams of light burst from both their bodies. She exclaimed, "It worked? Did it work?" His heart was pounding when another boom suddenly shook the iron cage violently. Evian Rose nearly lost her footing and fell out of the prison cage. She shut her eyes tightly and thought, "I'm going to fall." In the next instant, Michaelis caught her. When Evian Rose realized she had not fallen, she opened her eyes and saw his face gleaming before her. She let out a breath, then noticed that the shackles binding her had disappeared. He pulled her back in the cage and said, "It's all right now." Embarrassed, Evian Rose quickly slipped out of his arms. She thought, "This is the first time I've been held like that." Looking at his own hand, Michaelis said, "It seems it worked." She turned around and shouted, "Really?" He replied, "It feels strange. If I sense you're in danger, my body reacts on its own." Michaelis turned back and asked, "You still feel normal, right?" Evian Rose answered, yes. "I think I'm fine." Looking slightly displeased, he brushed back his hair and said, "I have to take back what I said about homunculi being slaves to the royal family. A knight's responsibility is far greater. You have to worry constantly about your master getting hurt, even if it's only the tip of a finger." With a puzzled expression, she pointed at herself and asked, "Master, you mean me?" Michaelis replied, "Why would you ask something so obvious?" She sank to the floor and thought, "I really did turn Michaelis into my personal guard knight. Mother, I did it." Startled, he hurried over and asked, "What is it? What's wrong?" She replied, "Nothing. I'm just a little drained. This took more out of me than I expected." He said, Ordinary humans are much weaker than homunculi. After all." She could only laugh awkwardly. Evian Rose let out a breath. Relaxing, she held out her hand to him and said, "Then I'm in your care, Agnetto." He replied, "Likewise." The next day, she walked down the corridor carrying a box full of gold coins, thinking, "I was rewarded with this much gold." She remembered the Emperor laughing loudly as he said, "We should send more attendants to the 3rd Imperial Consort's palace." She continued thinking, "I even got more attendants assigned. I was afraid he would be angry that the inscribed seal succeeded, so this is a relief." Then Evian Rose suddenly saw Sylvester Millad approaching and called out, "Sir Millad." He quickly bowed and replied, "It is an honor to see your highness the first princess again." She said, "You're on your way to escort Rosenet, aren't you?" Sylvester answered, "Yes." "And your highness?" Evian Rose replied, "I just came back from receiving the gifts after the investiture ceremony." His face changed in surprise. Hesitantly, he asked, "The investiture ceremony? May I ask whom your highness chose as your personal guard knight?" She smiled. Do you know Michaelis Agnetto?" Sylvester asked in confusion. "Agnetto? Are you referring to the monster imprisoned in the dungeon?" He glanced away and muttered to himself, "If it's a knight, there were plenty of others." Tilting her head in confusion, Evian Rose called, "Sir Millat?" Sylvester flinched, then hurriedly said, "Congratulations on finding a knight for yourself." "I will take my leave now." Slightly bewildered, she answered, "Ah, yes. Thank you, Millat." Having said that, he hurried away. She wondered what's with him. Evian Rose returned to her room and said cheerfully, "I'm back." Hearing her, Sidella hurried over and said, "Your Highness, please come here." The timing couldn't be better. Turning around, Sidella said to Michaelis, "Please come out, Sir Agnetto." He stepped out from behind the folding screen, dressed in a personal guard knight's uniform, almost shining. Evian Rose looked at him, flushed, and thought, no wonder even someone as exacting as Rosenit would have to admit defeat. If I were an ordinary woman, I'd be completely smitten. Michaela stepped closer and asked curiously, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is something strange?" Startled, Evian Rose stepped back. She thought that scared me. Then she said, "Not at all. It suits you very well." Looking down at his side, she continued, "It feels a little empty without a sword. Later, I'll definitely choose one that suits you. If there's anything you want, just say it." Worried, she said, "What should we do for now? I can't have you going around unarmed." Folding his arms, Michaelis replied, "When I register as a knight, I just need to request the standard issue of a longsword. A sword normally comes with a uniform. It seems I ignored what you wanted." Evian Rose let out a small sound of realization and thought, the royal family treats personal guard knights like ornaments. That's why they all compete over how lavishly they can decorate them. It seemed he thought she would never let him carry an ordinary longsword. After a moment of silence, Michaelis said, "I didn't say that to trouble you. I was only stating a fact." "Curious," she asked, "you seem to know a lot. It's almost as if you've lived in the palace before." Michaelis gave a faint smile and replied, "I learned all those tedious things back at the academy. The things you need to know to survive here, like palace etiquette. I even had to get used to how to serve the royal family." After hearing that, she immediately imagined something indecent and thought, serve the royal family. Does he mean bedchamber service? The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Trying to change the subject, she said, "Let's talk over tea." "Sit down, Michaelis." As Evian Rose walked toward the cabinet to take out the tea box, she thought, thank goodness Michaelis didn't refuse to talk. This is my chance to get closer to him. Her expression turned serious. The inscribed seal is only temporary. Michaelis will soon become the leader of the homunculi. Even the power of the inscribed seal will be removed by him. If he truly decides to rebel, I won't be able to stop him. So from now on, I need to build a good long-term relationship with him. Allies, no more than that. Nu asked her, "Your Highness, are you preparing it yourself?" She replied, "Yes, Sidella." Seeing that, the maid simply said, understood. As Evian Rose opened the tea box, she suddenly thought, come to think of it, in my previous life, I only drank tea with him once. Her expression darkened. Back then, I only invited him out of courtesy, but I never expected him to accept. He only stayed a little while, then used meeting Rosenit as an excuse to leave. The scene shifted to the past. As the two of them sat drinking tea, she asked, "I wonder if this suits your taste, Sir Agnetto. What do you think?" He replied, "I like both the flavor and the color." Staring at her, Michaelis continued, "Especially the color. It looks very much like your Highness's eyes." Hearing that, Evian Rose flushed bright red. He asked, "Is something wrong, your Highness?" Flustered, she replied, "Why you?" "Oh, no, it's nothing." After finishing his tea, Michaelis bowed his head. "Then, with your leave, I will go see the 8th princess. I hope your Highness enjoys the rest of your time." Returning to the present, she gave a soft cough, then asked him a little belatedly, "How does life outside feel, Michaelis?" Michaelis lifted his head to look at her. At that moment, the curtain behind her fluttered in the wind. The light from outside seemed to blend into her hair, and he kept staring. Michaelis replied, "There are so many things here that look like your hair." She fell silent for a moment. Closing her eyes, she said, "My hair isn't green. It's yellow, lemon yellow." Michaelis lowered his head. "I see." She looked at him. Michaelis smiled and continued, "As I thought, it's beautiful." The unexpected compliment rang in Evian Rose's ears, startling her. "Beautiful?" She echoed in disbelief. Then she asked again, "You mean the palace garden, right? It would be wonderful to walk through it together." Michaelis continued, "I'm looking forward to that. And it's not only the beautiful garden." His eyes were full of fascination. "Your hair as well." She said nothing, her face frozen in shock. Michaelis looked back at her in puzzlement and asked, "What's wrong?" She shot back at once, "What do you mean, what's wrong? I'm the one who should be asking you that." Evian Rose asked suspiciously, "Michaelis, don't you hate the royal family?" He answered frankly, "I do." Her voice turned awkward. "But I'm royalty." Michaelis was slightly taken aback by the question and reconsidered. "Come to think of it, I do hate them. Why did I say that?" She pressed further. "So normally you don't hate me?" He replied honestly, "If I don't consciously think about it, I don't feel any hostility toward you." Could this be the effect of the inscribed seal? Evian Rose considered carefully. "I think so too." Michaelis nodded. "Then that must be it. Makes sense. If I hated my master all day long, that would be exhausting." A moment later, his expression dimmed. "But that doesn't make me feel any better. I'm afraid that someday, without realizing it, I might truly become loyal to the royal family." Grinning as she held the teapot, Evian Rose said, "That absolutely won't happen, so don't worry." He continued, saying, "I'm afraid I'll become loyal to the royal family right in front of a member of the royal family is one thing. But it's even stranger that you're the one insisting it won't happen." Startled, she thought, "Huh? I said that without thinking too. But there really is no way that would happen. I already saw it all in my previous life." Michaelis said doubtfully, "I was also surprised you allowed me to speak so casually. I thought after the inscribed seal was completed, your attitude toward me would change." She immediately defended herself. That's Michaelis's privilege, because you're my personal guard knight." Relaxedly, she added, "It's fine when it's just the two of us." "Ah, and in front of Sidella too." Michaelis replied, "Understood." The fragrant black tea she had prepared was finally ready. "Here, it's done. Try some." Michaelis took a sip. "Princess." His face turned serious. "Is there something you want to tell me?" Evian Rose answered while sipping her tea. "Ah, you mean the reason I insisted on choosing Michaelis as my personal guard knight?" Michaelis confirmed, "That's right. Now that I belong to your highness, can you tell me the truth?" Evian Rose smiled. Of course." Crossing her legs, she said, "I will become the crown princess." Michaelis was speechless for a moment. Alarmed, he said, "What did you just say?" Still taking a sip of tea, she continued, "Of course, my highest goal is the throne." She set the teacup down. "My goal is," she smiled with confidence, "to free the homunculi." She raised the cup and took a large sip. Michaelis still had not recovered from his shock. Are you serious?" Evian Rose pointed to her eyes and asked, "Look into my eyes. Do I look like I'm lying?" Michaelis answered honestly, "Your eyes do seem sincere." He rubbed his head helplessly. "I see. So to enter high society and secure your standing, you accepted taking a personal guard knight. If you want to become crown princess, your position among the nobility matters greatly." She admitted that's right. High society may not take part in politics directly, but it still matters greatly. Evian Rose gave a faint smile. There's no way they would appoint an ordinary nobody as crown princess. Michaelis was too stunned to answer. She pointed at the documents on the table. "This week, all you need to do is pass the oath of loyalty ceremony. Next week, we have an important engagement." He looked at the portrait of a beautiful blonde woman. "Is this for the 8th princess's 20th birthday?" She confirmed yes. "Rosnit's birthday banquet. It will be the first official event for both you and me." The two of them sat facing each other. "It's an important day for you to step into high society." She continued casually, "That's right. Michaelis, you should also tell me what you know." Michaelis replied, "A knight's duty is to stay by his master's side in everything, great and small." He began explaining a knight's responsibilities. He must accompany his master at all times, from the moment they wake until they retire. And unless given special orders, he eats and sleeps in the northern building reserved for the Guard Corps. Michaelis continued, "Homunculus knights are strictly managed and live with the Imperial Guard. A personal guard knight can also be considered a member of the Imperial Guard. However, if a personal guard knight is exempted from roll call because he must attend to the royal's bedchamber." Michaelis fell into thought. Come to think of it, by custom, on the day of the investiture ceremony, a homunculus knight served as master at night under the pretext of performing a physical inspection. He cast her a fearful glance. When she called to him, he jerked his head up. "Hey," she said, then continued, "It's already evening." Michaelis thought blankly. "Evening?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "So now." Michaelis's eyes widened in alarm. "No way." Evian Rose smiled while he still looked confused. What was she planning? In his mind, he imagined himself doing that with his master, for the sake of an inspection. At that moment, Michaelis, sitting across from her, wore an unbearably awkward and embarrassed expression. Are we really doing that? Then Evie and Rose gave a light laugh to break the tension. Go get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Hearing that, the leader of the homunculi suddenly felt lightheaded. A little disappointed, he hesitantly asked, "What?" Still as calm as before, she tilted her head and answered with a soft smile. "What is it, Michael?" she asked. Still wearing the same shy expression as before, he answered, "It's nothing." She replied as if she had no idea what he meant. "I see." At that moment, the leader of the homunculi had gone red all the way to his face and ears. He hurriedly covered his face with one hand, turned his head away to avoid her gaze, and said, "It's nothing. I understand." Faced with Evie and Rose's calm expression, he had wondered deep down whether the first princess might be like the other royals after all. In the end, it turned out he was the only one feeling embarrassed. He then took his leave. "I should be going as well," she replied. I shall see you tomorrow morning, sir." As Michaelis was leaving, he suddenly heard the clack of footsteps behind him, followed by a voice. Sir Agnetto. Standing behind him was Eve's close maid. With her golden brown hair, radiant face, and elegant purple dress, she carried herself with unmistakable royal refinement. He turned around, traces of his earlier disappointment still lingering on his face, and looked at Sidella Feller. "What is it?" She answered solemnly. "It is very rare for Her Highness to personally serve tea. I have only seen it happen 3 times. She then listed the people whom Her Highness had personally served tea to: her alchemy teacher, the master of the magic tower, and the late disciple of Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. All of them were people Her Highness respected deeply. But now, Sir Agnetto, you have become the 4th. Eve's maid smiled and continued, "I simply wanted you to know that." He answered calmly, "I see. I will remember it." The maid then replied, "Yes. I leave her in your care." In the grand and solemn royal audience hall, Evie and Rose and Michaelis stood respectfully before the emperor, who sat sternly upon the royal throne. He began in a grave voice, "So this is the monster from the floating prison?" Michaelis stood straight with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes lowered, while Evie and Rose answered the emperor, "Yes, father. His name is Michaelis." The emperor rose with a slightly displeased expression and continued, "Ichem, so you are the insolent one who resisted my blessing baptism." Evie and Rose broke into a cold sweat and hurried to defend Michaelis. "Please calm your anger, father. Sir Agnetto's refusal of the ritual was not intentional." The emperor sat back down, propped his face on one hand, and looked down as he asked, "If so, then what was the cause?" Evie and Rose answered, "As I suspected, there was a problem with Sir Agnetto's mana circulation path. When I arrived, the damaged part had already been exposed, so it was resolved simply by gently breaking the blocked section. It was truly thanks to good fortune." The emperor suddenly reacted. His face darkened at once as he repeated, "Good fortune?" Cold sweat ran down Evie and Rose's face as she thought anxiously. As expected, even saying that is not enough to calm father's anger. Seeing her worried expression, the emperor asked, "Eve, what is it that you fear?" She hesitated. Then the emperor abruptly changed his tone and burst into laughter. "Why should you be afraid of showing your ability? Is the throne really such a frightening thing?" At that, she was inwardly startled and thought, "Father, you are interpreting this in a way favorable to me again." Then she replied, "If I said no, I would be lying. What I feel toward you, father, is not merely fear. It is something closer to reverence, with respect within it." Evie and Rose then placed her right hand over her heart with solemn dignity and continued respectfully, "But how could I possibly belittle myself and make myself disappear?" The emperor sat with his arms crossed, laughing in clear satisfaction. "I did not know my first daughter could speak so eloquently. Very well. It is enough that you begin to act properly." Evie and Rose bowed deeply and let out a quiet breath of relief. "Thank you, father." Beside her, Michaelis stood in silence, stern and dignified in his elegant uniform. The emperor then turned his attention to him. "You have done well to restrain the monster of the floating prison. A monster wearing a uniform like this does seem fitting enough." She quickly corrected him. "Father, let me remind you that since yesterday, he has become my personal guard knight, so I hope that from now on you will call him Agnetto." The emperor answered in satisfaction, "Eve, what you say is true." Then his expression grew stern again. "However, if he wishes to be acknowledged as a true knight, there is a procedure that must be carried out first." The emperor called out, "Michaelis Agnetto." He answered, "Yes, your majesty." The emperor then ordered him, "Come before me and kneel." Evie and Rose cast him a tense glance and called his name inwardly. Michael. She then reached out and took hold of his hands, still clasped behind his back. He looked at her, and she looked back at him. Then Michaelis lowered his head with a faint smile. After that, he whispered to her, "Princess, please do not worry," and stepped forward. Michaelis knelt before the Emperor. The Emperor pulled back his sleeve and extended a hand. He pressed his hand against the center of Michaelis's forehead and began the ritual. The Emperor recited, "By the name of Desmond Dominic Callisto Hadelmet, I command you, Michaelis Agneto, sacrifice of royal alchemy, shall from this moment onward obey all those of royal blood, shall never dare defy the royal family, and shall never dare bring harm upon the royal family." A white magical sigil suddenly appeared on the Emperor's hand as he continued, "This binding takes priority only after the inscribed seal and shall remain in effect until the end of your life." When the ritual was complete, the Emperor withdrew his hand. Michaelis hesitated slightly before saying, "I stand ready to receive your Majesty's command." The Emperor looked down with a smug expression and gave a cold laugh. Then he said slowly, "Then kiss it." Evie and Rose's face went pale, cold sweat breaking out across it. The Emperor stood before the kneeling Michaelis with his arms crossed and continued, "Kiss the front of my shoe." Kneeling before the Emperor, he felt utter disgust and humiliation at the Emperor's supreme command. Eve, too, was shocked by the contempt and shame carried in her father's order. She realized that such a humiliating command was one used only to control slaves for 200 years. In other words, the Emperor regarded Michaelis in particular, and all homunculi in general, as nothing more than slaves of the royal family. It was contempt and humiliation directed at him. She was about to step forward and stop it, but realized that if she intervened now, it would sour her father's mood. She looked at him anxiously, repeating his name over and over in her heart. Michaelis, still silent. He lowered his head and kissed the Emperor's shoe, clenching his hand tightly to endure the revolting humiliation. After the audience with the Emperor, the two stood beneath the shade of an ancient tree. The wind brushed gently through his hair. His face was shadowed with sorrow, and he could not bring himself to look Eve in the eye. She stepped closer and gently asked, "Are you all right?" Michaelis said nothing. She looked at him with deep sympathy. After a while, he finally relaxed enough to confide in her. "It feels very different when I am with you." She was surprised. He revealed what was in his heart. "When others press things onto me, I never feel this disgusted." He lowered his head and pressed his lips together tightly. Seeing that, Eve lifted her hand and asked, "May I touch you?" He stepped closer and said respectfully, "I am your Highness's personal guard knight. You do not need my permission." She placed her hand on his forehead, stroking it gently as she comforted him. "You have been through a lot. You endured it well, Michael." Then she declared, "From now on, I will protect Michael so that you never have to go through something like that again." She smiled warmly, and that smile made his heart tremble and brought him a sense of peace. Eve told him, "Let's go back to our room." He touched his forehead and smiled faintly. Being with her made him feel that everything would be all right. He nodded and stepped after her. "Let's go, Princess." At that same time, Bridget was holding a meeting with those under her command. The first man, with a mustache and brown hair, dressed neatly and elegantly like a merchant, was Marquis Tranquery, the third-generation head of an imperial trading house. He spoke first. "Third Princess, have you heard? The first princess has chosen a personal guard knight. It is the monster that was imprisoned in the dungeon." Another voice cut in. "What sort of wind has caused that change?" It was Marquis Remkark, head of the Empire's military enterprise. Stroking his chin, he said, "That shut-in philosopher now wants to choose a knight." Remkark's strategist, Viscount Fritz, added, "She also appeared this morning looking very different from usual." Then he voiced his suspicion. Could it be that the first princess? The two men were both startled to find they had arrived at the same ominous conclusion. Seeing that, the third Princess Bridget spoke up to reassure them. "I already know that the first princess has acquired a personal guard knight." She spoke in a scornful tone. "It seems she has resolved to inherit the throne. If not, there would be no other reason." She curled her lips into a faint sneer. With obvious contempt, she went on, "But what can possibly change just because she has one more personal guard knight at her side? The first princess has no foundation at all, so there is no need for you all to worry too much. Fritz still felt uneasy and said so. But I have a bad feeling about this. Bridget reassured him once more. Now, I said enough. We have something far more important to deal with at the moment. Bridget's homunculus, standing behind her, noticed that Viscount Fritz was rarely so shaken. He wondered, what kind of people are the first princess in that night, exactly? He smiled wickedly. This ought to be interesting. Evie and Rose called Sidella over and asked about the new servants. How are they? Sidella cheerfully reported. As expected of servants selected by the Third Imperial Consort, they are all very capable. Ryan, Fiona, and Hugh. They all seem very honest and diligent, Your Highness. Hearing that, Evie and Rose was quite satisfied. If Sidella said so, then they were likely good children. Smiling, she said, Now then, instead of palace matters, I have a favor to ask of you outside the palace. Sidella agreed at once. Yes, please tell me. Evie and Rose instructed her. First, go to the vacant building in the blacksmith's market. Sidella asked in confusion. Is it for forging Sir Agnetto's sword, Your Highness? A few days earlier, Evie and Rose had carefully explained. Next, do as I told you before. All you need to do is take over the vacant alchemy workshop, she added. A vacant place with room for 3 people will be enough. Sidella listened intently and repeated it down. Room for 3 people. Understood. Smiling, she said, I understand, Your Highness. Then she asked Evie and Rose, Is there anything else you would like to order? Evie and Rose thought for a moment. Then she smiled and told Sidella, and look into the townhouses south of the Labello River as well. Sidella asked blankly, Townhouses? Evie and Rose replied with a smile. Property prices in that area seem to be rising, so I would like to invest. Whichever one you like will do. Sidella accepted the task and departed. Yes, Your Highness. Evie and Rose happily waved goodbye to her. When the door closed, she sat in her room with a satisfied expression. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a sheet of paper. If she was going to fight for the position of heir, then she first needed the most basic foundations. Michaelis's image rose in her mind. After placing the inscribed seal on Michaelis, it was fair to say she had finally stepped into the open. The next matter was financial stability. She thought to herself that once Sidella completed the transfer of the vacant alchemy workshop, that issue would be resolved. But there were still other matters to consider. Evie and Rose's eyes grew serious. The immediate problem was the leading candidate for the top position, the third princess, Bridget. In Evie and Rose's view, the reason Bridget had become the foremost candidate for the throne was not simply because of the achievements she had accumulated over time. It was also because the force supporting her was greater than that of anyone else. Evie and Rose realized that she, too, needed allies capable of standing against Bridget. That was why Rosnit's birthday banquet was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Leaning forward, she looked over the papers. The people she needed to approach during the banquet had all already been prepared in advance. Then Evie and Rose yawned tiredly and thought, now I just need Sidella to finish the tasks I gave her. Her thoughts drifted to Michaelis. Is Michael being trained right now? I wonder whether he has run into any of the other royals. When she imagined Michaelis meeting Rosnit, she worried he might run into Rosie. That had happened before. She fell silent. If the two of them do not meet before Rosie's investiture ceremony. Evie and Rose wondered, am I worrying too much? At the training grounds where Michaelis was practicing, he gripped his sword tightly. Several others stood nearby watching him. They whispered among themselves. The monster from the prison became the first princess's personal guard knight. Another mocked him. I suppose being locked up finally knocked some sense into him. They went on. That just proves it. If he had obeyed His Majesty the Emperor from the start, he never would have been thrown into prison. He heard every word and lowered his head gloomily. Then he raised his face and took a deep breath. Gripping his sword tightly, Michaelis stomped forward and launched himself straight toward the stone monster. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he extended his arm without hesitation. Michaelis slashed directly at the monster. The stone monster was struck. Chunks of rock shattered from its body, and then it collapsed into a pile of rubble. Michaelis stood firm with the sword in his hand. Seeing that, the others recoiled and muttered in awe. He really is a monster. He paid them no mind. Resting himself on the sword, he sat down and let out a breath. Who? Suddenly, a hand holding a bottle of water appeared before him, along with a compliment. Your swordsmanship is impressive. Sylvester Millat held out the bottle to Michaelis. Michaelis reached out to take it, looking surprised at the silver-haired man, then said, Thank you. Sylvester said, though next time, it would be better if you adjusted your strength. The first princess is the one paying for the repairs to the golems. As Michaelis drank the water, he replied, so I am not supposed to break them. Thank you for telling me. He then returned the bottle to Sylvester and introduced himself. I am Michaelis Agneto. As you know, I am the first princess's personal guard knight. And you? Sylvester took the bottle back and answered with his head slightly lowered. I belong to the royal guard. Sylvester Millat. Michaelis realized at once. Ah, you were inscribed by the 8th princess. Sylvester lowered his head and replied, that is right. It was a great honor. Then he continued, Michaelis, to be honest, there is something I want to ask you. Michaelis's face turned serious. Sylvester continued, is it true that from the moment a royal inscribes you, you begin to change? Michaelis thought for a moment. Then he answered, it seems that way. Until now, I barely felt anything at all, but after being inscribed, that person naturally became my highest priority. It is a very hard feeling to describe. Sylvester asked further, then once I become aware of the inscription, will I sincerely devote myself to helping the 8th princess from then on? Michaelis replied, possibly. Sylvester said, I see. I do not know whether that is good or bad. Michaelis looked surprised. So there's another royal in his heart, Michaelis thought. Even if all the royals are there, it would still be useless. His expression turned grave as he said, it may not necessarily be like that. Sylvester looked puzzled. What? Michaelis continued. What you hate, you will still hate. Sylvester challenged him. But you just said I would naturally become loyal. Michaelis answered, I said possibly. I'm not certain either. Sylvester frowned. Are you making fun of me? He said, don't be too negative about it. Even if it means being lonely, it's better to have your own stance. After all, to the royal family, homunculi are just toys to be discarded once they grow tired of them. Sylvester was startled. Lowering his head, he asked Michaelis, then are you thinking that the 7th princess might abandon you too? He froze in shock. He stayed silent and did not answer. Sylvester realized he had said something he should not have. Lowering his head, he said softly, my question was rather rude. You probably don't need to worry about that. Glancing sideways, Sylvester continued, because the 7th princess isn't that kind of person. Michaelis nodded in agreement. That was true. Sylvester reached out a hand to him. Looks like I interrupted your training. This was a very interesting conversation. Michaelis. Michaelis reached out his hand as well and replied, I feel the same. It's been a long time since I've had a conversation this agreeable. He then asked Sylvester, next time, shall we have a match? Pulling Michaelis up, Sylvester replied, I'll look forward to it. By then, the sun was already beginning to set, and Michaelis left the training grounds. His face darkened as he replayed what had just happened. Michaelis realized that for a brief moment, he had lost his composure. He did not even know why. Was it because of Sylvester's words? He recalled what Sylvester had said to him. Do you also think the 7th princess might abandon you? Even Michaelis himself felt that Sylvester's words were entirely reasonable. An image of Evie and Rose appeared in his mind. He understood that the 7th princess was also a member of the royal family, and whenever she wished. At that thought, Michaelis could not keep walking. He stopped, standing rigid with anxiety. Michaelis asked himself, why am I so angry? He guessed that perhaps this, too, was an effect of the inscribed seal. Just then, a voice called from behind him. Michaelis! He turned around. Evie and Rose was smiling brightly. Princess, Michaelis said. He stepped toward her and asked, what brings you all the way here? If you had summoned me, I would have gone to see you. Hearing that, she replied, I just wanted to take a walk while I was at it. Then she asked Michaelis, so, how is life in the palace? He answered, it's very good, very peaceful. She continued, have you happened to run into any of the other royals? Michaelis replied, I stay in the training area, so I don't really have a chance to meet them. Evie and Rose smiled brightly. I see. She thought to herself, that's a relief. Evie and Rose shyly glanced away. Then she turned back and asked Michaelis with a radiant smile, would you like to take a walk? I want to show you a place. She brought him to the greenhouse inside the imperial palace. Michaelis looked around and exclaimed, it's beautiful. I never thought I'd get to see scenery like this. He continued, telling Evie and Rose, I was right to leave the Homunculus Training Institute. She happily replied, I'm glad you like it. Light filtered through the leaves and fell across his face. He reached out and touched the leaves. saying, climate transformation works on the same principle as teleportation magic, doesn't it? He felt that maintaining an unchanging environment like this was truly ingenious. Evie and Rose agreed with him. That's right. You really have a good eye, Michaelis. She continued, so you could tell that this greenhouse is a fusion of magic and alchemy. Michaelis lowered his head and said, I'm not an expert in alchemy, but when it comes to magic, I'm certain. He marveled. The magical structure and the flow of mana are extremely delicate. She paused. At that moment, she suddenly remembered. Right, homunculi cannot use alchemy. In this world, homunculi are innately gifted in magic and also possess top-tier alchemical aptitude. But in reality, they cannot use alchemy. People in the Imperial Alchemy Association explained that it was a law of nature, much like how humans cannot wield the power of the Creator. Homunculi are created by alchemy, so naturally they cannot use the very art that created them. Evie and Rose continued thinking. On the other hand, because they could not create beings capable of reproduction, homunculi also lacked reproductive ability. Evie and Rose thought back to her previous life. But in her previous life, Josie had become pregnant with Michaelis's child by using the Dead Stone. If that was true, then why? Could the answer lie in knowledge known only to the Emperor and the heir to the throne? As she sank into thought, Michaelis called out, Princess. He asked Evie and Rose, Princess, what are you thinking about? What has you so lost in thought? With a serious expression, she answered, I was thinking about making a baby. He stared at her and went rigid. Hesitantly, he let out what? Startled, his face flushed red as he asked Evie and Rose, What did you say? Seeing his reaction, she was the one who jumped in shock. Evie and Rose looked at Michaelis awkwardly, waving her hands as she said, no, that's not what I meant. Flustered, Michaelis said, You may already know this, but homunculi cannot reproduce. She replied, Why, yes, of course I know that. Confused, Michaelis asked, Then why did you look at me like that? Did you mean something else? Sweating all over, she awkwardly replied in a trembling voice, No, that's not it, really. I was just wondering whether it's truly complete infertility, or perhaps just difficulty conceiving. In puzzlement, Michaelis asked, And? Then why were you looking at me while thinking that? Evie and Rose cut him off. It's just that while I was thinking about it, you happened to be standing right in front of me. She waved her hand as if to tell him not to misunderstand. Don't get the wrong idea. Her face reddened in embarrassment. Michaelis was equally flustered. Evie and Rose suddenly sprang up and said to him, We can head back now. Michaelis, you go on ahead. Michaelis turned his head and answered, Understood. Evie and Rose felt miserable, unable to understand herself, and inwardly berated herself. Why on earth did I say that? Michaelis walked ahead of Evie and Rose, his face still red. At last, Josie's birthday arrived. After bathing, skincare, and an intense round of hair treatment, Evie and Rose was exhausted. Hesitantly, she muttered, I'm so tired. Sidella comforted her. You've worked hard, Your Highness. Tired, she sat in a chair while Sidella cheerfully brought her tea. The 8th princess has been undergoing the ennoblement ceremony for 2 whole hours, she said, handing the teacup to Evie and Rose. Please have some tea, Your Highness. Then she added, Normally it only takes about an hour. Thinking for a moment, Evie and Rose said, That's true. It is taking a long time. She thought back. Josie truly had no aptitude for alchemy, so she had to inscribe the seal 5 times, and in the end she was only able to complete it with the dead stone given by the Emperor. Back then, the matter had been kept secret. Sidella spoke up. I wonder if the 8th princess will be able to complete the inscribed seal smoothly. Raising the teacup to her lips, Evie and Rose answered calmly, There's no need to worry. An image of Michaelis standing beside Rosenet flashed through her mind. Evie and Rose continued. Whenever Josie wants something, she has never once let it slip away. Then she asked Sidella, But where is Michaelis? Sidella replied, Lord Agnetto arrived quite a while ago. At the moment, he is in the waiting room being groomed. She added, Ryan and Fiona are helping him. Evie and Rose said, He's already here? How diligent. Sidella smiled and replied, Today, Lord Agnetto cannot afford to be outshone by Your Highness either, so he had to prepare quickly. Evie and Rose said, True enough. The nobles of the palace are not lenient with men. I wanted to greet him for a moment, but do I have to wait until he's finished? Sidella replied, After the inscribed seal, Your Highness and he have become much closer, haven't you? Evie and Rose looked surprised. Is that so? Sidella opened the door and said to Evie and Rose, Yes, I'll take Your Highness to the waiting room. In the waiting room, Michaelis was sitting while the attendants prepared him. When they saw her, the attendants were startled. "Ah, Your Highness, you still can't come in yet." Then his face appeared, and he said, "Your Highness." At that moment, Michaelis's robe slipped down. She froze in surprise as she stared. Michaelis's toned body was revealed before her eyes. Evian Rose stood there, stunned. Seeing him in such a glittering state, she thought, "Good heavens, what is this face?" Seeing her stand there as if dazzled, Michaelis asked, "Is it strange?" Flustered, she replied, "A what?" No, that's not it." Seeing Michaelis in such a radiant state, the red-haired maid asked, "Your Highness, what do you think?" She replied, "To bring out the passionate gaze of a real man, I used a sparkling night sky style of makeup." Then she added, "My younger brother used this same trick to seduce a countess." In a low voice, Evian Rose asked, "If you add wings to a beauty like this, what am I supposed to do, Fione?" The red-haired maid, Fione, replied, "If your Highness is pleased tonight as well, then." Suddenly Evian Rose cut her off. "Stop right there." Fione answered, "Yes, ma'am." After that exchange, the black-haired maid advised Michaelis, "Lord Agnetto, please sit back down and look forward." Michaelis nodded and replied, "Understood, Ryan." Seeing that he was still occupied, Evian Rose said, "You're in the middle of putting on makeup, so it must be inconvenient. I'll head back first." He immediately answered, "No, not inconvenient at all." Evian Rose replied cheerfully, "But your voice doesn't sound very comfortable either. I should just go back to my room." Embarrassed, he added, "No, if your Highness stays beside me, I'll feel more at ease." His face reddened with embarrassment. He murmured. Then he added, "This is my first time wearing makeup, so I feel awkward." Evian Rose thought to herself with interest, Michaelis Agnetto, feeling weak over putting on makeup? Then she felt it there, the connection of the inscribed seal between herself and him. He was relying on her. Because of that, the emotions stirring within her became strangely unsettled. So that Michaelis would not feel awkward during his first time wearing makeup, she immediately sat down and said, "All right, then I'll sit with you." A little while later, a gray-haired male attendant came over and informed everyone, "Now it's time to prepare his body as well. So I'll put this away, yo." Flustered, Michaelis asked the gray-haired attendant, "The body needs makeup too?" The gray-haired attendant replied, "Of course, Lord Agnetto." He added, "We need to touch up the skin of the neck, the collarbones, the chest muscles, and the navel to make the upper body stand out." Evian Rose smiled faintly to herself in the corner and thought, because of all the pomp and authority, dress codes in the palace are very strict. Bear with it, Michaelis. He cast a glance at the outfit prepared for him and said, "I see." Looking at the glittering outfit, he could not help saying, "I don't know whether that can really be called strict." Evian Rose awkwardly replied, Among the nobility, the tastes of noble ladies come first." "It's embarrassing, isn't it?" Michaelis blankly responded, Finally, while he was changing clothes, the gray-haired attendant approached and handed him something. "Lord Agnetto, this." In royal grand ceremonies, both royal guard knights and personal guard knights must use this. It is the rule. It was a black blindfold. To put it more clearly, the blindfold was used to distinguish nobles from homunculi in a crowded space, with the intention of preventing eye contact with homunculi. It was a tool that reduced them even further to decorative objects. Even though the homunculi already trembled before the royal family's dignity and authority, the royal family still wanted to dominate them completely, even psychologically. After hearing about the black blindfold, she found herself wondering, they're not planning to keep up this self-righteous act for another 100 years, are they? The scene shifted as the celebration began with fireworks bursting loudly. Michaelis remarked, "So the inscribed seal has finally been completed, huh? It really took a long time, but this was an exceptional case." She whispered, "At last, Mialis has become Josie's knight." The two of them looked at each other for a long moment. Then he continued, "It's difficult for me when another princess's knight stands right in front of me." At that, his face flushed red. "It puts me in a rather difficult position." Evian Rose looked puzzled and gently asked him, "Difficult in what way?" Michaelis replied, "Because you seem very concerned about Mialis." She immediately denied it and reaffirmed, "No, I only have Michaelis." Then she added, "On the other hand, if you get jealous of Mialis today, you mustn't do the same after you see Josie, because I will not give my knight to anyone." He replied, "Of course, I swear upon the chivalric spirit of a knight that I shall be loyal only to your highness." Those words made all the maids blush awkwardly as they watched the two of them exchange such sweet flirtation, and each of them could only think, good heavens. A while later, After Michaelis was fully prepared, the maid Sidella came hurrying over to inform Evie and Rose. Now, then, the inscribed seal ceremony has ended, so your highness should prepare to go as well. Evie and Rose replied, Ah. Sidella urged her, Please hurry, your highness. She answered, I suppose it's time to go. As she and her maid stepped out of the room, Michaelis wore a faint smile and a gentle gaze. It was time for the inscribed seal ceremony. At the center of the event stood nobles dressed in splendid elegance. Together with the music, the atmosphere was exquisitely refined, making it a truly magnificent ceremony. Two noble women chatted together. The lady in the blue dress said, The 8th princess is already 20. How quickly time flies. The lady in the red dress replied, Indeed. She's finally chosen a knight. The lady in red continued, Turning 20 really is special, isn't it? Suddenly, the lady in blue turned around. Catching sight of someone quite unexpected at the inscribed seal ceremony, she exclaimed, oh my, wasn't that the 7th princess who just walked by? The lady in red asked in confusion, What? You must be mistaken. That person who always stays hidden in a corner actually came to a grand birthday banquet. Then, from a distance, the sound of footsteps echoed sharply. As they drew closer, everyone could tell that it was Evie and Rose and Michaelis. They looked so elegant and distinguished that they stood out at the ceremony. People began whispering among themselves. I think that really is her. Wait, do you see the man beside her? So those ridiculous rumors were true after all. Rumors? What rumors? That the 7th princess has chosen her own knight. Those words made everyone there inwardly cry out in astonishment. Evie and Rose called to him, Michaelis, this is your first time at a grand banquet. What do you think? After thinking for a while, he realized at last what the servants had meant before. Because now he understood why the attendants had looked so admiring. They had said that seeing a handsome man and a beautiful woman standing together was a sight to behold. Suddenly, he whispered to her, Princess, what is the plan? She thought to herself, I need to keep an eye on the people who might be able to help me. He asked further, Do I have any special duty? She replied, yes. Your duty is to stand imposingly at my side. Worried, he asked, I'll do my best. Anything else? She gave him only one instruction. When my sisters or brothers come near me, tell me. I'm counting on you. Then she let out a breath. Phew. Well then, shall we begin? An empire built on the prosperity of magic and alchemy. In a land with a vast castle radiating noble splendor stood the Hadelmet Empire. Because of that, Magiong-Seek, the foundational source of energy, naturally became the empire's most important resource. Baron Pinello was the one who managed the Magiong-Seek mines. It was the family that had stood against Bridget in her previous life. Looking at Lady Pinello, Rose thought to herself, there are definitely people who can help me. Lady Pinello stroked her chin thoughtfully as she looked at the glasses on the table, when someone suddenly said, There's only strong alcohol over there, ma'am. The person was holding a glass of gently rippling golden juice. If you don't mind, may I recommend this light fruit drink instead? Would that be all right, Lady Pinello? Startled and blushing shyly at the stranger's sudden appearance, she still politely accepted the glass and replied, Thank you very much. The one who had offered Lady Pinello the drink was none other than Rose. She smiled softly, beautiful as a flower. Lady Pinello lowered her head in greeting. Why, your highness, the princess. Rose cheerfully replied, It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Pinello. She spoke first. You must be very busy, having to oversee the family so soon after your marriage. Did you come to the grand banquet today on Baron Pinello's behalf? Hearing that, Lady Pinello could not hide her surprise and hesitantly said, How did you know that? Rose clinked glasses with her and explained with a radiant smile, Because the Baron and Baroness's love is quite famous. If you are here as the Baron's spouse, how could I possibly leave such a lovely lady standing here alone? Those words left Lady Pinello silent, embarrassed, and blushing. Looking dazed, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, Oh my! Then she smiled awkwardly and said, You flatter me too much. Rose continued, But it's true. Is the Baron still very busy these days? Lady Pinello recalled herself going out to inspect the fields, then answered, Yes, because there are so many imperial estates to manage. The Baron has been very busy lately, so I'm also learning how to manage the land. Hearing that, Rose looked deeply impressed and praised her lavishly. How admirable. You are already well known for your intelligence, my lady. I'm sure you will manage it well. She replied, Thank you for saying so. Rose lowered her gaze and said, "You were married only half a year ago, so this will be your first summer at the Baron's estate." Imagining the flooding of the Lesotho River, she warned her, "Every 50 years, that river suffers a severe flood cycle. Please keep it in mind when this year's rainy season arrives." Lady Penelo immediately started in shock. "What? This is the first I've ever heard of it." Rose said, "I only know of it through books as well. There are a few records about it in the royal archives. I mean the 50-year cycle." Lady Penelo was astonished and could hardly believe it. "Good heavens, is that really true?" Rose continued, warning her of other dangers. "You must also prepare for monster attacks after the rainy season. If the walls and bars collapse because of a great flood." She delivered the last line in a chilling tone. "The damage would be catastrophic." Lady Penelo's face turned pale with fear. After frightening her pale, Rose smiled brightly and reassured her, "You may not believe me. I'll have my maids find those records, so please stop by my palace before you leave." Lady Penelo politely lowered her head and replied, "Oh, of course. I will come see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for your help, Your Highness." On the outside, Rose smiled and said, "Please don't be so formal," while inwardly she was delighted at having caught her prey. That should be enough for today. Smiling splendidly, Rose walked away through the crowd. Two women in the distance whispered to each other, I had no idea the seventh princess was so skilled at socializing." The woman beside her suggested, "Exactly. It looks lively over there. Shall we go too?" The other replied, "Why not? I was curious about the princess's night anyway." Hija and Stephania stood with their arms folded, glancing over with open disdain. Derek lowered his head and whispered anxiously, "Hey, shouldn't we do something?" Stephania shot him a look and replied, "Why are you asking me? You go do it." The two of them looked toward Rose in the distance, where she was chatting animatedly with everyone, and thought in confusion, "Eve, why's that thing acting like this today?" Hija snapped her fan shut with force, producing a sharp sound that startled both Stephania and Derek. Trembling in fear, the two hurriedly left the place. "Now let's go." Now only two people remained there. Hija called, "Elijah?" He answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Hija cast a dark glance behind her and said, "You know what to do, don't you?" Elijah fell silent in thought for a moment before finally speaking. "Of course, Your Highness." Looking around, he called, "Princess." Rose answered. Michaelis reported, "The fourth princess and the fifth prince are coming." Hearing that, she cursed inwardly, those people again. Rose looked at those around her and said with a smile, "Then I'll step out for some air. I've truly enjoyed speaking with all of you today." Everyone politely answered, "The honor was ours, Your Highness. You simply must attend the gathering in my residence sometime." At last she left the noisy crowd behind, ignoring Stephania and Derek as they were trapped there calling out loudly, "Eve." She stepped outside and shut the door firmly behind her. At that moment, Michaelis said, "I think we managed to shake them off." Rose let out a relieved sigh. "Yes, all thanks to my eldest brother." She staggered, unable to keep her footing, and Michaelis quickly caught her. "Your Highness." Enduring the pain, she said, "It's nothing." She explained, "It's just been so long since I last wore high heels." Michaelis asked in confusion, "Couldn't you have used movement magic to reduce the pressure on your feet?" Rose smiled faintly and answered, "That's true, but then I wouldn't be able to create the appearance of walking gracefully." Michaelis said, "I see." Michaelis glanced downward and let out a quiet breath. As though a thought had struck him, he lifted his gaze. He gently helped her sit on a chair and said, "Please sit here for a moment." Watching what he was doing, Rose wondered in confusion. What is Michaelis planning to do? Michaelis lifted her foot and gently massaged it to ease the soreness. Seeing him do that, Rose blushed in embarrassment. As he worked, Michaelis said, "I only know basic, everyday spells." Looking up at Rose, he asked, "How does it feel? Is it better?" Flustered, she stammered, "Why yes, Hearing her answer, he let out a breath of relief. "That's good." Her cheeks burned bright red, and her heart pounded wildly as she thought, "Goodness, did he learn this at the training institute?" The two gazed intently at each other, creating an atmosphere that would have looked very romantic to any onlooker. Suddenly, Michaelis stiffened when he heard someone's footsteps clacking across the floor. A voice called, "Michael." At the sound, he moved to draw his sword in defense. The footsteps came closer and closer to the two of them. The person said, "Your Highness the Princess." Curious, Rose turned to see who was approaching and calling her name. Michaelis remained silent. Then the stranger spoke. "I have," he continued, "been waiting for you for a very long time, Your Highness." Rose stared blankly, mouth slightly open, unable to make sense of his words. In the dim corridor, she and Michaelis had run into a red-haired man. By reflex, Michaelis stepped in front of her to shield her. The red-haired man bowed to Rose and said, "I have waited a very long time for you, Your Highness." Slightly alarmed, Rose asked him. The man kept his head bowed, but answered her question with proud confidence. "As expected, you have come looking for me, Anvin Redmond. I am truly moved by Your Highness's discerning eye in discovering underappreciated talent, such as myself." Standing behind Michaelis, Rose was utterly surprised and confused by what he was saying and could not help blurting out, "Huh? Wait a second." The man finally raised his head, revealing his face to her. He was Anvin, the second son of Duke Redmond and the current manager of the Ministry of Rights. The moment Rose saw his face, her expression darkened. In her mind, she screamed, "The future corrupt official." Anvin had no idea what she was thinking. He cheerfully asked, "Am I right, Your Highness?" He was positively beaming, and his face looked so glossy it was as if he had smeared it with cream. Anvin was rather carefree, and many people resented him behind his back because he had been appointed manager thanks to his father's influence. To put plainly, he was a privileged son of a powerful family. But there had been a time when he stumbled. Rose remembered that in her previous life, he had once been demoted. Even so, Anvin's father was like a light shining over his life. Using his power once again, he had him appointed to a management position in the Treasury office. Once he entered the Treasury, he found himself lying atop piles of gold, and from there he became a powerful figure in the finance department and buried himself in corruption. As Rose recalled what had happened in her previous life, she felt weary and helpless. A pitiful thought rose in her mind. I was one of the victims too. Tears began to fall as those memories resurfaced, and the same thoughts echoed in her head. I wonder how much of the budget and my bonuses he swallowed up. Every time there was a royal event, I never received a single special gift. In Rose's mind, Anvin was no different from a demon kissing his money pouch. Her thoughts continued racing. Even when I tried several times to expose him, he erased the evidence so cleanly that it was never easy. Trembling with anger behind Michaelis, Rose also remembered another of Anvin's traits. Thinking back, he was extremely capable when it came to shady matters. Though covered by a sheer black cloth, Michaelis's instinct to protect his master remained fierce. He glanced slightly back over his shoulder and asked her, "Your Highness, do you know him?" Rose, still peeking out from behind his arm, looked toward the man. Anvin was nodding rapidly. To Rose, he looked no different from the embodiment of a puppy. Rose let out a sigh and said to Michaelis, "Yes, I know him." Hearing that, Michaelis stepped aside. Images from the recent past rose in her mind. While she had been speaking with people at the banquet, Anvin had stood off in a corner observing. So she concluded that he had been watching whom she approached. If a sharp-witted man like him became an enemy, it would be troublesome. The moment she answered, Anvin's face lit up with happiness. Delighted, he said to her, "I have very much wished to speak with you, Your Highness." He was so moved that tears welled in his eyes, and he hurriedly wiped them away before looking at her with gratitude. In a choked voice, he said, "So, I, too, am one of the talents chosen by the princess. I knew Your Highness would not be deceived by those ridiculous rumors about me." Hearing that, Rose could only feel helpless, so she asked perfunctorily, "What rumors?" As soon as Rose asked, tears streamed down Anvin's face. Placing a hand on his chest, he answered in a deeply aggrieved tone, "The rumors claiming I only have powerful backing, Your Highness." The more he spoke, the more his body trembled, and the harder he cried. "They say I was chosen by Count Sanchez. Nothing but nonsense. But it doesn't matter now, because Your Highness has recognized talent like mine." Hearing Anvin say that, Rose could not hide her surprise, and her thoughts immediately began to turn. She remembered that in her previous life, Count Sanchez had a poor relationship with Anvin's father, Count Redmond. Moreover, when Anvin was demoted, Count Sanchez had been serving as Minister of Rights. At that moment, Anvin looked at her with such a pitiful expression that Rose found herself thinking, could what Anvin is saying actually be true? Suddenly, Rose pictured Anvin from her previous life sitting atop a pile of gold and realized something. So was it because Count Sanchez blocked his path to promotion that he ended up going astray? Even so, a crime was still a crime. At that moment, a bold thought crossed her mind. Should I give him one more chance? Rose called out, "Young Master Edmund." At the sound of her voice, Anvin startled. A look of certainty appeared on Rose's face as she said, "Go to the Ministry of Rights at once." Hearing that, Anvin looked very surprised and asked, "Pardon? soon? I've already taken care of matters at the Ministry of Rights, so what would I be going there for? Rose stepped toward Anvin little by little. As she walked, she said, "A great many offerings were used in Josie's investiture ceremony today, weren't they?" Since the ceremony lasted longer than expected, when she drew close to him, she raised her hand and quietly said, "It must have required a great deal of offerings that had not been inspected beforehand." Hearing Rose's words, Anvin seemed to realize something. At that moment, the image of a red ruby, the dead stone, rose in her mind. Rose thought, suppose that stone were surface. She continued explaining the task to Anvin. Those items cannot be entered into the royal records, can they? The Ministry of Rights must be very busy right now reducing and adjusting the records. At every word she spoke, Anvin nodded more vigorously. Rose leaned closer and whispered, "I believe you can help me with this." At once, he grew visibly excited and hurriedly said, I'll go check immediately, Your Highness. I'm very skilled with that sort of paperwork." Rose merely stood there listening to him, while the words "I knew it" flashed through her mind. Folding her arms, she said to Anvin in a tone of complete trust, "If it is you, then you can surely handle it without leaving a trace, correct?" Hearing the confidence Rose placed in him, Anvin quickly replied, "Your Highness, of course I can." Once he answered, Rose pointed at him and said in a firm voice, "Then, young Master Redmond, hurry to the Ministry of Rights and review it for me." Receiving her order, Anvin rushed off like a loyal puppy, not forgetting to turn back and say, "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." Rose remained in that posture, watching his retreating figure as he ran away. At that moment, she suddenly felt unsteady and utterly exhausted. In Rose's mind appeared the image of Josie using the dead stone, and she began to think from now on, the secret that Josie used the dead stone will be buried forever. Then Rose thought again about Anvin's future. It's unfortunate that I'm doing something good for Josie, but thanks to this, Anvin will catch his superior's attention. That way, he won't go astray and become a corrupt official, and he won't bully me like he did in my previous life. Swaying, Rose leaned her head against Michaelis. Worry and confusion appeared on his face as he asked, "Are you all right? Shall we move somewhere else?" But when he tried to help her leave, Rose leaned against him even more and said, "No, let's stay like this." Exhausted, Rose rested her head on Michaelis' shoulder and said, "Just for a little while." Michaelis looked at her with aching concern and remained still, letting her lean on him. Rose stayed just like that, quietly resting against him. After a while, Michaelis asked, "Does your foot still hurt?" Surprised by the question, Rose quickly answered, No." She had now become aware of what she was doing, and hurriedly moved a slight distance away from him, her whole body trembling. She explained, "I was just relieving some stress." Hearing that, he replied indifferently, "I see." Rose felt even worse after that, so she continued, "What happened with Anvin just now was outside my expectations. I was worried I'd make a mistake, so I was very tense." Hearing her say that, Michaelis' face remained expressionless, but his words carried praise. "I see. Still, I think you laid the bait very well." Hearing that, she finally let out a sigh of relief, patted her forehead, and said, "Yes, thank goodness." Michaelis looked at her and asked, "How about it? Would you like to rest a little longer?" Hearing that, Rose began walking and replied, "No, we don't know when Josie will arrive." By then, the two had reached a door. As she opened it, she continued, "Besides, when Eve opened the door, several people were already waiting inside. The two of them stepped in together, and she finished what she had been saying. It's almost over now." In the room reserved for the high nobility, the young noblemen studying the theory of enlightenment at the Imperial Academy had taken their seats, talking and discussing among themselves. Among them were members of the Royal Advisory Council, including Count Radel's son, a refined young man with glossy brown hair falling to his shoulders. Beside him sat Marquis Remicio's son, carrying himself with pride, his golden hair bearing the distinctive color of the royal family. They were all exceptionally talented, though each had been excluded from inheriting their titles because they were not the eldest sons. Two of them had inherited titles unexpectedly. All of them were suitable candidates to become supporters of Evian Rose. From a distance, the first princess, Evian Rose, stood in a corner with her homunculus. She said to her guard knight, "Michaelis, stay back and wait for me this time." He immediately looked puzzled and asked, "What?" She replied, "Because I need to take down my defensive wall." Agnetto tilted his head, confused by Evian Rose's words. But in truth, there was a reason behind everything. The world of nobles was, at its core, a marriage market. She had nothing in common with them, so she could only step forward bravely. Just one out of those 6 would be enough. As long as one of them showed interest in her, she would be able to gain a foothold here. Evian Rose slowly approached them with light steps, then suddenly halted. She asked softly, "May I have a drink?" Standing before them, Evian Rose smiled gently, like a hydrangea in bloom. The radiance of a princess like her still shone brightly, even though she had once been a woman coldly neglected by the royal family. She thought to herself, "Just let me catch hold of one of them, please." The group remained silent until someone finally spoke. It was Calix from Mishalo. He said, "It's rather crowded here. Please come sit beside me, Your Highness." Evian Rose was surprised. It was beyond her expectations that Calix, who was rumored to be ill-mannered, would speak first. She was suspicious and did not trust him much, so she thought, "What is he plotting?" But outwardly she still answered politely, "Thank you, young Lord Ramishalo." Thinking it over, she decided it was probably just curiosity about her. Setting that thought aside, she continued the subject the 6 men had been discussing. It seems everyone was talking about the theory of enlightenment. May I listen as well? I've always been very curious about the academy. One of the 6, an elegant young man, seemed interested in Evian Rose's request and replied, "Uh-huh, you mean the academy? I'm not even sure where to begin." He enthusiastically continued, "It's enormous, Your Highness. You really have to see it for yourself." Last time, because of that, Ramishalo. Before he could finish, Evian Rose cut him off. "Yes, I see." She clearly did not want to hear the rest of that story. But then someone suddenly noticed that the first princess's glass had long since been emptied and said, "Your Highness, your glass is empty." The people around her instantly became flustered, leaving the princess startled and confused. Before she could respond, they crowded around her all at once. One offered, "Please take mine." Another immediately followed, "Please take mine instead." They kept jostling over each other, leaving Evian Rose rather bewildered. Yet she had no idea when. The drink in her hand had been switched. Still, she seemed to realize something. "What is this? Look at this. Are they making a fool of me?" Her brows drew together slightly, and her face turned solemn as she realized that this was not juice but brandy, a very strong liquor. With how little she could hold her drink, she would not last even after a single sip. She was inwardly baffled. Are they deliberately making things difficult for me? Perhaps. Within the royal family, where schemes and intrigues were constantly spun to serve personal ambitions, was that glass merely a well-meant gesture of help, or was there some deeper intent hidden behind it? Yet on the surface, Count Ramishalo's son smiled brightly and said, "Your Highness, if it's too difficult for you, you can simply hand the glass to me." In truth, Evian Rose knew full well that in royal etiquette, if one accepted the first glass from another person and then set it down without emptying it, it would be considered rude. It was possible to pass the glass to someone of the opposite sex who had not personally offered her a drink, but doing so meant accepting that person's request or paying a price. And young Lord Ramishalo had never offered her a drink, so the only person she could pass it to was him. Evian Rose quickly realized it. Had he intended this from the very beginning because he wanted something from her? Were the others simply playing along with his little performance? Her clear eyes lowered to the wine glass. The faint smile at the corner of her lips disappeared, replaced by unease. So it wasn't merely simple curiosity about me after all. I'm not sure whether I should go along with his plan. She thought, what does he want from me? The question suddenly rose in her mind. Flustered and not knowing what to do, she suddenly heard a voice. It was Michaelis. "Your Highness, I will drink it in your stead." He lightly took the glass, making his intention to help clear. Evian Rose was startled. "Sir Agnetto." Before she could finish, Agnetto had already drained the entire glass in an instant. After downing the liquor, he thought to himself, so it was Michaelis. The first princess questioned him, clearly worried and showing concern for her guard knight. "Sir Agnetto, are you all right?" He answered calmly, "There is no problem, Your Highness." Calix looked displeased, casting a glance at Michaelis. It seemed the man had ruined his plan, but rather than showing that displeasure openly, he mocked him instead. As expected, a homunculus is trained to resist toxins. It seems a drink like this is no challenge for you. The corner of his mouth curled upward in contempt. But Michaelis replied, "This is merely one of the things that must be done when serving one sovereign. It is nothing." Evie and Rose realized that the atmosphere had become more awkward than ever. She smoothly excused herself. "Thank you, gentlemen. I enjoyed our conversation very much. The alcohol fumes are getting to me, so I need to step outside for a little air. Please excuse me." The moment she finished speaking, Evie and Rose and her knight left the room. But perhaps neither of them knew that Calix's gaze had turned murderous. He watched the two of them leave, his fists clenched, his eyes dark with thought, as though some deeper intention had already begun to take root in his mind. Out on the airy balcony, Evie and Rose stood there with her knight, Michaelis. Suddenly he spoke. "Did you forget that your personal guard exists?" He stole a glance at the princess beside him. Evie and Rose gave a small start, surprised by Michaelis's words. No one had ever protected or sheltered her before. She answered haltingly, "Well, no one has ever helped me before, so it simply didn't occur to me in the moment." He pressed. That last glass was deliberately filled with strong liquor. "You knew that, didn't you?" The princess forced a strained smile on her graceful face, then continued, "Yes. They used to make sport of me like that quite often." Agnetto paused without meaning to, his hand tightening slightly. There seemed to be a trace of pity for the princess stirring within him. "I see," he said. "I can hold my liquor very well. So if you're ever handed strong alcohol in the future, just pass it all to me." At that moment, the empty heart of a princess who had always faced the royal family's coldness was suddenly moved by Michaelis's words. She smiled faintly and answered, I'll do that. Thank you so much for earlier." So in the end, someone had finally taken her side. She had never known that such a thing could feel this happy. Beneath the dark night and the dim light of the stars, the two of them looked at each other. It was a gaze full of gentleness and understanding for the other person. It was as if the universe had arranged for them to meet. In a luxurious waiting room, servants were adjusting Rosnit's clothes. She called to the man beside her, Sinvestin. Then she asked, "How does it feel to become the personal guard knight of the Empire's White Rose?" Placing a hand over his chest, he answered solemnly, "There could be no greater honor, Your Highness." Hearing that, she replied indifferently, "I knew it. From now on, you are my knight. As the finest knight in the Empire, make my name shine brightly. Do you understand?" With eyes full of unspoken thoughts, Sinvestin answered slowly, "I will not disappoint Your Highness, Princess." She turned to look at him, then said, "Of course you won't." As she spoke, she placed a hand on Sinvestin. "After all, you are the special knight I personally chose." He remained silent. Standing in that splendid room, Rosnit said, "Come, shall we go?" The doors slowly opened, and the 8th princess, Rosnit Nadia Hadelmet, entered with her close knight, Sinvestin Mulat. Hooking her arm through Sinvestin's, she walked beside him as the two of them slowly descended the stairs. Everyone below could not help staring in amazement at the beautiful silk-like scene. They murmured about Rosnit. "My goodness, the 8th princess is becoming more and more beautiful." Then their attention shifted to Sinvestin. "Look at her personal guard knight. That silver hair is so striking." Amid the whispers and chatter came more comments. "Well, of course, someone that exceptional is the only kind worthy of the 8th princess. Naturally, she is the Empire's White Rose." Rosnit seemed to be reveling in it. She smirked and thought, "That's right. Very good. Even if the inscribed seal ceremony took a little out of me." She smiled as she looked at Sinvestin. "But having Sinvestin as her personal guard knight is wonderful." People began crowding around the two of them, offering endless congratulations. "Happy birthday, 8th princess. Congratulations, Your Highness." She smiled happily and replied, "Thank you. Please, everyone, enjoy the party." Deep inside, she trembled from the feeling of being the center of attention. Yes, that's how it should be. Suddenly, amid the crowd, two people noisily called out her name. "Hey, Rosnit." She turned in surprise toward the source of the commotion. Quickly regaining control of her expression, she said, "You came too?" The two brothers clamored, "Rosnit, we've been waiting for you forever." Privately, she thought in annoyance, what a nuisance. Then they noticed the man standing beside Rosnit and boomed, "So this is the homunculus who caused you so much trouble? Who cares how premium grade you are? How dare you act so expensive?" Their voices grew louder and louder. "This older brother ought to teach you a lesson." Rosnit's face darkened as she inwardly cursed in alarm. These idiot brothers. Nervously, she looked toward the people whispering all around them. "Is he trying to advertise to everyone that I know nothing about alchemy?" Then she noticed something else. A woman wearing a gentle smile approached with her knight and said, "Happy birthday, Rosenet." Rosenet was startled and exclaimed, "Sister Betty, you came too?" Delighted, she added, "It's such an honor for me." Betty replied, "Why act so surprised? As your elder sister, of course I would come." Ignoring the two brothers, Rosenet beamed and said, "Thank you, sister." She let out a breath of relief and thought, "Phew, thank goodness Sister Betty came at the right moment." Then Betty spoke up. "Rosenet," smiling gently, Betty said in a calm voice, "It must have been hard on you, receiving the inscribed seal with the most skilled knight in the imperial palace. So many princesses wanted him, but because the inscribed seal is so difficult, no one dared choose him." She praised her. "My little sister truly succeeded brilliantly, didn't she? You really have my congratulations." Those words left Rosenet visibly uneasy. She only let out a small, "Ah." Beside her, Sylvestin also spoke up. "I apologize for causing you trouble, Your Highness, for this disrespect." With that, he dropped to one knee, lifted Rosenet's hand, and kissed it. He said, "I will make amends with my loyalty." Both she and everyone around them were stunned. Then she smiled at Sylvestin and thought, "So he does have some sense." She ordered him, "Rise, Sir Myo." He answered, "Yes, Your Highness." In the distance, she stood looking in Rosenet's direction with Ms. beside her. She thought, "Rosenet, thank goodness things have started smoothly this time. It looks like Rosenet is pleased with Sir Myo as well, and Ms. has already become my knight, so everything should be all right. But if Rosenet falls for Ms. all over again." She remembered the things she had gone through in the past. She frowned and thought, "I can't let something like that happen." The man beside her called out, "Princess." She turned to him. Ms. said, "The third princess has already left." She replied, "Ah, is that so? Then let's head over there now." She thought, "I'm not comfortable facing Rosenet, but there's no other choice." Putting on a confident smile for him, Evian Rose said, "We should greet the host of the party, after all." Inwardly, she thought, "It'll be fine. Nothing will happen, right?" Then a voice rang out, "Oh my," drawing Rosenet's attention. People began murmuring excitedly. "It looks like the first princess is going to congratulate the eighth princess." Rosenet turned her head, not understanding what was happening. What? Both princesses were walking side by side with their personal guard knights. Their conversation was something everyone eagerly anticipated. That's right. Will this create a particularly dramatic confrontation? She walked forward with Ms. through the wave of whispers. "I heard Sir Agni is incredible too, the monster of the skies. And today the seventh princess looked so elegant as well." Before the eighth princess arrived, "I thought the first princess was the main attraction." Hearing the flattering praise the people around her were giving Evian Rose, Rosenet's face fell into silence. At that moment, Evian Rose approached and gently called, "Rosenet." She said cheerfully, "Happy 20th birthday. I hope that from now on you will blossom into an even more beautiful flower." To respond to her sister's goodwill, Rosenet forced herself to wear a bright smile and said, "Thank you for your kind wishes, Evian Rose." Noticing the strange look on her face, Evian Rose thought, "It seems the crowd's reaction has upset her." Then she decided she had to leave quickly before she got dragged into trouble. Thinking that, Evian Rose said, "Well then, enjoy the party. I'll be going now." But just then Rosenet called out to her, "Sister," making her falter for a moment. She answered, Looking at her with a bright smile, Rosenet said, "You've chosen a personal guard knight too, haven't you?" Then, with an unusually sly shift in demeanor, she added, "Could you introduce him to me?" Hearing that, Evian Rose grew uneasy. Is Rosenet interested in Ms.? She hesitated, then agreed, "Ah yes." Her hand tightened as she tried to reassure herself. No, that can't be it. She probably only wants a simple greeting. Pushing aside that anxiety, she introduced him to Rosenet. "This is my personal guard knight, Sir Ms. Agni." He stepped forward, bowed politely, and said, "I pay my respects to the eighth princess, Your Highness." After the introduction, a brief silence settled over the air. Evian Rose called, "Rosenet." Confused, she thought, "Why is she frozen like that?" Rosenet simply stared at Ms. He remained bowed, continuing to behave with proper courtesy. Then Rosenet's bright smile returned. That made Evian Rose suspicious. Could it be? Rosenet lifted her hand, holding it right before Ms. while he was still bowing. A dark atmosphere suddenly seemed to settle over the scene. Sweat broke out on him, but he said nothing. Looking at Rosenet's strange smile, Evian Rose felt a chill of fear. "What are you thinking?" Evie and Rose stared at Rosenet in shock, thinking, Rosenet, does she want Michaelis to kiss her hand? She usually would never hold out her hand first. Worried, she thought, and here I thought I only needed to be careful before the inscribed seal ceremony took place. No, Michaelis's face is hidden from view right now. Maybe she only wants to tease him. That sort of thing does happen sometimes. That girl must think kissing the hand of the Empire's white rose is some great honor, and her master probably wouldn't even mind. Evie and Rose looked at her in disdain and thought angrily, how shameless, Rosie. Michaelis took Rosenet's hand and prepared to place a kiss on it. Evie and Rose bit her lip to herself, her face darkening as she thought. Michaeli. After kissing Rosenet's hand, Michaelis spoke. Allow me to greet your Highness the 8th Princess once again. Rosenet put on a graceful air and replied, It is a pleasure to meet you, Knight Agnetto. After Michaelis returned to his place beside her, Evie and Rose glanced at him and thought to herself, I don't want Rosenet and Michaelis getting involved with each other like this. Meanwhile, Michaelis pretended to raise a hand to adjust his blindfold strap and then casually wiped his lips. By chance, she caught the whole thing, having been watching him this entire time. Inside, she cried out, You wiped it off, and you even pretended to adjust your blindfold first. He looked back at her and smiled, then muttered softly. Touching her was rather unpleasant. Not like with your highness. She stared at him blankly, then burst out laughing. At his bewildered expression. A loud cry suddenly rang out. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Everyone below called out in unison. We offer blessings and glory to the son of Hadelmet. Rosenet smiled sweetly, ran to his side, and said, Father, you've come. He turned to her and replied, Happy birthday, Rosie. I cannot stay long, as I still have state affairs to attend to. I trust you understand. She put on a thoughtful expression and said, How could you say that, Father? You have already arranged such a grand banquet for me, and even spared your precious time. He laughed heartily and replied, Hi, child. Evie and Rose slowly stepped to his side, smiled, bowed, and said, I pay my respects to your majesty. May blessings and glory be offered to the son of Hadelmet. He looked at her in surprise and said, Oh, you've come as well? She smiled and replied, Yes, father. I have only just finished congratulating Rosie myself. He nodded in approval and said, You've been doing very well lately. Then he turned to Rosenet and added, Rosie, I have prepared a gift for you in the Eastern Palace, a white rose garden made especially for you. Rosenet said joyfully, Oh my, I'm truly grateful, father. Standing beside her, Evie and Rose felt terribly awkward and thought, why does this have to happen right when I'm standing next to Rosenet? The gossip mongers will definitely latch onto this. Beside her, Rosenet smiled smugly, while the people around them began whispering. As expected, Her Highness the 8th Princess is deeply favored. What a contrast with Her Highness the 7th Princess. Evie and Rose lowered her eyes and put on an expression of resigned acceptance as she thought, Fine, then I'll just act like a pitiful princess who isn't favored. At once, the people around her changed their tune. Oh, Her Highness the 7th Princess is so pitiful. No matter what, she is still the Emperor's daughter. Suddenly, a hand took hers. It was Michaelis. She looked at him in surprise and thought, Michaelis. Even over something this trivial, you want me to know that you're on my side? She smiled, comforted. Seeing this, the Emperor felt embarrassed and quickly spoke up. Ives, if there is something you want, just say it. I will grant it as a reward to celebrate your appointment of a personal guard knight. She looked surprised and delighted. Trudy? He laughed and replied, of course. Why are you so surprised? If it feels too sudden, I can give you time to think it over. She thought for a moment, then said, There's no need, father. As it happens, there is something I need. I would like to move to a different residence, father. Hearing this, he replied, What? Move? Are you dissatisfied with your current quarters? She answered, Please allow me to be frank, but my current room is rather small, so it is somewhat inconvenient. If I could have a dressing room for my clothes and jewelry, and a sun-filled balcony where I could admire the beauty of the imperial palace, that would be wonderful. He started and said, Wait, what? Are you saying your current residence does not even have a private dressing room? She replied, Yes. He became even more flustered. A princess's residence has no dressing room? What in the world are those imperial officials doing? He angrily cursed those fools. Standing beside him, Evie and Rose smiled helplessly and thought, he must feel humiliated for having always been indifferent to his own daughter. This is enough, father. She then said aloud, Father, isn't today Rosenet's birthday? On such a joyful day, please do not be too harsh. He gradually calmed down and said, You are right. Today is Rosenit's birthday. I must restrain myself. A new residence. I have it. 7th Princess Evian Rose Chloe Hadelmet. I grant you Green Willow Chamber in the Southern Palace. The moment he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned and began whispering. A chamber with its own name. That showed even more favor than the Rose Garden. Hadn't the only person ever granted a named chamber until now been Her Highness the 3rd Princess? Evian Rose had no idea why he had done such a thing and thought, Dear heavens, what is this? But her face remained bright as she bowed and said, I am truly grateful, Father. He replied, All right. Once you have moved in, I will come visit you. She smiled like a dutiful daughter and answered, Yes, I shall prepare the finest tea to welcome you, all the while not forgetting to mock him inwardly, thinking as if you'll really come. With that said, he slowly walked toward the door and said, Very well, everyone, enjoy the banquet. As soon as he left, everyone resumed whispering noisily. No matter how you look at it, His Majesty seems very fond of Her Highness the 7th Princess, doesn't he? It is rare to see him show that much interest. Hearing such remarks around her, Rosenit ground her teeth in anger. The 3rd Princess covered her face with her fan, so it was impossible to tell what expression she wore, while Evian Rose vaguely thought, How will this change the balance of power in the future? At the lavishly adorned royal banquet, attended by many distinguished nobles, the 3rd Princess appeared alongside Evian Rose and Michaelis. Then the 8th Princess made her entrance as well, dazzling and splendid, radiating elegance and beauty in a pink dress decorated with roses, her golden hair shining as she cast her sharp red eyes toward the 3rd Princess. That woman was no less striking, with a refined and imposing appearance in a black evening gown draped with a white fur mantle, her platinum hair gleaming. Holding her black fan, she covered part of her face and cast a meaningful, piercing glance toward the 8th Princess. As for Evian Rose, she appeared gentle and graceful, with soft golden hair and a lovely face, while the other nobles gathered around her, laughing and chatting merrily. They spared no flattering words in congratulating her. You were even granted Spring Fortune Chamber? Isn't that the largest room in the Eastern Palace? It is clear His Majesty the Emperor cherishes you greatly, Your Highness. Evian Rose's face was bright with joy as she listened to the nobles' congratulations. They took turns offering their well wishes. We hope Your Highness will invite us in the future. She smiled lightly and answered with easy cheer, of course. At that moment, in the distance, another splendid noblewoman appeared in an elegant blue gown. It was Viscountess and Lucian, poised and graceful, with chestnut-brown, shoulder-length hair and a beautiful face. So that was the most important guest of the day. At that moment, Evian Rose had finally noticed the young Viscountess. But she was still caught in the cheerful atmosphere of the nobles' congratulations, completely surrounded by them. They called her name admiringly. Your Highness the 7th Princess. Your Highness. Yet she no longer felt like immersing herself in that atmosphere. She raised a hand, excusing herself from the crowd, and thought, I need to speak with the young Viscountess. Evian Rose then turned and offered the other nobles a polite smile of farewell. Everyone, this has been a delightful conversation, but I think I should go and rest for a little while. Up above, the 3rd Princess had been watching Evian Rose and Michaelis the entire time. Holding a glass of red wine in her hand, she looked toward Evian Rose with a meaningful expression. The attendant beside her said, The 7th Princess's actions are far from ordinary, and His Majesty even granted her a named chamber. The 3rd Princess kept the same expression and gave a slight, calculating smile. Holding her wine glass, she replied, She spent her whole life as a worthless thing, and now that she's suddenly become beautiful, Father must be delighted. Smirking in satisfaction, she sipped from her glass of red wine and continued, But Father's intentions go no further than that. She still cannot attend the Royal Advisory Council. She is merely a beggar who happened upon a brocade mat. At this, the attendant followed her lead and replied, Yes, of course. And even if it were otherwise, the one to inherit the throne could only be you, Your Highness the 3rd Princess. At such flattery, she looked all the more smug and arrogant. Then Fritz appeared as well, with dark blue hair, glasses, and a formal black suit, bowing before the 3rd Princess. She turned her gaze toward Fritz, Brushing back her hair, Fritz said about this matter. The third princess suddenly pulled her closer, looked into her eyes, and said, "If you are that worried, I shall look into the seventh princess's true circumstances myself." Fritz lowered her eyes slightly. The third princess continued, "So do not trouble yourself over it any longer." Fritz replied, "I understand, Your Highness." But it seemed she was still holding something back, something she had not yet said aloud. At that moment, the Count Lucian's only daughter appeared from somewhere. She looked anxious and restless, unable to stay still. Suddenly, both the third princess and Fritz turned to look. Fritz exclaimed, "So it's Lady Lucian." The two attendants beside them began whispering among themselves. The attendant in red muttered first, "Ah, she's the one who came to the third princess about the bathhouse business." Then the attendant in blue replied, "She still hasn't given up? She's really persistent. Waiting all this time for letters that never receive a reply must be exhausting." Soon Lucian came face to face with the third princess. But the princess abruptly turned away, ignoring Lucian entirely, while hurried after her, calling, "Your Highness the third princess." At that moment, and began to despair. With a haughty expression, the third princess dismissed her and said, "That is not my concern." Hearing that, the atmosphere around Lucian turned dark, and she sank even deeper into despair at the rejection. The third princess continued, "It is Count Lucian's concern." Elsewhere in the palace, Evian Rose was utterly worn out from escaping the crowd of nobles. She drooped with fatigue, while Michaelis leaned toward her and asked, "Shouldn't we find somewhere comfortable to rest?" Evian Rose cast him a meaningful glance with a slight smile and replied, "If it's a place to rest, there are plenty." At once, improper thoughts filled his head. Embarrassed, he said, "Could it be?" Then he looked toward Evian Rose. She looked back at him and said, "Let's go to the Pearl Room." As it turned out, the Pearl Room was a space prepared by this decadent, debauched imperial palace for tired guests to rest. But in truth, if an unmarried man and woman entered together, they had to be prepared to appear in the gossip sheets the next day. In other words, this Pearl Room, by then, she and he had already arrived at the Pearl Room. Evian Rose looked at him and invited, "Come in, Michaelis." This Pearl Room was a den of sensual indulgence, officially sanctioned by the palace. As for Michaelis, he was so embarrassed that his entire face had turned red. Evian Rose turned around to look at him and urged teasingly, "HM, you're still standing there, trembling, too shy to come in?" She looked back at him again for a moment, then suddenly shouted at him to hurry up. She laughed, "Ha ha." Michaelis jumped. After that, Evian Rose dropped onto a chair, covering her mouth as she laughed with narrowed eyes at his hesitant, awkward state. Still laughing, she said, "I am not going to do anything." Finally freed from the crowd, she relaxed and let out a long breath. I can live again now." "Michaelis, you've been standing all this time too, so you must be tired. Sit and rest for a while." Still wearing that shy expression, he replied to Evian Rose, "If that is what you wish." Then he carefully, bashfully sat down on the chair, though he seated himself some distance away from her. The room became completely quiet. Sitting beside Evian Rose, he said, "It is so quiet. Is there really no one else here besides us?" She replied, "No, there are plenty. That golden cord there is the sign that it's in use." He answered, "I don't hear anything at all." She happily explained it to him. "There's a soundproof barrier." He replied, "Ah, I see." Evian Rose continued looking at him and said, "Michaelis's offensive magic is very strong, so your ability with barriers is probably rather weak." At that, Michaelis seemed to notice the breadth of her learning and said, "So your Highness has studied domestic magic, then?" She replied, I am familiar with several fields from deep to shallow, and I can even combine them." He looked toward her as she shyly lowered her gaze and spoke of her own weakness. "But not offensive magic. I have no aptitude for that." HM. She looked toward him, and then Michaelis said, "Though it is regrettable that there are limits to your Highness's studies, at the same time, I am glad." Looking at him in surprise, she asked, "HM, why?" Michaelis turned to her gently and answered with sincerity, "Because now I have become your Highness's sword." She looked at him and found herself blushing at those words. Michaelis, too, looked at her with bright, earnest eyes and continued, "So your Highness no longer needs to fight directly." Hearing those words, Evian Rose's face suddenly lit up with happiness, though she could not quite understand why. Even knowing that these were merely the obvious words of knight bound by an inscribed seal, she still blushed with happiness and smiled brightly as she looked at him and said, "Then protect me well." Evie and Rose knew that, yet she still felt very happy. And then he replied, "Of course." Just then, there came a sudden crash. Both of them looked toward the outside. Evie and Rose quickly said, "It seems the final ceremony of the birthday banquet has ended." He looked at her, and she continued, "Now it's time to deal with what remains." After that, Michaelis nodded in agreement. She smiled brightly at Michaelis and said meaningfully, "Michael, I am counting on you to bring the final guest here for me." The story returned to 3 years earlier, to the reception room of the third princess. In that room were Lucian and Lucian. At that moment, Lucian's expression was hesitant, and then his face darkened. "So, Your Highness is speaking of managing and constructing public bathhouses throughout the capital?" The third princess, still wearing that slightly suggestive expression, replied, "That is correct." But Lucian looked very uneasy and said, "But this venture does not seem very profitable." The third princess replied, "Yes, as you say, this is not a venture that yields much profit. However, it is a project that will improve many public sanitation issues." Count Lucian lowered his face, and she continued, "And it is also something that will enhance your reputation, Count Lucian." Standing before the third princess, faced with an offer he could not refuse, Lucian was filled with helplessness. He could not say a word, and only kept his head lowered before her. Even though he had already made his reluctance so obvious, she merely remained calm and breathed lightly. She kept speaking as if she were giving Lucian a choice, but in truth she was pushing him into a corner, forcing him to accept her proposal. "I chose the head of a merchant guild with the finest construction materials. Count Lucian is the most suitable person for this task. That is why I brought this offer to you first, Count." By then, Lucian's face was steeped in despair. Then she abruptly stopped and, making her attitude clear to Lucian, said, "Even if House Lucian refuses, there are still plenty of others who would gladly take on this work." At those words, and looked up at her in alarm. It seemed her father had truly been driven into a dead end. His face darkened completely. He squeezed his eyes shut in the face of that miserable situation. Lucian had been backed all the way against the wall. Though he did not want to, before the authority of the third princess, he still had to force out words of agreement. "If I may contribute to the prosperity of the imperial capital, then I shall accept." The third princess gave a faint smile, her face brimming with satisfaction at having manipulated Lucian through sheer power. Cornered to the bitter end, he unwillingly picked up the red seal and pressed it onto the contract, despite his resentment. Before power, a man like him could only submit unconditionally. Back at the banquet, and Lucian still stood waiting behind the third princess's cold, retreating figure. The princess turned away and ignored In's call, leaving her standing in silence in the middle of the feast, lost in thought. Father had been bewitched by the third princess's honeyed words and stamped the family seal far too easily. Thinking of that, and lowered her head in despair, her heart aching with regret. Then another thought struck her. I never expected that problem to happen too. The price of magic crystal stones used to heat bathwater suddenly skyrocketed beyond what we could afford. And using fire isn't possible because of the fire prevention regulations. At the thought, her face darkened even more. She bit her lip and pressed a hand to her forehead in regret, helpless to do anything. If this keeps up, the budget shortfall will only snowball bigger and bigger. At that point, our family business will. And looked toward the third princess's back with endless despair. On top of that, Her Highness would not even meet with her. In this situation, everything was turning against In's family. Every hardship felt like a boulder crushing her shoulders. Standing in the middle of the banquet, she could not feel happy at all. All she could do was drink the glass of red wine in her hand alone and in despair. What am I supposed to do now? Just then, a voice called out, "Young Viscountess," having just emptied her glass and startled and snapped out of her dark thoughts. It was Michaelis. With a grave and respectful bow, he introduced himself. "I am Michaelis, the knight who serves Her Highness, the seventh princess." Then he said to her, "My liege wishes to meet with you, young Viscountess." Slightly surprised, and asked, "Her Highness the seventh princess wishes to see me?" Michaelis answered, "Yes," and lowered her gaze uneasily and said, "I still can't leave right now. Faced with her refusal, Michaelis did not give up and continued to persuade her. Her Highness said she will not waste the young Viscountess's time, and was visibly swayed by his words. She hesitated. Her hand tightened as she thought, the third princess was never going to see me anyway. Her attitude changed at once. A moment ago, she had still been hesitating, but now she looked straight at Michaelis and said firmly, "If it's only for a moment, then very well. Please lead the way." He replied, "This way." From a distance, the eighth princess witnessed and Michaelis speaking together. With a puzzled expression, she wondered why Michaelis had sought out and what the two of them had been talking about. Then he and arrived to meet Evian Rose, who said with gentle elegance, "Welcome, young Viscountess Lucian," and was still weighed down by her worries about the third princess, and curiosity gnawed at her as well. Why did her Highness call for me? It left her awkward and guarded before Evian Rose. She bowed formally and said hesitantly, "And Lucian greets your Highness." Seeing Anne's obvious unease, Evian Rose only smiled gently. Then she began to speak about the difficulty that had been tormenting Anne for so long. Count Lucian is in serious trouble because of the business entrusted to him by the royal family. Evian Rose then gently said to, "And I believe I may be able to help you, young Viscountess." In the midst of crisis and despair, and seemed to come back to life when she heard an offer that might save her entire family. She looked up at Evian Rose in utter astonishment, and then sat down beside her, and the two began discussing the problem in greater depth, and said hesitantly, "The third princess has no intention of resolving it, and she knew very well that the price of magic crystal stones would surge because production from the mines had fallen." At that point, even Evian Rose looked somewhat cautious. With a troubled, worried expression, she continued, "The third princess," hearing that much, and felt as though she understood everything. The truth was so terrible that her face darkened. Uneasily, she listened as Evian Rose continued. "She intends to drive the Lucian Merchant Guild into bankruptcy." The third princess's dark scheme gradually revealed itself through Evian Rose's words. After that, the Chelsea Merchant Guild will buy it up at a bargain. She wants to hand over the large-scale imperial capital reconstruction project to the Chelsea Merchant Guild as quickly as possible. Hearing that, and was stunned by the third princess's scheme. She was so shocked she could hardly believe it, and faltered before asking, "Wait a moment, please." Then she brought up the Chelsea Merchant Guild. The Chelsea Merchant Guild is one of the Empire's 3 great merchant guilds. She asked Evian Rose again. "It is also the main source of financial support for the third princess, is it not?" Looking slightly downcast, Evian Rose answered, "That's right. In order to prepare thoroughly, they've already begun acquiring merchant guilds connected to it," and was so shocked she could barely believe it, her face growing taut. Then Evian Rose continued, "But at the moment, their funds are running short," and could only gasp, "I can't believe this." By then, and had begun to piece it all together. "I think I understand why the Chelsea Merchant Guild is facing a budget shortage." Her expression turned angry as she asked Evian Rose, "It's all because they were stockpiling magic crystal stones, isn't it?" Evian Rose answered somewhat stiffly, "Yes, because they have no immediate way to dispose of the magic crystal stones they've stockpiled. They've temporarily run into a financial crisis. And if their hoarding is exposed, they'll be in trouble too." And was furious at the third princess's horrifying scheme. "So our family was reduced to this state, all because of magic crystal stones." Clutching tightly at her blue dress, her hands trembling, she said angrily, "To think the third princess was actually cornering the market." Utterly helpless, her emotions burst forth. She covered her face and cried, her stomach knotting as she said to Evian Rose, "I was such a fool. Even in those circumstances, I kept waiting for the third princess." Evian Rose could only look at him gently. Then she softly comforted her. "This is not your fault, young Viscountess. Please don't blame yourself anymore." Taking Anne's hand in sympathy, Evian Rose added, "Because from this moment on, I will help you." Overcome with gratitude to the point of tears, and said, "Your Highness, you truly are the savior of my family." The two clasped hands in joy. "I'm very much looking forward to the soap business you proposed." Evian Rose replied cheerfully, "I'm glad to hear it." Then she added with gentle concern, "You must have exhausted yourself terribly lately and haven't had proper rest. I would like to send you home to rest early. But to mislead the third princess's eyes and ears, I want you to remain in the ballroom a little longer." And answered happily, with a trace of cunning, Yes, I was planning to do exactly that. Put on a worried, gloomy face before I leave. Evie and Rose replied with satisfaction. That would be perfect. The two then smiled brightly and exchanged their farewells. Evie and Rose said, "Take care, young Viscountess." After finishing her discussion with Anne, Evie and Rose felt greatly relieved and pleased, having completed the first step of her plan. Evie and Rose thought to herself, if I do this, Chelsea won't be able to take over the bathhouse business. Then Bridgeter won't repeal the fire control regulations for Chelsea, and that will prevent the fire at the public bathhouse. It had been a dreadful accident, with as many as 300 casualties. That must never be allowed to happen again. This would be the first step in stopping Bridgeter. At that moment, Evie and Rose flopped down onto the floor and let out a long breath of relief now that everything had gone smoothly. She was completely relaxing at last after the exhausting banquet. Then a thought struck her. What was Michael doing? And had already left. She stood up and called out loudly as she searched for him. "Michael, it's all over now." Then she pulled aside the red curtain to go look for him. Peeking her head out, she was surprised that she still couldn't find him. In the quiet palace air, she continued calling, "Michaelis Agnetto? Michael." While Evie and Rose and Anne had been talking, elsewhere in the banquet everyone was still merrily enjoying the lively atmosphere, surrounded by the laughter and chatter of the other nobles. But right there in one corner of the hall, the 8th princess stood by herself, detached and aloof. She looked dazzling and elegant in her lavish pink evening gown, adorned with exquisite roses. Yet unlike the cheerful, decorated atmosphere of the banquet, she stood there pouting in irritation over something. Her annoyance only deepened when she thought of Evie and Rose and Michaelis. He belonged to the 7th princess. The 7th princess. What in the world was wrong with everyone's heads? Her anger mounted further as she imagined Evie and Rose and Michaelis happily together. "It's my birthday today." Sister Eve and her personal guard knight both vanished. Did they go to the Pearl Room? What were those two doing? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The 8th princess pressed a hand to her forehead in frustration. "Ugh, this is driving me crazy." Then she suddenly noticed something. She quickly turned to look to the other side and saw Agnetto walking together with, and the moment Michaelis came into view, she recognized him at once. "It's Sir Agnetto." Then her gaze shifted to Anne. "And that person is... where are they going?" She began sneaking after them, peeking and lurking as she thought. Sister asked him to do that. The 8th princess tiptoed after Michaelis and Anne, hiding behind them to see where they were going. Then aghast, she thought, oh no. Dark thoughts suddenly flooded her mind. The image of the three of them together flashed before her, and she blurted inwardly, "Are they planning a threesome?" That scandalous idea completely overtook the 8th princess's mind, and her face flushed crimson. Frowning in discomfort, she thought, what's with my sister all of a sudden? Why is she being so bold? Flustered and angry, she bit her nail unconsciously and thought, from the knight's inscribed seal to the inspection, I wanted to be first for all of it. After wavering for a while, she decided to keep sneaking after the two of them. She suddenly wanted to ruin whatever they were up to. As she followed in secret, she thought, if it's come to this, then I have to interfere. In the end, only and entered the Pearl Room, while Michaelis remained outside on guard. In his royal uniform, he looked solemn, formal, and perfectly respectful, nothing suspicious at all. From a distance, the 8th princess watched Michaelis's upright figure and wondered to herself, Sir Agnetto isn't going in? So it's not like that? After musing for a while, she thought, I'm watching him. She reconsidered. I originally planned to interfere in Sister Eve's business. From afar, she slowly approached Michaelis, thinking to herself, but this man seems much more interesting. The sharp click of her high heels caught his attention, and he glanced toward the 8th princess. Standing before Michaelis in all her glittering splendor, the 8th princess called out, Sir Agnetto. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness, the 8th princess. Those scandalous thoughts were still lingering in her head, and she kept wondering, why is he alone? How suspicious. Michaelis, standing before her, warily took a step back, while she edged slowly closer. Michaelis was deeply uncomfortable around the 8th princess. He thought to himself, I felt it from the moment we met. This discomfort is unbearable. The 8th princess slyly probed. Sister Eve is inside, isn't she? Still on guard, he replied. Her Highness is resting alone inside. Hearing that cautious answer, the 8th princess cast him a slight glare and thought, I know she isn't alone, but fine. I'll let that slide. still feigning innocence. She tilted her head and asked, "You're not going in with her? You are her personal guard knight, after all." Michaelis avoided answering by asking in return, "And is your highness the 8th princess, not with Sir Myalad as well?" She touched her cheek and answered with a mischievous smile, "I wanted to come out alone for some air." Michaelis hesitated. He fell silent for a long moment, thinking, "I have already accepted the oath of loyalty." The 8th princess extended her hand to him invitingly. The atmosphere turned painfully awkward, and he thought, there's no way to refuse a member of the imperial family. Thinking of Evie and Rose, he added inwardly, "I don't want to go in and interrupt the conversation between her highness and the young viscountess just to ask permission." After hesitating for a long while, though he clearly did not wish to comply, he still said, "I would be honored," and took the 8th princess's hand. Even then, his brow remained tightly furrowed in displeasure. Looking at the 8th princess, he thought, this feeling is so unpleasant it's almost revolting. Evie and Rose came to mind, and he realized it felt even worse than when he had sworn his oath before the emperor. "Why?" the 8th princess asked brightly. "Sir Agnetto," he answered, "I shall escort your highness to the garden." Just as the two of them left, Evie and Rose had finished speaking with and stepped out into the hall, looking around as she called, "Mitchie, Michael." She turned her head this way and that for some time, wondering where did he go. Then she happened to run into Sinvestin, one of the royal guard knights. She pressed him at once. "Sir Myalad?" He responded in surprise. "Your Highness the 7th Princess." She asked, startled, "Why are you alone?" He replied quickly, "I'm looking for Her Highness the 8th Princess." At that moment, Evie and Rose realized something, and the thought displeased her. What? In her mind appeared the image of the 8th Princess and Michaelis together, and she wondered, could Rosie have taken Michaelis with her? She turned and looked in another direction, scanning the area, then murmured, "Maybe Rosie and Michael are together." By then, the two of them had reached the palace garden, Michaelis supporting the 8th princess's hand as they walked outside. Unable to keep up with his pace, the 8th princess complained, "You're walking too fast." By then, he was likely already extremely irritated. He replied, "My apologies, Your Highness." Looking at him with displeasure, the 8th princess said, "You're far too stingy with words." Michaelis merely answered perfunctorily, "My apologies, Your Highness," because his stride was too long, and partly because he meant it that way. The 8th princess eventually let go of his hand and stopped, unable to keep up. She stood behind him with a dark expression, while he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm free of her. Then she turned to face Michaelis and proposed, "I want to remove your blindfold." Already irritated to the limit, he went blank for a moment and thought, what? Still wearing that mischievous look, she asked again, "Will you permit me?" The 8th princess reached out her hand. Michaelis was already annoyed beyond measure, yet all he could do was shut his eyes tightly. The 8th princess's hand moved close to his blindfold, and he could only stand there helplessly, unable to refuse her request. His heart was pounding more and more wildly, while the 8th princess's hand crept closer and closer. His body would not move. He was being forced into this. His heartbeat became more frantic by the second, and her hand drew nearer. Just a little more, and he would have no way to resist. At that moment, all he could do was shut his eyes and endure it, silently begging in his mind, "Please don't touch me." Then he suddenly came to himself at the sound of Evie and Rose's voice. "Michael." She quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Michaelis, resolutely spreading both arms to shield him and block the 8th princess, making the latter pull her hand back in surprise. Now face to face, Evie and Rose looked at the 8th princess. The 8th princess looked back at Evie and Rose. The atmosphere turned tense as Evie and Rose and the 8th princess faced each other, with their two personal guard knights standing behind them. Clearly angry now, Evie and Rose stood with her arms spread before Michaelis, who still had his head lowered. She said sharply, "Why are you taking someone else's knight away like this, Rosie?" At Evie and Rose's question, the 8th princess hesitated slightly. Michaelis still kept his head down as the 8th princess began to make excuses. "I only had him escort me because he saw I was walking alone." Then she kept up that innocent expression of hers and smiled faintly, trying to dispel the tension. Evie and Rose remained firm in protecting Michaelis. Furious, she thought, liar. After hearing that excuse, Evie and Rose replied, Sir Mayalad was looking for you when he ran into me. You should have waited for him a little longer. The 8th princess put on a falsely sweet act, raising a hand to her face as she said, That's true. It's such a shame we got separated. Evie and Rose's eyes blazed with anger now, no longer able to conceal it, and she muttered, Rosie. In the end, Evie and Rose ignored the 8th princess and said, Go on and continue your walk with your own knight. The 8th princess answered calmly, Of course. As the 8th princess turned away, the anger over her failed attempt finally showed. She was so upset that her face had turned red. Meanwhile, the royal guard knight bowed and extended a hand toward her. Your Highness, I will escort you. He lowered his head respectfully, but the 8th princess, unable to contain her anger, shot him a glare. She whipped her head aside and snapped, I'm not taking a walk anymore. It's time to return. Matters at the banquet are waiting for me. Over here, Evie and Rose glanced at Michaelis. Looking at his handsome face, she thought to herself, Michael is my knight now, and yet things like this are still happening. She lifted her face to the starry sky and narrowed her eyes as she thought, Please, don't let things turn out like they did in the last life. At that moment, the image of the 8th princess proudly clutching Michaelis's hand rose in Evie and Rose's mind. Meanwhile, the 8th princess stormed off in fury, deliberately avoiding the royal guard knight, while he could only walk silently with his head lowered. Evie and Rose and Michaelis watched the two of them leave. She fell into thought. Then Michaelis spoke. It's a good thing you arrived just in time. Evie and Rose looked up at him and asked curiously, What happened? She was still somewhat bewildered, not knowing what had happened, and was startled when Michaelis explained, The 8th princess tried to remove my blindfold. Removing a blindfold means, become the knight who accompanies me for the night. There's no way she didn't know that. Evie and Rose immediately ground her teeth and muttered furiously, Rosie. She took his hand, looked up at him with sincere eyes, and reassured him, I'm sorry for leaving you alone. He gently replied, Your Highness, you don't need to apologize. Then he said to Evie and Rose, Let's go back. I'll escort you to the palace. She agreed, and the two returned together. A week later, Evie and Rose and Michaelis were walking together. As they talked, he said, I noticed you've received a great many invitations lately. Evie and Rose replied, You saw them? It seems my value among the nobility has risen quite a lot. Just reading through them all is a task in itself. Evie and Rose was cheerful and delighted as she thought about the plan she had set in motion at the banquet. Everything she needed to do there had gone smoothly, and it looked like the public bathhouse business would be up and running in another month. Smiling gently at Michaelis, she said softly, I have a really good feeling. If things keep going like this, there shouldn't be any problems. He smiled lightly back at her. And the place we're going now is also one link in the chain toward becoming crown princess. Evie and Rose answered, That's right. It's an extremely important condition. While they were absorbed in conversation, someone appeared before them, Anvern Redmond. He greeted the 7th princess eagerly. Anvern pays his respects to the 7th princess. They exchanged polite looks, and Evie and Rose spoke first. It's been a long time, young Lord Redmond. Then Anvern and Michaelis awkwardly bowed to each other in greeting. At last Anvern got to the point. Ahem, I heard your Highness has come to learn about the royal family's public service activities. She smiled faintly. That's right. In simple terms, the royal family's public service activities allowed members of the imperial house to accumulate public service points through a wide variety of social efforts, from small things like donations and sponsorships to major ones like personally going into the field to investigate and work. The higher one's public service score, the more one could participate in state affairs. Evie and Rose thought to herself, since I've never done much external activity before, my public service score is nothing compared to Brith's. If she wanted to take part in politics, she first had to raise her public service score. Evie and Rose sat down, and Anvern politely said, Your Highness, please look over this list first. She carefully turned the pages, searching through them one by one. When she reached one page, she suddenly stopped. Investigation into the conditions of the Mahjong-Seek mineral mine. Her face darkened, and Michaelis noticed the change in her expression and looked over at her. Then Anvern said to Evie and Rose, If I may say so, the activities your Highness can choose from are mostly at the front section. They don't usually go this far down the list. She replied coldly, I know. Anvern then suggested, Most of the activities near the front involve discovering new artisans and sponsoring them, so they're quite good. The more famous those artisans become, the higher your highness's public service score will be. Then, with some concern, he added the catch. But the problem is that it takes a great deal of time to wait for them to become famous. She answered blankly, I see. That may be the main kind of activity, but it sounds rather difficult. Evian Rose then said, recommend something that could earn me a large number of public service points. Anvern replied, yes, your highness. This one, and this one. Then Evian Rose and Michaelis left together. In a low voice, he asked, you're planning to go to the Mahjong-Seek mineral mine to earn public service points, aren't you? She glanced at him with a satisfied smile and answered, you're quite perceptive. He replied, didn't you bring me along precisely so I would notice? As if caught red-handed, Evian Rose said with satisfaction, so you figured that out too. Then she spoke of her plans. I intend to inspect the conditions of the homunculi at the mineral mine during the first half of the year. Even if it's only a little, I want to improve their working conditions. Michaelis looked at her. Her kindness and goodwill shone through her gentle beauty. In a whisper, he said, you are truly sincere. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from somewhere nearby. The two of them stopped short, unsure what had happened. It turned out the voice belonged to the maid Ryan, who cried out, Your Highness! Both of them were slightly flustered, not understanding what was going on, but the maid continued, Your Highness, something serious has happened. It turned out that the Emperor, the first princess, the fourth princess, and the sixth princess had also arrived at the place Evie and Rose had come to. They were sitting together solemnly around a tea table, each princess accompanied by her personal guard knight. The first princess, the fourth princess, and the sixth princess all looked far from pleased to be there. Realizing that, she thought, no wonder. So that was why the maid had come in such a panic to report. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Evie and Rose smiled to herself. I was wondering what father had come here for, but it turns out my sisters all rushed over too. Seated elegantly at the tea table, in perfect etiquette, she thought, all right, I should take this chance to confirm Sister Brith's personal guard knight again. So much has changed that I keep getting confused. She recalled the image of Eliza Hanston. I remember him. He's been Brith's personal guard knight for quite a long time. And there were even rumors about a wild night involving Brith and him. The moment Evie and Rose thought of that, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Why am I imagining something like that? As soon as she lifted her head, she met Eliza's gaze and found him smiling at her. Feeling awkward for no reason, she quickly turned her face away. Standing behind her, Michaelis noticed something. He happened to catch Eliza's faint smile, and his expression suddenly darkened with anger, murderous intent flooding off him. This bastard. Then Brith Eskness Hayden Lammis said, By the way, this spring blessing chamber is very beautiful. She smiled. Yes, it is. Father gave me such a lovely room, and I am truly grateful. Emperor Desmond Dominic Callisto, Hayden Lammis chuckled happily. Ha, seeing how much you like it makes me very happy too. Giving you this room was indeed the right decision. Evie and Rose's sisters were plainly displeased to hear that. She thought to herself, are they uncomfortable already? Other than Sister Brith. None of them had ever been granted a named chamber, so it made sense that they were upset. Stephania Hayden Lammis spoke up. Father even bestowed the spring blessing chamber on Sister Eve like this. You must be very pleased that she has a personal guard knight now, aren't you? Hestia said, Exactly. I thought Eve had achieved some major accomplishment in alchemy or something. If I had known it was for this, then I too could have endured going without a knight for a year first. And then, when Emperor Desmond heard that, he frowned, and Brith, seeing his expression, warned them, That's enough. Mind yourselves. Stephania and Hestia replied, Yes, sister. Brith continued. Also, Father, speaking of accomplishments reminds me of something. I heard that lately you've been interested in the Hadrian Land Development and Reconstruction Project. Is that right? He said, You've already heard about that? The people in the Ministry of Rights truly do have loose tongues. She answered, No, Father, it's not like that. It's just that I've been interested in it for a long time as well. He said, Ho, is that so? Brith went on, Yes. If there are any public service activities related to that field, I would definitely like to take part. Evie and Rose thought, so that's what she came all the way here to say. She's showing Father how politically astute she is, while also trying to pull all the profitable development activity toward herself. She felt disheartened. Am I just decoration here? Right, that's why she brought up things she knows I can't ignore. Thinking it over, she realized it was to make her say things that went against Father's wishes. For example, the matter of the homunculi, just as Brith had done in the previous life. Sitting opposite Evie and Rose, Brith looked at her and curled her lips. Eve, you're enduring this well. Then she said, Father, the commoners in the slums are still subjects of the empire, are they not? Evie and Rose thought, what is it this time? Brith asked, there's a way, through migration, to turn those slum dwellers into proper imperial subjects. Would you like to hear it? He replied, go on. Brith laid out her plan. What those people need most right now are homes and jobs. If we allow them to live in housing with low-interest loans and require them to register for work in royal labor districts, then the principal can be recovered month by month. Desmond asked, low-interest housing and employment in royal labor districts? She answered, yes. If we do that, then they will have fulfilled the duties of imperial subjects. He nodded. Ho, that does sound like a good idea. Evie and Rose thought in dissatisfaction. A good idea? If they were registered in labor districts, they would inevitably have to pay taxes. Was she really planning to profit even from welfare policy? Evie and Rose immediately spoke up. No, Father. If it is done that way, the people of the slums will refuse to migrate. Everyone's expressions changed at once after hearing that. Brith curled her lips into a smile. Father turned to look at Evie and Rose, and she felt a little pressure. Still, she continued, if that method is used, the slum residents will refuse to relocate. After that, the atmosphere turned silent. Brith smiled. Go on. Evie and Rose fell quiet for a moment, then said, if you tell them the East is peaceful now and order them to move south as a shield, will they really obey meekly? No matter how much they need money and work, they will not willingly trade away their lives. The Emperor's face darkened as he fell into thought. Evie and Rose continued, if the royal guard is sent to force them to migrate, then Father's prestige will not survive it. It will fall all the way to the bottom. Everything went frighteningly quiet again. Seeing her father sitting there in deep thought, terrible memories returned to her of how she had once completely lost his trust. But then she steadied herself. Things are not the same now. Brith's voice pulled Evie and Rose back to reality. Then what? What exactly are you suggesting we do? Surely you aren't saying it would be best not to carry out the land reclamation plan at all. Brith smugly thought it must be that. But contrary to her expectations, Evie and Rose answered, no, I have a proposal. She analyzed the problem and presented a solution. What matters most right now is the safety of the settlement. There is no need to construct battle lines or recruit additional troops. There is still a way to ensure military strength. On the outer perimeter of the reclaimed territory, build residential quarters specifically for personal guard knights. Evie and Rose's words shocked everyone, including the knights. She continued, based on a rotating duty system, if the guard units simply take turns staying in the reclamation area, that alone will be enough to ensure a solid defensive line. The Emperor stroked his chin, his face brightening. Ho, that doesn't sound bad at all. Evie and Rose let out a breath of relief. He seemed very pleased with her plan. In any case, if they followed Brith's method, the royal family would still have to build housing for the commoners. Moreover, if the homunculi died, the royal family could reclaim the houses anyway. Smiling, he praised Evie and Rose. Eve, this truly is an excellent idea. She answered happily, you flatter me, Father. This made the third princess, Brith, extremely displeased, so she pressed on in an attempt to put Evie and Rose on the spot. Eve, you've really surprised me. You're saying the residences of honorary knights should be built in a place like that. Evie and Rose thought, you still want to trap me? Then she confidently replied, compared to the honor of the homunculi, the interests of the empire must come first, mustn't they, sister? The Emperor looked satisfied and nodded in approval. Brith had no choice but to admit it. You've changed. You finally look like a proper princess. Evie and Rose smiled brightly and thanked her sister. She thought to herself, luckily Sister Brith shifted the topic to honor. What matters even more than honor is human rights. The basic needs of human life are food, clothing, and shelter. This will ensure the homunculi's basic rights. The Emperor turned back to her and asked, very well, do you have any other opinions? You've offered a great many excellent suggestions for this matter. The third princess shot Evie and Rose a gaze as sharp as a blade, but Evie pretended not to notice and humbly replied to her father, it was only what I should do, father. And so the three princesses left in displeasure along with their father. Evie and Rose saw them out. Father, sisters, please return safely. Then she turned back inside and sank wearily into a chair. Standing beside her, Michaelis said, you secured our basic rights. Surprised, she answered, Michaelis, as expected, you see through everything. How did the other knights react? He recalled it. One was expressionless. Two others looked thoughtful, and the last one smiled. Evian Rose asked curiously, "Why would he smile? That's strange. Who is it?" Michaelis replied, "The third princess's personal guard knight." She continued, "Ah, if it was Sir Hanston, that makes some sense. He's a rather hard-to-understand homunculus, isn't he?" Evian Rose's maid entered and announced, "Your Highness, Sir Hanston has returned to see you." Curious, she asked, "Sir Hanston? What for?" The maid answered awkwardly, "He came back looking for the ribbon the third princess dropped. I told him it wasn't here, but he insisted on confirming it himself." She reluctantly agreed. "Let him in. If he's that determined, it's better to allow it." A knight with a sturdy build, handsome features, and chestnut-colored hair entered with a bright smile. "Eliza Hanston greets the first princess." Evian Rose said, "Please confirm what you need quickly and leave." Hanston glanced around as he spoke. "Please be generous enough to understand that I only wish to avoid any unnecessary misunderstanding." Perhaps I was mistaken." He stepped forward, knelt beside her, and said, "Your Highness, forgive my discourtesy. With your leave, I shall take my departure." With that, Hanston extended his hand as if expecting something. She fell silent for a moment and thought, "What is with this man's etiquette?" She held out her hand for Hanston to take. Suddenly, he lifted her hand, and a loud smack rang out. He had kissed her hand, something no one had expected. As though he didn't notice the stunned, darkened expressions on Michaelis's and Evian Rose's faces, Hanston simply looked up and smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened. Her face flushed bright red. She quickly snatched her hand back and cried out, "Sir." Hanston kept the same sunny smile and replied, "I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. I was simply thrilled by the honor of kissing your hand." Helpless, Evian Rose could only wave him away. "Please leave at once." Still smiling, he answered, "Yes, Your Highness." But when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head, smirking at Michaelis as though provoking him. That made both her and Michaelis even more uncomfortable. He said, "I want to snap his wrist." She pulled out a handkerchief and carefully wiped each finger as she said, "Being touched like this by Sister Betty's knight is terribly awkward." He silently considered Hanston's earlier behavior before speaking. It didn't look like he was acting under orders. She looked at him skeptically. "Really?" Raising a hand to her face, she sank into thought. "I thought Sister Betty was trying to make things difficult for me, so she ordered him to do that. If that's not it, then does he have some other motive?" Eliza Hanston. He clearly knows that Sister Betty has been involved with many men, yet he still worked hard to catch her eye. The reason was obvious. Sister Betty is a strong candidate for Crown Princess, and yet that shameless opportunist had deliberately flirted with me. How irritating. If I get entangled with him, who knows what even dirtier trouble could follow. Seeing her fall silent, Michaelis sighed helplessly and said, "Last time I kissed another princess's hand, and this time another knight kissed yours." Thinking about it, in the imperial palace, personal guard knights are treated as gifts, aren't they? Right? Hearing that only made her feel gloomier. "Ah, that's true. It really is like that." Inwardly, she thought, the royal family only sees homunculi as playthings. But then she turned to him, smiled reassuringly, and said, "Don't worry. I won't ask you to do things like that." He lowered his head toward the side of her face and curled his lips slightly as he said, "If your Highness asks? I thought I'd be the one receiving requests." She thought for a moment and said, "Ah, that's true. Since Michaelis is my personal guard knight, there's a high chance you'll receive requests from other people." After saying that, she seriously pondered the issue, completely unaware that Michaelis, standing behind her, was looking at her with a complicated expression. He thought, I was only joking. But then he said aloud, "That's right. I should prepare myself from now on." Closing her eyes, she replied, "I have no intention of agreeing." He asked again, "If an unavoidable struggle breaks out, what will you do?" She looked straight at him with a resolute gaze and said clearly, "Then I must win. I won't let Michaelis be taken away. I absolutely won't yield you to anyone." He stared at her blankly, wrapped in an emotion he could not put into words. He thought, I really have been marked by another princess. At the children's home, the children looked toward the two of them and called out together, "Take care on your way back, big brother, big sister," waving goodbye to Evian Rose and Michaelis. She looked back at them and smiled as she waved in farewell. As she walked, she fanned herself with her hand and said, "This is why young Lord Redmond told us to wear plain clothes. Redmond had warned them, the public service activities with the highest charity scores are also the most exhausting. So please wear something comfortable. Evian was currently wearing a simple turquoise dress that fell below her knees, and Michaelis was dressed in neat, practical clothing as well. She looked at him and said in surprise, I had no idea you were so good with children. So Michaelis likes kids. Acting as though he didn't care, he still said, because children are like little angels. Even a matron said so. Smiling at him, she replied, thanks to you, everything went very smoothly. He answered, I'm glad I could be of help to your highness. She suddenly stopped and said, Michaelis, I think it would be a waste to go straight back like this. Not understanding, he asked then, looking toward the lively, noisy crowd, she said, let's stroll around the city for a bit. There happens to be a festival. He looked at the bustling vendors and people around them, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, then shyly said to Evian Rose, if that is what the princess wants, then let's go. As they walked, she said, Michaelis, I want to ask you something. He immediately replied, please ask. She said, we're out on the street right now. Are you really going to keep calling me princess? Startled, he awkwardly said, then what should I call you? She answered at once, Eve. His face turned red as he looked at her. She was wearing that bright, expectant expression again, as if saying, come on, hurry up and say it. After hesitating for a moment, he called out, Eve, Eve. She flinched slightly at the way he said it, as though someone from before used to call her that too. He called again, Eve. She came back to herself and said, yes. Good. Call me that from now on. He answered, really, Eve? Inwardly she thought, that startled me. For a moment, I confused Michaelis with the Michaelis from the past. The two of them began wandering through the streets, looking at this and eating that. Suddenly someone shouted, come one, come all. Greetings to our honored guests watching the Pegasus troupe. In just a moment, the finest solo performance in our troupe will begin. We hope for your generous support. That caught Evian Rose's attention, and she said to Michaelis, the finest performance? That sounds exciting. Let's go watch. But just as she stepped forward, she suddenly heard strange sounds coming from an alley. Startled, she said, Looking inside curiously, she heard a girl's voice yelling, I don't want to. Get lost. Are you scared people will hear? Then a girl with long black hair and a frightened expression turned and ran out of the alley, charging straight toward her. Just as the two were about to collide, the girl lifted her head and looked directly at her. The two looked at each other in shock. By the time Evian realized what was happening, there was a loud thud. Ramona sprawled onto the ground, while Evian Rose was caught by Michaelis. He asked anxiously, Are you all right? Still not fully recovered from the shock, she answered. Ramona frowned from the fall she had just taken. Then, from the alley Ramona had come out of, a man ran out and shouted at her. Even if you regret it now, it's useless, Ramona. You're the one who kicked away your own chance. His shouting pressed down on Ramona until she couldn't say a word and only curled in on herself. Looking at the girl sitting on the ground, Evian Rose suddenly recognized her. Ramona, the finest singer in the capital. The image of Ramona singing in dazzling splendor was like 1,000 flowers in bloom. Evian covered her mouth, unable to suppress her admiration, and thought, even someone like me who isn't interested in the arts knows who she is. Her songs are recorded in the Golem recorders. Whenever I was bullied in the palace, I listened to her music for comfort. Seeing her beloved singer still sitting on the ground like that, she hurried over, her heart aching. So that's how it is. Right now, she's still just an unknown singer. Gently, she said, Mississippi, before Evian Rose could say more. Singing suddenly rang out. The voice made Ramona jolt. She turned to look toward the stage. Could it be? On the stage stood a female singer in a gorgeous golden outfit, humming a sweet melody. Ramona lamented, that was supposed to be my performance. She dropped her face toward the ground. Then Ramona suddenly shouted in fury, cursing, that skinny stick like a withered asparagus stalk can crawl into the trash. They put a tone-deaf idiot like that on stage in my place? Has the troupe leader gone deaf? Evian Rose thought inwardly, so this is what her personality is really like. Pegasus troupe, I hope you all go bankrupt. Ramona gritted her teeth, then looked over at Evian Rose. Evian sighed and held out her handkerchief. Ramona, still sniffling, accepted it, while Evian stood there blankly watching her blow her nose. With tears still in her eyes, Ramona thanked her and introduced herself. Imri Mona Luna. Actually, I was the one chosen to stand on that stage today. but the troop owner's son cut me because I refused to date him. Solby. As soon as she said that, she threw herself into Evian Rose's arms. Though startled, Evian didn't push her away. Michaelis had no time to stop her. How rude. This person is. Before he could finish, Evian Rose stopped him. Just for a moment, Michaelis. She looked at the girl clinging to her and gently comforted her. So before she succeeded, she also suffered so many injustices. Just as her songs once comforted me, I'll comfort her too. A little later, Evian Rose asked with a bright smile, "Have you calmed down now?" Ramona scratched her head and said, "The handkerchief. Tell me where you live, and I'll wash it and return it to you." Evian waved her hand. "You don't have to return it." But Ramona still refused to give up on repaying the favor. "No, once a gypsy receives help, she has to repay it." Evian Rose replied awkwardly about that. Anxiety stirred in her heart. "I can't reveal my identity." But then Ramona grew gloomy again. "That can wait. Right now, there's something far more important." Seeing that she was still troubled, Evian Rose took hold of her shoulders. "It looks like you still need help." Ramona immediately turned her head away, avoiding Evian Rose's beautiful golden eyes. "If you're trying to comfort me, don't bother. In this place, things like this happen every day. I'm Fina." Evian smiled. "Not comfort, real help." Ramona still shook her head. "This isn't something you can help with." Evian kept her smile. "You can't be sure of that." A little later, everyone heard Ramona's clear, proud singing voice. On stage, dressed in a red gown and holding a wine glass, she radiated elegance. Her song seemed to merge with the vast sky of the late afternoon. At that moment, the troop owner's son angrily demanded to know why Ramona had been allowed to sing. Unlike him, the troop owner merely cleared his throat calmly and said nothing. Meanwhile, Evian Rose and Michaelis stood among the entranced crowd, listening to Ramona's beautiful voice. He asked in puzzlement, "You only just met her, so why are you helping her so wholeheartedly?" She remained silent, recalling what had happened earlier. She had planted a hand on her hip and loudly told the troop owner while offering a considerable sum of money. This should be enough to get Ramona on stage, shouldn't it? The greedy man's eyes had gone wide as he eagerly answered, "Why, yes. Yes, of course it's enough, my lady." Returning from the memory, she told him, "Of course, supporting a gifted artist is also the duty of the royal family." But Michaelis's next question left her flustered. He asked, "But how did you know?" Before even hearing her sing. Gradually regaining her composure, she answered, "That's called intuition. My intuition is never wrong." Hearing her boast so confidently, he only let out a faint snort. At that moment, the announcer cried out, "Please give a round of applause to Miss Ramona Luna, the final star to shine on stage today." Ramona gracefully lifted the hem of her skirt and bowed lightly amid the audience's cheers. Then she suddenly noticed Evian Rose and Michaelis. Seeing that Evian was about to leave, Ramona hesitated for a moment, then called out loudly, "Hey, miss." The call made Evian Rose glance over. Ramona quickly stepped down from the stage and, hesitating, asked, "Did you really do all this simply because you wanted to help me?" Her hair fluttered in the wind, and the lingering sunlight fell over her lovely face. Evian Rose looked puzzled. "Yes, that's right." Ramona stared blankly. "But how?" Then she shook her head. "No, that's not what matters." She grabbed Evian Rose's slender hands and said loudly, "Please tell me your name." Ramona looked utterly pitiful. "Please, you're my benefactor. I can't let you go without even knowing your name." Evian was still dazed by Ramona's sudden grip. She thought, "I've never even held Sela's hand, even hugging earlier." Her cheeks suddenly flushed faintly pink. "It feels awkward, but I don't hate it." Then she gave a bright smile. "Evian Rose. I'm Evian Rose Chloe." Ramona was still stunned by Evian Rose's name when Michaelis suddenly spoke. "Evian Rose, all right, let's go." She looked at him, then smiled warmly at Ramona again. "See you next time, Ramona." Ramona, still stunned, could only murmur a few vague sounds. Then, dazed, she repeated Evian Rose's name to herself. Evian Rose. A little later, at a luxurious carriage, Evian slowly stepped inside. He immediately praised Ramona. "She sings so well." Evian Rose remained calm. "She does, doesn't she?" Then she covered her mouth and laughed softly. "You can look forward to even more from her in the future." Suddenly, the image of Ramona flashed through Evian Rose's mind. The carriage slowly began to roll forward. Seated inside, Evian Rose silently gazed out the window. She remembered the moment she signed the contract. She had told the troop owner, You must keep the contents of these confidential clauses secret. He answered, Of course, my lady. She thought, nothing good will come if word gets out that a commoner is connected to the royal family. Even if the truth comes out eventually, it's best to keep this hidden for now. That was the decision she made. Michaelis sat watching Evie and Rose as she remained deep in thought. Then he suddenly said, Normally, I'm the only one you allow close to you. But it seems the number of exceptions is increasing. She instinctively cried out, Ah. She scratched her cheek and said with a smile, Maybe it's because there was already a precedent with Michaelis. Strange, but I don't hate it at all. It seems you've been socializing with commoners, he said. Socializing with commoners? She echoed. Not giving her time to think, he added, You made a new friend, didn't you? Hearing that word, she was a little surprised. A friend. She recalled the moment she had been sitting in the middle of that pile of books. Lowering her head, she answered softly, Maybe so. Since Ramona had not clearly stated who she was, perhaps she had her own reasons. The next time they met, perhaps she wanted to treat her more casually. Thinking that, she hugged her face happily. The next second, she returned to normal and looked at Michaelis. Then she asked gently, Then Michaelis, you have friends too, right? He kept his usual indifferent, expressionless face when he heard the question. Then he shifted his gaze elsewhere and pondered deeply before giving a detached reply. I don't know. She could only stare at him in confusion. Back at the residence, Michaelis opened the door and stepped inside. He glanced at the bed, then said to the person lying there, Your roommate's back. Sylvestre rested a hand on his forehead and looked over at him. Ah, Micheli. As Michaelis changed clothes, Sylvestre said, It's been a while since you got back before midnight, huh? He replied, Even if it's before midnight, a whole day has still passed. Looking at him, Michaelis thought, was he out all night? Sylvestre spoke again. For the Empire's White Rose, that's hardly unusual. Then he turned and asked, Michaelis, what about you? Did the seventh princess ask that of you too? Faced with his roommate's improper words, Michaelis coldly warned him. How rude. Startled by the sudden, killing intent in his voice, Sylvestre flinched. Then, with guilty eyes, he tilted his face aside, exposing many strange red marks running from his neck to his shoulders, and said gloomily, I misspoke. Michaelis let out a breath and looked at him, thinking this guy seems to make a lot of mistakes. Then he stepped over, drew the curtain closed, and told him, Get some rest. After that, the two agreed to spar with swords later. Let's duel at dawn. All right. At that moment, Michaelis sat on his single bed. He looked over at the sleeping Sylvestre. He remembered what the princess had said that afternoon. So, Michaelis, do you have friends? He began to brood over it. I was taught that homunculi feel no attachment, and I always believed that. Friends? He murmured those words in the dim room, lit by moonlight. The next morning, in the meeting room of the residence, Remilo said with a mild smile, So His Majesty the Emperor had his reasons for letting the seventh princess participate. He was Marquis Remilo, a physician of the Privy Council. He continued, To think she is that clever. His words seemed to hint at Evie and Rose. Desmond cheerfully said to everyone, That's right. Isn't it something to be proud of? Didn't I tell you? The draft plan for resettling the development regions was also Evie and Rose's. Hearing Desmond's words, Remilo could not help exclaiming in shock, What? If you only said Her Highness the Princess, I would have assumed you meant the third princess. Before everyone's astonishment, he added, Not just me. Everyone else thought so too. Isn't that right? As soon as he said that, everyone began whispering among themselves, while Evie and Rose merely stood off to one side and watched. With saddened eyes, she thought, Sister Betty is playing dirty tricks again. But Desmond just laughed and said, Ho ho, why would such a rumor spread? No, it was Evie and Rose. Unlike the unofficial verbal sparring at tea parties before, from now on everything she said would be recorded and passed on to the Empire's key officials. The physicians of the Privy Council and the secretaries had made it obvious enough that Betty had been stealing her credit. She quietly opened the door and left in a good mood. By now, Betty probably had no face left to save. A flower cut in half. And the one who had cut it was none other than Betty herself. Carrying murderous intent, Betty cursed, Evie and Rose, you insolent wretch. Then she remembered the moment the truth had been exposed, when a duke had spoken up. That was the proposal about making use of earthworm reproduction, was it not? Betty had frowned in disgust. Good heavens, who in the world came up with such a revolting idea? If it wasn't the Marquis's opinion, then state your own. When he said nothing, she had smugly thought, just as I thought. But then the Marquis had suddenly said, the seventh princess is the one who devised this policy. Betty's expression had changed at once, her smugness vanishing, yet the words had not stopped. All of it was the seventh princess's idea, and that had left her even more shaken, Betty's heart thrown into utter turmoil. What? How could that be? The marquises and marchionesses present had started whispering among themselves. One of them had said quietly, until now, I thought it was the third princess's achievement. Another had said, really, we were deceived. Ahem, how embarrassing. Hearing those whispers, she had clenched her lips shut, pulled out of her memories. Betty cursed inwardly. I never heard a thing about this before, and yet she's already stepped into politics? As she thought that, Betty poured a bottle of perfume over the roses. Her knight opened the window, thinking to himself, frighteningly quiet. Even with the heavy perfume stench, she doesn't even flinch. Betty's hateful, vicious gaze swept across, the roses floating in the water. She murmured, how dare she make me lose face? Hiding in a corner and pretending to be capable, she really doesn't know her place. She fished out a rose still drenched in the overpowering smell of perfume. Water trickled down her slender fingers. Fine. With that, she crushed the rose in her hand, and the petals fell apart onto the floor one by one. The image of Evian Rose surfaced in her mind, beautiful in a pure way and yet impossible to read. Betty sneered, you'll regret sticking your head into politics, Evian Rose. At the palace of the seventh princess of the empire, Michaelis bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to your highness. Sitting before the tea table, Evian Rose smiled and replied, good morning, Michaelis. I happen to have a little free time before going out, so I called you here because I wanted us all to chat together. Michaelis raised his head and looked at her, then suddenly paused. He opened his mouth and praised her. You are more beautiful than usual today, your highness. Hearing that, Evian Rose laughed happily and replied, because you'd be proud to escort a beautiful mistress, wouldn't you? I put in this effort to inspire your loyalty. With simple honesty, he said, it seems to be effective. Faced with such a cute reaction, Evian Rose could only cover her mouth and laugh. Then she returned to the main subject. All right, everyone, drink your tea. This tea is made from herbs I grew myself. I have an herb garden on the balcony. The maids were all allowed to sit and enjoy tea as well. Sidela cried out, it's delicious, your highness, as expected of your highness's tea. Meanwhile, Michaelis quietly stole glances at Evian Rose. She was absolutely radiant as she smiled. He spoke up. I haven't heard today's schedule in detail. There is an important tea party at the Imperial Palace today, isn't there? Sidela turned to him and answered, it's the princess's regular tea party. Since it's a gathering of the noblest women in the Hadelmet Empire, preparations have to be just as meticulous as for a banquet. The princess's regular tea party was where the grown princesses met and discussed political matters. That was what others believed, but it was only the surface. In truth, it was an opportunity for the direct line princesses to gather privately and share secret stories among themselves. Their main topic was judging personal guard knights. That was why there was an unspoken rule at the regular tea party that personal guard knights were not to be brought along. As she sipped her tea, Evian Rose thought to herself, sometimes when it gets bad enough, they even talk about obscene things. Imagining the noisy and chaotic scene to come, she thought, just imagining being stuck between all my sisters and Rosenet already makes me tired. Suddenly Hill raised a hand to rub his head and apologized. It's already been the custom not to bring personal guard knights to the tea party. I forgot to inform Lord Agnetto of today's schedule. My apologies, my lord. Michaelis stayed silent, neither answering nor reacting. Looking at him, Evian Rose could sense it clearly. He had that expression of not understanding why he was not allowed to go with her. I need to change the subject, she thought. Then, with an awkward smile, she said, so Michaelis, your schedule ends here for today. Once you finish your tea, you can go back to the dormitory. He obediently replied, understood, your highness. But then he added, instructing her in turn, I'll be at the Colosso Arena, so if you need me, just call for me. Evian Rose recalled Michaelis's expression and tone just now. You can call for me anytime. As she walked, she sank into thought, analyzing why it had sounded so different. He says that almost every day, but why did it sound so serious today? Then she remembered Betty's face from before. I'm too worried about Sister Betty. She was probably furious about the resettlement matter. If it's Sister Betty, immediate retaliation would be nothing strange. She turned back and asked Hill, who was walking behind her, "Hill, you're still carrying out the task I gave you, right?" Hill tilted his head and replied, "If anything happens to Lord Agneto, I must report it to your highness immediately." "That is what your highness means, correct?" Evian Rose confirmed, "Yes. Be especially attentive today." He bowed his head in acceptance. "I understand." After that, Hill immediately left. Watching him go, she thought to herself, "Nothing will happen, right?" She said to the maid beside her, "All right, let's go." The maid replied, "Yes, your highness." At that time at the arena, the clang of colliding blades rang out. Michaelis stood with folded arms, silently watching. As he observed everyone training, he judged inwardly. While they all perform at an acceptable level when training alone, once they enter actual combat, almost none of them pay attention to their surroundings. The moment battle begins, they fall apart immediately. He was thinking of a solution. This must be when the attention of Sinvestin Mulat fell on him. Sinvestin spoke up. "Michaelis, you finish your duty early today too, huh?" Only then did Michaelis notice his presence. Sinvestin stepped closer and asked, "Why aren't you training? What are you thinking about?" Michaelis replied, "I was thinking that the homunculi are incapable of coordinated attacks." "Coordinated attacks," Sinvestin repeated. Michaelis nodded. "Yes." Sinvestin blurted out in surprise. "I never would have expected that." Michaelis agreed. "True. Personal guard knights are usually only trained for one-on-one fighting." He turned to him and asked, "Sinvestin, you know the amount of magic or being extracted is decreasing too, right?" Sinvestin confirmed. "Of course, magic ore is crystallized in nearby regions from the bodies of slain demon dragons. If this continues, a demon dragon subjugation campaign will inevitably be enforced. Then they'll form a homunculi army to subjugate the demon dragons, and the personal guard knights will be gathered as well." Michaelis immediately said, exactly. If homunculi only know how to fight alone, they'll be facing death. In the previous demon dragon subjugation campaign, the number of fallen homunculi was enormous for precisely this reason. Sinvestin looked at him without answering, and Michaelis looked back at him, puzzled. "What is it?" Suddenly Sinvestin said with feeling, "That's incredible." Michaelis was also confused by those words. "What?" Sinvestin then gave his honest impression of him. "Michaelis, it's because I can see that you care about other people." Hearing that, Michaelis suddenly found himself unable to understand himself either. He asked inwardly, "That's true. Why am I concerned about those brats?" Then Sinvestin left first. "I'm off. See you later." Michaelis replied, As soon as he left, someone else approached Michaelis. It was two other knights. The long-haired one called out, "Michaelis." Michaelis asked him, "What is it?" The man said, "Someone is looking for you. Come with me." He asked again, "Who?" At that, the blue-haired knight spoke up. "It's royalty. I can't tell you anything more, so be quiet and come with us." He narrowed his eyes at Michaelis, his expression far from friendly or pleasant. Michaelis frowned as well. "Royalty?" He obeyed and stepped forward. "Very well," he thought. As expected, they took advantage of the tea party to lure me out alone. What are they planning? Michaelis looked up at the dense tree canopy overhead. Judging the situation and the reason, he thought, in a dark forest like this, the golems won't detect us. And even if someone screams, no one will hear. This is inside a barrier. I've heard the royals often interfere with one another by tormenting each other's close knights. He told himself, honestly, that would be better. If I serve as their outlet for anger, then the princess will be safe. Just then, the rustle of leaves being stepped on made him turn his head. It turned out to be Stephania Hadelmet, along with two guard knights and her younger brother. Judging from her expression, this definitely was not anything good. She lifted her chin and complained, "Good grief, what a bother. Why does Sister Betty keep making me do this sort of thing?" Beside her, Derek turned to calm his older sister. "Sister, please calm down. Sister Betty is going to become crown princess, so of course we have to help her." Looking at the group, Michaelis thought, the sixth princess? The long-haired knight from before lowered his head in greeting, and Michaelis guessed, it seems she's holding a grudge over that resettlement proposal from last time. At that moment, he and the blue-haired knight reported to Stephania, "We brought him as instructed." She flicked her hand and replied, well done. Leave." Then she immediately turned a sullen face toward Michaelis and ordered, "You, come here." Michaelis thought grimly. So they used those two to bring me here. Obeying, he walked over and knelt before her. I pay my respects to the 6th princess and the 6th prince. I am Michaelis Agneto. Derek spoke. Yeah, stay exactly like that. Don't get up. Then he turned and ordered the 2 guard knights who had come with them, Richie Ever, Snoreless, hold him down. Michaelis involuntarily stiffened, not understanding what was happening. The 2 men obeyed and stepped forward. Yes, your highness. Snoreless bent down and quietly advised him, "You'd better kneel on both knees, Agneto." But Michaelis refused, saying, "The only ones who can order me about like a slave are the Emperor and my master." Snoreless replied coldly, "Understood." Next, Richie Ever and Snoreless forced Michaelis down hard. His knees scraped against the gravel so harshly that they bled where they touched the ground. Still, he silently endured it without uttering a single cry. Stephania watched him closely. She stepped forward and used the fan in her hand to lift his chin, staring at him. Then she asked, "Do you know why I called you out here?" He answered frankly, "I do not know." She put on a worried, troubled expression and said, "There are rumors in the palace that Eve has a very hard time training her personal guard knight. Concerned for that foolish little sister of mine, I had no choice but to step in and lend her a hand." Michaelis honestly admitted fault again. "If there is any shortcoming in how I escort the 7th princess, please tell me, and I will correct it at once." Hearing that, she paused. Then she smiled slyly and asked, "Is that so?" Waving the fan in her hand, Stephania went on at length. "It has been a full month since you became Eve's knight, and yet you have never once spent the night anywhere but the dormitory." She looked at him with contempt. "Then that means you haven't fulfilled your duty at all. The greatest duty of a personal guard knight is to serve." She snapped her fan shut. "But it seems you haven't satisfied your mistress, which is why you're sent back to the dormitory every night." At that, he remembered Evian Rose. The princess had never asked me to do such things. Derek raised a hand to his mouth and laughed along with his older sister. "If that's the case, then doesn't that mean he's unqualified to be a personal guard knight?" She nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We can't allow a defective homunculus like Michaelis to remain in the imperial palace." Her younger brother continued, "That's right. By the regulations governing homunculi, anyone who fails to fulfill their duty must have their rank reevaluated. A homunculus who fails his assignment should be demoted." The 2 of them played off each other and giggled. The older sister agreed with her brother. "Well said, Derek." Derek gave a sly smile. "Of course. Since we have a perfectly legitimate reason now, why don't we use this chance to get him kicked out of the palace altogether?" Stephania glanced at her younger brother and answered with feigned pity, "I suppose we should, Eve. That thing always blows the smallest matters out of proportion. So let's decide for it." As if making a difficult decision, she added, "Now then, which body part should we cripple?" Michaelis was stunned. He realized just how dangerous and precarious his situation was. "This is bad. I can't fight back against the imperial family." Stephania flicked open her fan again and ordered, "Richie Ever, Snoreless." The 2 immediately understood what she meant and drew their swords at the same time. Michaelis lifted a hand, intending to draw his sword to defend himself. "I'll use my sword too." But a thought flashed through his mind and made him stop. "The 7th princess isn't here right now. If I draw my sword, they might accuse me of threatening the imperial family. If that happens, they'll have an excuse to deal with me immediately." In the end, he stayed silent. Michaelis rose to his feet. He firmly fixed on his goal in the current situation. His goal was simple: survive. The other 4 watched his every move. Stephania and Derek curled their lips in eager amusement, clearly looking forward to seeing what he would do. Richie, Ever, and Snoreless also looked at him with hesitation. In the splendid imperial palace, the 7 direct-line princesses were gathered together. One of them called out, "Eve." It was the first princess, Rosandra. She said, "I heard it's already been a month, and you still haven't had your personal guard knight attend you at night." On hearing that, the 2nd princess, Corolla, cried out in disbelief, "Good heavens, really? Are you not making proper use of your personal guard knight, to the point that we have to step in?" Evian Rose could only laugh it off. She thought to herself, "I had a rough idea already, but I didn't expect them to talk so openly about bed service." Looking at them, she had to admit that, frankly speaking, legalizing bed slaves for homunculi was one of the customs of the imperial family. Evian Rose nodded to herself. "I have to become crown princess. When that happens, I'll definitely abolish the personal guard knight system." At that moment, the 4th princess, Heshia, spoke up. "Could it be that your personal guard knight has problems in that department?" Evian Rose answered honestly, "No, the 5th princess, Isol asked. Oh, is that so? Then that means you've checked, hasn't it? Evie and Rose smiled. Ah, yes. But deep down she knew that if she told the truth, everything would erupt into chaos. Isol immediately retorted, "Hey, liar." Resting her chin on one hand, she looked at Evie and Rose suspiciously. "If you were satisfied, there's no way you'd send him away every single night." Another person agreed. Exactly. Betty set down her teacup. She looked at Evie and Rose and smiled wickedly as she offered a suggestion. "How about I give him a little education?" Betty's words made Evie and Rose freeze in shock. Then her expression fell as she looked at her older sister. Betty smirked at her younger sister in amusement. She teased Evie and Rose. "Don't look at me like that, Eve. I'm only joking." Evie and Rose accepted that with a smile. "Thank you." She looked warmly at her sisters. "I appreciate your concern, but he is my knight, so I will handle him myself." Then she continued seriously. "Furthermore, Sir Michaelis Agneto has never done anything that would damage his character, so there is absolutely no need for any education, especially not from outsiders. I ask for your understanding." Her resolute tone and words made the entire tea table fall silent. After that, Betty was the first to lean back in her chair and speak. "Now that I think about it, this isn't really an appropriate topic for discussion." Beside her, Hishi agreed. "Princess Betty is right. Let's change the subject." Betty replied. "Then shall we discuss ways to increase production from the Magic Stone mines?" Evie and Rose suddenly blinked in confusion. "Huh? This again?" There's no way she doesn't realize she's wasting time bringing up the same thing over and over. Why is she still acting like this even without Father here? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Evie and Rose recognized the sound at once. She paled. "It's the horn I gave Hill. I only suspected it, but they really did try to retaliate against Michaelis. This is awful." In a panic, she clutched at her hair. "The future king of the homunculi. If things go on like this, it won't just be the imperial family that perishes, but the whole empire as well." She grew more and more anxious. "I have to find Michaelis quickly." The topic Betty had introduced was being discussed enthusiastically by the others. By then, Evie and Rose understood the reason. So that was it. Her sister had been trying to stall for time. She looked up at Betty. This is definitely third Princess Betty's scheme. Then she sank into thought, searching for a way out. If that's the case, suddenly her eyes lit up. Evie and Rose had thought of a plan. "I'll put her to sleep." She glanced around at the others seated at the tea table. Fortunately, it didn't seem like the elder sisters were accomplices. Then all I need to deal with is the mastermind and the accomplices. Evie and Rose lifted her teacup to shield her face and quietly began casting a spell on Betty. Betty was in the middle of saying, "So all we need is the lives of about 1,000 homunculi," when she suddenly swayed. Hishia turned to her. "Princess Betty." Betty clutched her head. "Oh, where was I?" Hishia asked worriedly. "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell somewhere?" Betty gritted her teeth and looked toward Evie and Rose. Even though Evie and Rose had carefully hidden her mouth behind the teacup, Betty still saw through her. She shot to her feet and cried, "You!" Unfortunately for her, Evie and Rose had moved first. She whispered, "Too late." Right after that, Betty collapsed onto the table. Hishia cried out, "Sister." Several others also grew drowsy. One after another, they slumped over as well. The few who remained awake looked at each other in confusion. "What's going on?" Evie and Rose immediately stood up. Walking behind Betty, she smiled and said, "Oh dear, this topic must have been so dull that my sisters dozed off. It's a bit of a shame, but I think we should end today's tea party here." One princess hesitated. "Oh, if that's the case, then let's do that." The person beside her replied, "Well, it can't be helped." Evie and Rose asked, "Elder sisters, I have an urgent matter. May I take my leave first?" One of them answered, "Of course. Hurry along." That was all she needed. She immediately departed with brisk speed. "Thank you." A younger princess looked at her in confusion. Sister, the exit is over there." In the next instant, Evie and Rose grabbed the balcony railing outside and leapt straight down. The younger sister from before screamed, "Oh my God." Evie and Rose hurried off in search of Michaelis. With something this urgent, who had the peace of mind to use the front door? "Wait for me, Michaelis." On a beautiful morning, a group of 3 appeared in a forest clearing. It seemed they were sparring together. A handsome black-haired young man named Michaelis was gripping his sword tightly, looking thoroughly exhausted. The other two, as if indifferent, slowly advanced to attack him. If I'm injured now and can't recover, Michaelis lowered his head, then I'll be demoted immediately. He glanced at the two men, tightened his grip on his sword, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, if only I could draw my sword. Seriously, right now I want the princess to appear so badly, I'm going mad. One of the men called out, Michaelis. He clenched his sword harder and calculated. The second option is to draw my sword and stop the danger in front of me, but then I'll be branded with the crime of attempting to assassinate a member of the imperial family. Thinking that, he swallowed nervously and continued, I have two choices. The image of a man mining or flash through his mind. One, obediently offer up an arm, then get dragged to the magic stone mine and end my miserable life there. A guard interrupted his thoughts. I don't really want to do this either, but losing your left arm seems best. As soon as he heard that, Michaelis thought helplessly, both choices are awful, but at least with the second, I can vent my anger. Calmly, he raised his left hand in front of the guard and said indifferently, Fine, do whatever you want. His sword dropped heavily to the ground. In his mind appeared an execution tool used to sever condemned prisoners cleanly, slick with the blood of criminals all around it. Helplessly, he thought, and then I'll be painfully executed. Faced with his indifference, the guard seemed perplexed as well. After waiting quite a while, Michaelis cracked one eye open and asked in confusion, You're not doing it? Stephania and Derek appeared before him with extremely crafty expressions. Because I was brainwashed and swore loyalty, I can't do anything to the imperial family. He looked again at the two guard knights, gripping their swords and aiming them at him. But these knights, I can deal with them easily enough. Trying to act like a real knight for once in my life wouldn't be bad. Then a sorrowful thought crossed his mind. The problem is, the image of a blonde-haired girl with her back turned appeared before him. If I cause trouble, the princess, who has done nothing wrong, will be dragged into it. It would become the perfect excuse for the political enemies circling around her. The brown-haired knight suddenly stiffened when he heard something. The Hattlemet siblings also looked up in surprise toward the source of the noise. What is that? It turned out the barrier was starting to crack. The two siblings cried out, The barrier! While everyone else panicked, Michaelis calmly closed his eyes. Princess, this is my repayment to you for allowing me to see the outside world. With that, he stretched his hand straight forward, ignoring everything around him. Seeing that, the knight hurried forward to complete his task. I have to finish this quickly. Then he gradually raised his sword. At that moment, the first princess appeared, fury blazing across her beautiful face. How dare you? Her beauty and furious gaze made him stare in shock. What? Evian Rose appeared in a seductive black dress, shattering the barrier as she entered. Both the brown-haired knight and Michaelis were stunned by the sight before them. She landed in front of Michaelis, shielding him from the descending sword, and the knight quickly retreated. The moment she touched down, she thought sadly, Michaelis, I arrived at the most dangerous possible moment. She turned her head toward the siblings, making them flinch. Eve spoke sternly. I think I understand the situation here now. Stephania and Derek felt a chill run through them and exchanged glances. It seems that sister and brother Derek summoned Michaelis to this secluded place to make trouble for him. Michaelis's eyes widened. Princess! She turned back toward him, and Michaelis stared blankly at her. The knight beside them stiffened. Then he, along with the other knight, bowed respectfully before her. Richie Eververmin greets the seventh princess. Snorless Wind greets the seventh princess. Eve answered calmly, Good. Education, was it? In that case, wonderful. Let me see just what exactly you were teaching him. Then she said angrily, I'd love to know what charge you were planning to pin on him that had you all so excited. Stephania gave a fake cough. Pin a charge on him? This situation does look easy to misunderstand, but it's not what you think. Derek quickly chimed in, That's right. Sister, and I only wanted to teach your knight a small lesson. She bent down and picked up his sword. A knight who throws away his sword? She asked. He replied respectfully, Please forgive me, your highness. She asked with biting sarcasm, and yet his opponents were allowed to use swords. Truly an even match. Stephania rubbed her hands together and stammered while glancing all around. Eve cut her off angrily. It's already perfectly clear. Those are the only facts that matter. She handed the sword back to him. Take it. He received it with both hands, holding it as though it were something precious. Yes. Then she announced to everyone, Sir Michaelis, Living in the Imperial Palace has made me keenly aware that endless petty disputes occur here, and that they must neither be ignored nor avoided. Standing beside Michaelis, she declared in a ringing voice, "I command you, suppress the two knights who are pointing their swords at me." The two knights stared at the pair in confusion. The Hattlemet siblings stammered in shock. What? You're looking down at Michaelis's knees, Eve said. Judging by Michaelis's hands and knees, it seems he has already paid his respects to you on that bed of sharp stones. The siblings had no idea how to explain themselves. That. She then turned to the two knights. So mana may be used in this fight, is that it? 2 against 1 was already bad enough, but Sir Michaelis wasn't even allowed to draw his sword. And if Sir Michaelis had drawn it, you would have accused him of attempted regicide against the imperial family, correct? Hearing those words, the two instigators recoiled in shock, covering their mouths. Eve broke into a bright smile and clapped her hands. Then naturally, I'll be the one to deal with that. At her side, Michaelis curled his lips in satisfaction. He drew his sword at once and said, "I accept your command, Your Highness." Eve smiled faintly in return. She looked at him, then turned back to her brother and sister. As for you two, the siblings jolted when she called them out. The Hattlemet brother and sister and their guards knelt before Evian Rose and Michaelis. Both siblings looked deeply displeased, blaming each other for what had happened. Evian Rose stood with one hand on her hip and looked down at them. She had recorded everything with a surveillance golem she had picked up on the way here. Then she spoke. "So, who told you to do this?" One of the Hattlemet siblings answered, rigider. Evian Rose thought to herself, as expected. She demanded, "Tell me exactly what she ordered you to do." Avoiding her gaze, Stephania replied, "She said to make it so your personal guard knight would no longer be able to perform a knight's duties, and then drive him out of the palace." As she spoke, she recalled what had happened earlier, how she had arrogantly lifted the chin of the kneeling Michaelis with her fan. By picking a fight over his failure to provide knightly service and making trouble over it for no reason, we were supposed to have him seriously injured. Michaelis had been on the verge of drawing his sword when Stephania continued, and if he fought back, we were to accuse him of attempting to murder a member of the imperial family. Evian Rose's expression darkened as she listened. Stephania continued, "It would be even better if we could push him into the second option, so we provoked him." Derek anxiously tried to defend them both. "It was all the third princess's idea. Sister and I only did what we were told." Seeing Evian Rose's face turn even darker, Stephania hastily added, If you're still not satisfied, then you can punish my personal guard knight and Derek's instead." He immediately chimed in, "All right, exactly. If you're displeased, take it out on our personal guard knights. So please don't report this to the Hattlemet Times." Her face filled with contempt as Stephania added, "If you do, every marriage proposal I've received will disappear." She let out a weary sigh as she looked at them. Even Richie Ever, Stephania's knight, closed his eyes and pleaded, "Please punish us instead, 7th Princess." Snorlass followed as well. "If that will ease your highness's anger, we are willing to accept it." Evian Rose said, "I will not do that." The personal guard knights of the 6th Prince and Princess continued to beg, "Your Highness, please punish us." She repeated herself once more. "I said I will not." Both Richie Ever and Snorlass looked up at her in surprise. "Your Highness." She turned back to glare at the Hattlemet siblings and scolded them. "You two are unbelievably foolish." Startled and uneasy, the pair shrank under her reprimand. Not only had they failed to protect their own knights, they had even used them as shields. Evian Rose said firmly, "I have no intention of punishing your personal guard knights in your place. They were only following orders." Both of them were greatly surprised by her words. They should never have been used as sacrifices in a conflict between members of the imperial family. Putting away the golem, Evian Rose continued, "Although this surveillance golem recorded everything that happened today, I will keep today's incident secret." The Hattlemet siblings brightened in delight and blurted out in surprise, "Huh? Really? We thought this would be dragged out before the public as gossip." But they immediately wilted again when Evian Rose added, "However, I have one condition." She extended her hand toward Michaelis, who was standing beside her. "The two of you will personally apologize to Knight Agneto." Everyone fell silent. Then the siblings shouted in shock. What? Stephania cried out agitatedly. A homunculus is no different from a slave, and you want us to apologize to him? What kind of absurd condition is that? She thought to herself that she had assumed the girl was just some philosopher hiding in a corner, but she was completely insane. Michaelis was also stunned. Princess, he called. Coldly and sternly, she repeated, apologize. Stephanie still could not believe it and raised both hands in protest. That's impossible. If it were just an apology, maybe, but to a homunculus. Evie and Rose glared down at them and practically growled. Do it. Apologize to Knight Agneto. Stephania tried to meet her gaze in defiance, but failed. Both siblings sulked and avoided her eyes, unable to speak. In the end, they had no choice but to submit. Stephania said awkwardly, I apologize, Knight Agneto. Please forgive me for insulting you. Derek lowered himself as well. I apologize too. I hope Knight Agneto will forget what happened today. Michaelis stared at them in shock as they apologized to him. In the end, he replied, I accept your apologies. The siblings trembled with rage, but there was nothing more they could do. Evie and Rose let out a breath and thought, they're making such a fuss. Walking around to the side, she said, I hope the two of you understand what you did today. Looking dejected and confused, they listened as she lectured them. If you recklessly attack me without knowing your own limits, it will only backfire. Evie and Rose stepped up in front of the female knight. You are Knight Snoletwind, correct? Snolet nodded. Yes, your highness. Evie and Rose reached out and touched the barrier around them. This barrier was created very well. I truly regret seeing such talent used like this. Evie and Rose spoke gently to Snolet. What happened today is not your fault, so don't blame yourself. She smiled brightly. I want to go outside now, so dispel the barrier. Snolet bowed her head. Yes, your highness. Evie and Rose and Michaelis watched as the barrier came down. She turned back to him. Smiling softly, she said, Well then, let's go back, Knight Agneto. Michaelis dipped his head slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, princess. She left with him, leaving the Hadelmet siblings behind as they trembled with fury. The humiliation of today, I absolutely will. As Derek raised his face to the sky, something suddenly dropped into his eye. Ow! Looking at the bird flying overhead, he screamed, Ah! Bird droppings! My eye! Evie and Rose and Michaelis were walking together through the forest when she suddenly stopped and asked, Michael, when I arrived, why didn't you have your sword in hand? She turned to face him. Michaelis, you're very strong. If you had used your sword, you could have escaped danger on your own. With a puzzled expression, Evie and Rose continued. But when I got there, you were hardly defending yourself at all. Why was that? He lowered his head. That, wasn't it only natural? Because that was the best choice. She pressed on. Why was that the best choice? I want to hear you say it with your own mouth. Images of the crown and the princes and princesses flashed through Michaelis's mind. You know this as well, your highness. If I were accused of plotting to assassinate the imperial family, they would certainly turn the situation around and make you share responsibility. And you are someone with lofty ideals. There are already many enemies in the imperial palace who are eager to sabotage your goals. He looked off to the side before continuing. I did not want my actions to give them an excuse to hinder your future, so I decided it would be best not to resist. I believe that, as your personal guard knight, it was the honest decision. Evie and Rose closed her eyes and thought, does he think this isn't something to be questioned, but something to be praised? Michaelis looked back at her. She said, Michael, I already told you before. Wearing a grave expression, she continued, as a princess, I will do everything I can to protect you. Michaelis replied, you did say that. The two faced each other amid the lush green forest. She went on, when I say I will protect you, that includes dealing with whatever consequences arise. If you're in danger, you may fight back. I will handle the aftermath. They fell silent for a moment before he said something that felt like a blow to her head. But doesn't the princess still have no power in the palace? She bristled in anger. That's too much. I can do it. No matter what, I still bear the title of princess. He answered, is that so? Looking at her gently, Michaelis said, it seems I have carelessly insulted your highness's honor. I apologize. Please forgive me. She turned her face away, looking annoyed. Good that you know that. After a moment of silence, he suddenly dropped to one knee, startling her into crying out. Michael, what are you doing? Your knee is bleeding. You're bleeding again. Get up quickly. He called softly, "Princess." She clenched her hand into a fist, clearly flustered. "If you really see me as your princess, then stand up at once." He tensed, suppressing himself as he remained kneeling. Evie and Rose thought, because of the effect of the engraved seal, resisting an order must be very painful. Looking helplessly resigned, she said, "I give up. What is it that you want to say?" Pressing his hand tightly against his thigh as though trying to steady himself, he answered, "It is not that I do not trust you. I have never felt that way." Those words were sincere, but I admit that there was a problem with my attitude. Her expression shifted in sudden realization as he continued, "You possess great and noble principles. I was arrogant and foolish to presumptuously worry about your capabilities." Her gaze filled with doubt and surprise. He was worried? Looking at him kneeling before her, she thought, is this really Michael, the man who never worried about or thought anything like that for the imperial family? Flustered, Evie and Rose listened as he said, "I truly was worried for your highness, but the result was that I spoke insultingly. I sincerely hope you will forgive me." She cut in, "All right, I forgive you. I forgive you. So can you stand up now?" He lifted his head to look at her and continued, "And also, thank you for saving me." She stared at him blankly for a moment. Michaelis said, "The reason I am still alive is entirely because of your protection." Her face flushed red. "Because I promised I would protect you. I only carried out that promise," he replied. "It was a difficult promise to keep, yet you kept it. That is why, from now on, I will always trust you." Evie and Rose clenched her hand and thought, is Michael really such an upright person? The wind moved through the trees and passed between them as he said, "Today I realized just how fortunate I am to be your personal guard knight." Lifting his head, he spoke with complete sincerity. "As your sword, I offer up this body and heart to support you until the day you ascend the throne." She smiled, happy and deeply moved by his devotion. Of course." He looked at her, and her thoughts surfaced. "The rebel from my previous life has chosen me in this life. I must be doing very well." In her memory, someone's face flickered past with the words, "You should have chosen me." She thought, could it be? Were those words? He called to her, "Princess." Startled out of her memories, she answered, "Huh." He held out his hand. "Please give me your hand." She placed her hand in his. He gently and sincerely kissed the back of it, then said, "From now on, please continue to rely on me, my princess." Smiling in happiness, she replied, "The same goes for me, Michael." Evie and Rose was sitting in the parlor with her close attendants. The maid Sidola spoke up. "Were they picking at you over the matter of night service, your highness?" The maid continued sorrowfully, "It is my fault for not paying attention to the rumors in the palace, your highness." Evie and Rose smiled gently. "You don't need to apologize, Sidola. If they were determined to do this, how could we have avoided it?" The maid said, "Even so, no matter what pretext they use to find fault, I still bear responsibility for allowing your highness to suffer such harsh insults. From now on, I will be more careful in managing the residence, so that your highness will no longer be caught up in such meaningless criticism." The other servants also clenched their hands in determination and chimed in, "So will we." She answered, Thank you, everyone." Tilting her head, Sidola said, "It's nearly time for dinner. How about your highness rests in the bedroom and has your meal there as well? You still have a lot of work to deal with." Stroking her chin, Evie and Rose considered it. Should I? That does sound like a good idea." Both Michaelis and Evie and Rose looked at the maid as she continued, "If your highness agrees, then how about dining together with Lord Agneto as well?" Both he and she looked embarrassed, and Evie and Rose replied, Well, what does Knight Agneto think?" He stood up and bowed. "Yes," she thought, "eat alone together in my bedroom? Let's just count it as extra work for my personal guard night." All the servants froze for a moment. Then the orange-haired maid spoke up excitedly at Michaelis's puzzled expression. "In that case, Lord Agneto, please go bathe first." Another maid chimed in, "That's right." A male servant cheerfully pulled him along despite his confusion. "Come this way, Lord Agneto." After bathing, Michaelis emerged with hair still slightly damp, giving off an alluring fragrance. Looking at himself, he thought, no wonder the servants were so coordinated. If they want to restore the princess's honor in the palace, this really is the best way. But I wonder whether this was the princess's order or not. Standing before the bedroom door, Sidola said to him, "Lord Agneto, dinner has been prepared. Please go in." He dipped his head slightly. "Understood." Then he stepped inside. When he entered, the princess, dressed in a nightgown and looking far more at ease, was standing with one hand resting on the chair beside her. Flowers surrounded her, and she smiled. "Come in, Michael." The two sat at the dining table near the balcony door and enjoyed an array of exquisitely prepared dishes together. He said, "The food is delicious." She followed up, "Really? Then shall we have dinner together more often from now on?" He paused slightly before answering, "If that is your highness's wish, then I will comply." She smiled gently in return. Then let's dine together." The two looked at each other awkwardly. Smiling inwardly, she thought, "I wonder what he's thinking." While they ate and talked, he said, "So for now, we've managed to silence the 6th princess and 6th prince." Calmly bringing a piece of meat to her mouth, she said, "I do not intend to reveal the information recorded by the surveillance golem yet. It is still too early to confront the 3rd princess head-on." He continued, "Your Highness intends to keep that surveillance golem, then?" She tilted her head and looked past his shoulder. The cage holding the golem was behind him. She said, "I put in a cage to keep it from flying away. It's right there, see?" He asked, "Is this really all right? It looks like illegally seizing imperial property." She replied cheerfully, "Alban from the Ministry of Rights will take care of it. It's only one surveillance golem, after all." He answered, "Ah, yes." The golem kept slamming itself against the iron cage as if trying to find a way out. Glancing at it, he asked, "But we can't keep it like that forever, can we?" Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled. "That's true. It would be troublesome if someone came to my room and found it, and I do feel a little sorry for it being locked up like that." She lightly swirled her wine glass. "Don't worry, I have a rough idea of how to use it." After taking a sip of wine, she continued, "I'll deal with it later when I have time." A maid entered to clear the table. Evie and Rose said cheerfully, "I'll take care of the rest, so you two may leave now." The two maids looked surprised. Then they happily replied, "Yes, Your Highness. We hope you have a pleasant evening." Michaelis thought, "They're dismissing them already? It's still early." She looked at him and smiled. "All right, now that they've all left, we can talk comfortably and have some tea too." She gently poured tea into the cups. He silently looked at the teacup. The tea was so clear. Come on, the princess wouldn't do something like that. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I'm thinking nonsense again." She set down the teacup and called to him, "Michael, I'm sure you've already guessed, haven't you? I have a suggestion." Mysteriously, she said, "Tonight." He became slightly alarmed. She smiled. "Stay and rest in my room." The whole room fell into silence. His body went rigid, and he thought, "What? Princess?" An image of her lifting his chin with a fan flashed through his mind. Have things gone that far already? He clenched his teeth in silence. Is there truly no other choice now? Suddenly, he picked up the hot tea and drank it all in one gulp. She stared at him suspiciously. "Michael, isn't it hot?" He set the cup down firmly, stood up, and said, "Princess." She was still blankly staring. His face turned bright red. Embarrassed, he reached up to clutch the front of his shirt. "If I am not misunderstanding your highness's meaning, then, from now on, I must do it." Looking astonished, she asked, "Huh? What are you doing?" Still blushing, he kept hold of his shirt and replied, "If you tell me your preferences, I will follow them, because this is what service entails." He reached up and began unfastening the buttons of his shirt. She jumped in complete panic, as if struck by lightning. Her face turned red to the tips of her ears, and in a fluster she thrust both hands out and waved them frantically while shouting, "Michael, I'm sorry for making you misunderstand. I thought you'd already guessed, but apparently you hadn't." He froze. She sprang to her feet and waved her hands. "That's not what I meant at all." Lowering his head slightly, he asked in embarrassment, "Then what did you mean?" Looking at him awkwardly, she said, "I only meant that you would sleep in my room and then leave afterward." He let out an "ah," then stood there like stone with nearly all his buttons undone. Both of them were terribly embarrassed. She said, "As long as there's a rumor, that's enough. As long as you walk out of my room in the morning, that will do." Blushing furiously, he fastened his buttons again. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he thought, there was such a simple method, yet I seriously started thinking about serving her like that. What is wrong with me? Evie and Rose's face was still red as she looked at him anxiously. Michaelis thought, is it because of the engraved seal? She stepped closer, lightly touched his hair, and used magic. "Do you feel better now? This is a calming spell." He smiled at her. "It works very well." Drawing back her hand, she smiled brightly again. "It seems we'll have to keep pretending there's night service. Would every Wednesday be all right?" He nodded. "I understand," she said to him with slight concern. "Tomorrow morning, you must pretend to be tired. We have to fool even Saidola." He nodded in agreement. Evie and Rose reached out her hand, asking to shake his. "Then I'll be counting on you." The two of them clasped hands firmly. The next morning, she looked very excited as she sat idly reading the newspaper. The Lucia Merchant Guild's public bathhouse project had already opened. The image of the magnificent building seemed to be drawing a great deal of attention. Evie and Rose sat with a pile of paperwork and notices. She thought to herself, the profits must be even greater than expected. At this rate, it will definitely be more successful than in my previous life. In her mind, the third princess was surely crushing flower petals so hard in anger that her hands were bleeding. This news must have reached Sister Betty already. She was probably furious. As she leisurely sipped her tea and let her thoughts wander, she imagined that at worst the third princess would just make sachets while pretending nothing was wrong. You've worked hard. Sidola stood before her desk with a smile. Evie and Rose said, Thanks to you, Sidola, everything has gone very smoothly. The maid cheerfully replied, I only did my duty, Your Highness. Looking at Sadila's happy face, Evie and Rose continued, No need to be modest. I'll be relying on you for everything from now on too, Sidola. She thought, if I ever get some free time, I'll definitely give Sidola a proper vacation. The two smiled at each other. The maid then said, Also, Your Highness, the item you entrusted me with earlier has arrived. Evie and Rose asked excitedly, Really? The door opened, and a male servant entered carrying a box as large as himself, wrapped in red cloth, with another maid beside him. Evie and Rose's face lit up with a smile. Call Michaelis for me. Soon, Michaelis entered, dressed in a dignified and elegant deep crimson military uniform. Looking at the brand-new black box reinforced with steel edges resting on the red cloth, he asked, Your Highness, what is this? Standing beside the box, she beckoned him closer. Come here quickly, Michael. She looked at him and said, I told you before, didn't I? She smiled brightly at his puzzled expression. She opened the box, and he stared in surprise. Inside was a beautiful sword. She continued, that I would choose a sword suitable for you. Its silver hilt shone brilliantly. Michaelis could only stand there in stunned admiration of the sword's beauty before finally saying, It's exquisite. He reached out and carefully lifted the sword with great tenderness. Looking at the precious sword in his hands, Michaelis smiled in satisfaction. Beside him, Evie and Rose laughed and asked, Do you like it? He answered, I like it very much. But then he added regretfully, Still, it's a pity that such a new sword is already about to be stained with blood. Michaelis lowered his gaze, already knowing why the sword would be bloodied so soon, because the Monster Hunt tournament was approaching. The Monster Hunt tournament was held on an island covered in wild forests and mountains. The island was called Galapagan, and all the monsters there were confined within a barrier. The tournament was scored by the number of monsters hunted, and the one who hunted the most would be declared the winner. Because monsters were essential materials for alchemy, the tournament was like a harvest festival to alchemists. The Empire valued alchemy highly, so it paid special attention to this event as well. Evie and Rose replied, Well, that is what swords are for. Michaelis agreed at once. You are right. Suddenly, she held out her hand toward him and said, Michael, come with me for a moment. And give me the sword too. There's something I want to do. She took the sword and told him, Let's go to the reception room. Then she turned around, led the way, and motioned for him to follow. This way, Michaelis followed after her. Outside in the courtyard, flowers were blooming in full splendor as the wind rustled softly. Evie and Rose and Michaelis stood facing each other. She planted the sword against the ground, resting her hand on its hilt. Then she smiled and commanded, Kneel, Knight Agneto. Michaelis immediately dropped to one knee before her. Looking down at the young man before her, Evie and Rose declared, You shall be the sword that destroys my enemies and the shield that protects me from all danger. Evie and Rose asked, Do you swear to this? At once, he felt the grave responsibility of a true knight settle upon his shoulders. This was a knight's oath. He accepted happily. Yes, even if this entire world turns its back on you. Michaelis bowed his head solemnly and said with utmost seriousness, I will still fight for you. Then he raised his head again to look at the Empire's first princess and affirmed it once more. Yes, I swear that I will serve only you, with all my heart and soul, until the day I no longer remain in this world. Evie and Rose smiled at the loyalty of the knight before her. As if those words still were not enough to express his sincerity, he continued, Even if your command demands my life in exchange, I will obey willingly. Evie and Rose asked again, Here and now, before me, will you accept the knight's oath and become my knight? Then, satisfied, she drew the sword. Good. I shall grant you a position worthy of your honor and courage. Michaelis lowered his head once more. She solemnly rested the sword upon his back and reaffirmed her declaration. I, Evian Rose Chloe Hadelmet, hereby formally recognize Michaelis Agneto as a knight. When the ceremony ended, she gazed happily at her knight. He raised his head to look at her as well. Evian Rose knelt down in front of Michaelis. The smile still remained on her face. Seeing how tense he was, she let out a small laugh and explained, I just wanted to hold an investiture ceremony for you, that's all. Then she returned the sword to him. He stared blankly at the person before him. To a knight, an investiture ceremony was a noble rite. But a homunculus never received a proper ceremony like this. And even if there was one, it would only amount to the training center manager tossing out a few perfunctory words. Michaelis looked at his mistress with emotion swelling in his heart. Princess, you, seeing him frozen in silence and unable to react, Evian Rose tilted her head and called, Michael. He answered, I want to repay your highness for bestowing this sword upon me. She asked in confusion, repay me? Then she clasped her hand to her mouth and thought, She smiled brightly and said to him, then help this princess save face and win some high placement in the Monster Hunt tournament. Looking at her, he thought to himself, not first place, just some high rank. The princess really has no competitive streak at all. In that case, Michaelis smiled and made a decision in his heart. I'll show you how wonderful victory feels. He happily agreed with Evian Rose. I swear I will achieve it and bring you honor. The day of the tournament arrived. Evian Rose traveled with Michaelis to the venue by teleportation. She said to him, this is Galapagan Island. While he looked around and surveyed the area, she asked Michaelis what he thought. How does it look? At that moment, several monsters were circling in the sky. Michaelis lifted his face to look at them and asked, those things flying up there aren't crows. They're harpies, right? Evian Rose followed his gaze and answered, Everything living here is a monster. All the knights had arrived, and a few small groups had gathered together to chat. The nobles sat resting and enjoying tea. She also looked around in observation. It really was like a livestock ranch for monsters. The entrance looked like the mouth of a gigantic monster. This place was known as the birthplace of Garamut, a great demonic dragon infamous for its overwhelming power and vicious cruelty. As Evian Rose untied the ribbon from her hair, she called Knight Agneto. She carefully tied her hair ribbon onto his sword scabbard like a protective charm. Smiling brightly, she instructed, go carefully and come back safe. He, too, smiled at her with complete confidence. Michaelis bent down, took Evian Rose's hand, and gently pressed a kiss to her beautiful fingers as he reassured her, please do not worry, your highness. Rosenith, watching the two of them from a short distance away, saw it too. She ground her teeth in hatred. At last, the gate was opened. Evian Rose placed a hand over her chest and silently prayed for her knight. Michael, no matter what, come back safely. Deep within the forest, far inside a dark cave, a shadow appeared. It groaned homunculus. Its tone was full of rage and hatred. Disgusting creations. Then, from within the smoke, an eye appeared, burning with extreme malice. They must be killed. Hundreds of years ago, God abandoned the human world and gave birth to a monster that threw the whole world into chaos. The Hadelmet Empire sent homunculi to march out and kill the monster. Though the beast Galamut was famous for limitless strength and savage cruelty, it was ultimately completely defeated. Afterward, the monster was turned into magic stone, enriching the empire. Its hollow skull became the possession of the strongest being on the island, while the rest became materials commonly used in alchemy and were sold through hunting tournaments and trade. Back on Galapagan Island, the homunculi taking part in the annual Monster Hunt tournament were busily hunting rare monsters. They all strove to claim the highest rank and make their royal masters proud. Michaelis Agneto and Silverton Millick were no exception. The first princess's knight taunted Silverton, I'm sure you won't surrender so easily, but don't waste your effort. Millick did not hesitate to answer. More meaningless words from my greatest enemy. The corner of Michaelis's mouth lifted slightly. The two exchanged a final good luck, then began the real hunt. Elsewhere, in the resting area reserved for royalty, Evian Rose worried over the safety of her knight. She tried to reassure herself that it probably wasn't anything serious, but still. Suddenly, from afar, Rosenith, the eighth princess, arrogantly strode over to Evian Rose, one hand braced on her hip. With that haughty bearing and conceited tone, she proudly declared, today, I will be the one honored. Then she continued, he promised he would bring the highest glory to the white rose of the empire. Rosenith looked at her with open challenge. Evie and Rose seemed bewildered, unable to make sense of such an emphatic declaration from the eighth princess. She thought to herself that aside from that lofty title, the girl still carried that irritating attitude. Even so, for a noble to ask a homunculus to compete in the hunting tournament with an inferior, substandard sword instead of taking part directly herself. Evie and Rose wondered, shouldn't one at least give a knight a good tool if one wants him to survive and win? Still, a little concern would not hurt anyone. But she pushed those thoughts aside and paid them no further mind. Evie and Rose sighed and said, "I'll be going now." She turned firmly and walked away, leaving Rosenith baffled by her reaction. In another setting, where the princesses were sipping and enjoying tea, they chatted about ordinary gossip. One young lady asked, "Is there a kind of wax ink that has been popular lately?" Another added, "My mother gave me some of that ink for my birthday." A third expressed, "I really want some too." It turned out that this was a conversation among Anna Lucia and the royal ladies. One of them said, "I heard some very happy news about the Countess." Anna tilted her head in confusion, and the lady continued, "The Countess's public bathhouse business is doing very well, isn't it?" They all offered their congratulations to Anna together. But among them, one lady with long flowing purple hair said curiously, "Still, there's something I'm wondering. Isn't the price of magic stones that only produce warm water rising these days? If that's the case, wouldn't more customers only mean greater losses?" Countess Anna calmly explained, "Ah yes, instead of using magic stones, I invented another way to supply hot water." She then continued, "I connected the hot water tanks to the bread ovens all throughout the surrounding area. That way, the water is heated." The ladies marveled at the Countess's idea and lavished praise upon Anna, but she modestly replied, "That was actually passed on to me by both the benefactor and colleague of my family." Anna's expression suddenly turned thoughtful as she continued, "Because we wanted to improve the lives of the people. My family created this project with a noble purpose. But with the exorbitant cost of magic, a business with such ideals was naturally quite risky." Her voice carried both gratitude and depth as she continued, "If it weren't for that benefactor's idea, my family might not have endured and would have gone bankrupt." Everyone listened attentively to her story, while a few began murmuring curiously about who that benefactor might be. Anna smiled gently and answered them, "Look over there, everyone. The first princess has arrived. Her Highness is my benefactor." No sooner had she finished speaking than Evie and Rose stepped forward. She wore a radiant smile, bright as the sun, yet gentle as a lily. "Greetings, everyone." They responded at once, "Greetings, First Princess." She gave Anna a light bow, and the Countess replied, "Welcome, Your Highness." The people around them were shocked and astonished. "Oh my, is the First Princess really the Countess's business associate?" It seemed they thought someone as noble as Evie and Rose, born of the royal family, had no reason to help ordinary people. But no, Evie and Rose was just that kind of person. She was generous, compassionate, and always wished to help others. Yet the lady's words happened to reach the ears of the third princess, Bridget, who was seated nearby. They continued praising Evie and Rose lavishly. One said in admiration, "How wonderful." Another shared, "Even the soap I use in my bath was made from a formula created by Her Highness." All this praise pleased Evie and Rose. She cheerfully said, "From the beginning, I have cared deeply about encouraging the people to develop clean living habits. The public bathhouse business can also be considered a good measure for preventing disease in the capital, so I helped the Countess." She continued, "And now that His Majesty has granted the prison monster engraving, even though we still lack the imperial greenhouses bestowed by His Majesty, the public bathhouse business is doing fairly well, isn't it?" The Countess added that the Emperor's land reclamation project was also being managed by the first princess here. However, after only talking for a few minutes, Evie and Rose and Anna suggested speaking in private. "Haha, I'll see everyone again a little later. Countess, let's go over here for a moment." Those around them happily nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness." From a distance, Bridget stared after the first princess and the Countess as they departed, murderous intent flickering in her eyes. In a cool, verdant spot like a little forest, Anna and Evie and Rose began chatting together. Anna said, "Although I have often asked Sidola to convey my regards, it has actually been quite a long time since we last met after that day." Evie and Rose, too, showed concern for her. "You have worked very hard all this time." The Countess humbly replied, "It is all thanks to Your Highness's concern." Anna went on to say, Did your highness see the murderous look from the third princess earlier? The princess joked. Of course. The back of my neck was practically burning. Then Ana Lucia's demeanor changed as she spoke more seriously about the third princess's attitude. My business has suffered no losses. But naturally, the third princess is angry because she brought this disaster upon herself. I was worried and wondered whether perhaps your highness was the one who caused it. Evian Rose smiled and replied, of course, even if she was the one obstructed first. Suddenly, Countess Ana Lucia fell into deep thought, as if something was troubling her. She looked at the princess before her. Sunlight slipped gently through the trees, illuminating the young woman's delicate face. A beauty capable of toppling cities stood right before her eyes. Then the Countess realized something and immediately said, Your Highness, if things have come this far, then I cannot very well avoid greeting you properly. Evian Rose was flustered by Annel's words and asked, What is it, Countess? Ana Lucia pressed her lips together tightly, as though worried over whether she should say what was on her mind. But in the end, she still asked, Your Highness, you want the position of Crown Princess, do you not? Evian Rose froze at the question from the Countess, standing before her. Perhaps the question had struck right at the heart of it. Annel and Evian Rose stood facing each other. Annel asked, You want the highest seat of all, don't you? Evian Rose fell silent in thought. Annel tensely explained, The third princess wanted to ruin my family's merchant company so that the Cheesley company under her command could swallow it up. At the time, no one dared to stand against her and help us because she was the leading candidate for the position of Crown Princess. Ana Lucia recalled, Except for your highness, the seventh princess. Everyone knows that your highness helped us. At the same time, your highness also showed your intention to oppose the third princess politically. In that case, it can only mean that you are aiming for the imperial throne. Is that correct? Hearing this, Evian Rose still lowered her head in silence. Then she looked at Ana Lucia and asked in return, And if it is? Annel widened her eyes at the person before her, then suddenly dropped to one knee, startling Evian Rose. Evian Rose asked in confusion, Young Countess, are you all right? You'll hurt your knees. Please stand up. Annel took Evian Rose's hand. Evian Rose was bewildered by Ana Lucia's actions. Young Countess, at that moment, Annel pressed a kiss to her hand and said, I, Ana Lucia, swear with unwavering resolve and certainty that I will follow your highness, the seventh princess, until the day I no longer remain in this world. The wind whispered through the trees. The two looked at each other. Evian Rose felt Annel's loyalty and smiled in acceptance. Thank you, young Countess. I will prove to you that this is a wise choice. People were chatting nearby, and a few young ladies who spotted Evian Rose called out, Your Highness. Evian Rose went over and greeted them. What are you ladies discussing? One young lady answered, We were discussing who will be the winner of this year's tournament. Then she turned to the blue-haired lady beside her and asked, It'll probably be one of the guard knights again this time, right? It very well might be. Last year's winner was Sir Hanston, but this year there's Sir Millard, the knight famed as the strongest in the Imperial Palace and also the knight chosen by Her Highness the 8th Princess. And in addition, Sir Agnetto, the one nicknamed the Monster of the Sky Prison, is participating too. Everyone discussed it with great excitement. Many said the balance this year would change. Someone else agreed, Exactly. I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Evian Rose had her own thoughts. If it follows my previous life, then the winner should be Sir Millard. From then on, he won every tournament, contest, and duel in the Imperial Palace, bringing glory to Rosenif. 2 years later, Michaelis entered the scene and took the title of the strongest. Evian Rose sighed to herself. Then this time, Michaelis will win, right? Why does that leave me feeling a little unsettled? I've always been the one congratulating someone else on their glory. But on the other hand, I don't know whether I myself have what it takes to stand in that position. Evian Rose suddenly realized something about herself. All at once, her mood darkened, and she reproached herself. Looking back now, I was really that pessimistic, wasn't I? Even though I don't like competition, I truly have been looking down on myself far too much. Evian Rose quickly corrected herself. That kind of attitude is awful. It's disrespectful to the people who trust me and chose to follow me. And now, there's Michaelis too. Thinking of Michaelis, she unconsciously smiled and told herself, I should have more confidence in myself. Ana Lucia called out, pulling her back to reality. Your Highness, are you listening to me? Evian Rose asked. HM? What was that? Annel replied. Who do you think will win? Evie and Rose immediately answered with a bright smile. Of course, it'll be my night, Sir Agnetto. Her smile was so beautiful that everyone who saw it stared blankly. Everyone agreed at once. Haha, of course. What were we even thinking, asking that? For a moment, the atmosphere turned cheerful, filled with laughter. But Evie and Rose suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She slowly turned to look behind her. That strange stare. It was 8th Princess Rosnith Hadelmet, wearing a thoroughly displeased expression. A few people whispered among themselves, "Oh dear, it's Her Highness the 8th Princess." I heard her hearing is exceptionally sharp. Looks like it's true. Evie and Rose avoided her gaze and turned to Annel. Shall we go board the sky ship? Annel gave a stiff smile and nodded. Why, yes, Your Highness. The two of them left, with the 8th Princess still glaring after them from behind. At the sky ship, Evie and Rose was about to step onto the gangway when a voice called, "Your Highness." She turned toward the sound. A polite young man bowed and asked with a smile, "Might I be permitted to join you?" Evie and Rose was surprised to recognize him. Young Master Calix Rematel. She recalled their last meeting at the royal banquet, when he had deliberately teased her with strong liquor. This Calix fellow, he still stood there smiling patiently as he waited for Evie and Rose's answer. She, however, was puzzled. Why all of a sudden? Calix looked at Evie and Rose with a somewhat sly smile and glint in his eyes, making her inwardly think, why has this Calix suddenly shown up? He climbed the steps one by one as he spoke. I very much wish to see Your Highness again. You have no idea how heartbroken I was the day you left. His words left Evie and Rose momentarily blank, but a few seconds later, she composed her expression and gave him a perfectly polished smile. Is that so? Personally, I was quite relieved that I left before my drunken state was exposed before everyone. This time, it was Calix who faltered. I sincerely apologize for that. I had no intention of making Your Highness drink strong liquor. In Evie and Rose's mind, she remembered the royal custom. The first drink handed to you by another person had to be finished, or else it would be considered rude. Calix had been with his group at the time, and she was certain that his group had deliberately handed her strong liquor. Calix raised his hand. If it's too tiring to hold, you may pass it to me. Evie and Rose looked suspicious. She thought it strange that Calix was suddenly being so gentlemanly toward her. Calix smiled softly, and she continued thinking, if I hand him the glass. Facing Calix, the voice in her mind said, I'll end up having to grant one of his requests. Her thoughts stopped there, and she asked Calix, what do you want? He blinked in confusion. Pardon. Her face turned stern. I know perfectly well you want something from me. What is it? His eyes darted toward her and the ladies standing behind her before he answered. It's difficult to speak of in a place like this. Annel immediately stepped forward. That phrasing is rather easy to misunderstand, don't you think? When you did wrong, you didn't care about dignity at all. Yet now that you've come to apologize, suddenly dignity matters above everything else. Evie and Rose was slightly surprised by her words. Young Countess. Calix's face showed a mixture of shock and alarm, while Annel met him with a firm and unwavering expression. Inside, Evie and Rose thought, oh dear, things are getting tense. That look on the young Countess's face, seeing matters stretched tight as a drawn bowstring. She quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Well, it seems your request is rather private. I don't wish to press you, so I'll hear you out in private later. At those words, his expression relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he replied with a breath of relief, Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous understanding. Evie and Rose turned her back. Until later, young master. Calix bowed. Then I hope Your Highness enjoys your time. Her gaze slid toward him. She looked as if she might say something, but in the end she turned away. Anna looked up at the sky and asked, Echem, is it going to rain soon? We only just boarded the sky ship. Well then, let's take a walk and come back later. Evie and Rose raised her head and silently called Michaelis's name. In the forest, Michaelis was in the middle of subduing monsters. Smoothing back his glossy black hair, he said, leaving a mark gets you points. Sheathing his sword, he continued, but these are all small fry. Michaelis narrowed his eyes and thought, if I want to win, I need to find something better than these ordinary things. Suddenly, a green creature crept up behind him. Instantly, both his offense and defense kicked in, and he lashed out with a kick, sending the green thing flying. It slid limply down beneath a tree. He complained with a weary look. A slime? Honestly, how boring can you get? But then Michaelis froze, as a thought surfaced in his mind. I need slime corpses and rockworms. He immediately remembered the earlier conversation between Evie and Rose and Anvil. Anvil had asked Evie and Rose, "Why do you need them? They're useless as alchemy materials." Humming to himself, he had said, "Ah, so your highness invited me for tea." Facing him, Evie and Rose smiled and said, "I want to make a dissolving agent from slime mucus." She lifted her teacup, still smiling, and continued, "If I use that dissolving agent to melt through the thick outer skin of rockworms, I'll be able to extract their fresh internal organs." At once Anvil replied, "Speaking of rockworm innards, that reminds me." At that point, he suddenly grew excited, his face lighting up as he said, "That's the ingredient used to make products for nighttime activities, right?" His enthusiastic words made one of them startle and the other flush bright red, Michaelis and Evie and Rose. Anvil kept babbling on despite the two of them being at peak embarrassment. Ahem, does your highness need that sort of thing? Oh my, you must really need it, huh?" Red to the tips of her ears, she answered, "And no, not for that. Stamina medicine made from those organs helps improve blood circulation. If I research it more deeply, it may even be developed into a treatment for heart disease." By the time she said that, she had regained her usual composure. Michaelis turned his gaze toward her, and she smiled as she continued, "It would be of tremendous help to subjects suffering from heart disease. It would also benefit Hadelmet, since our nation is not especially advanced in medicine." In a tone half impressed and half defiant, Anvil said, "What a noble purpose, your highness. Then don't worry, after the tournament ends, Anvil, will definitely gather monster corpses and offer them to your highness." Back in the present, Michaelis looked thoughtful, then suddenly turned toward the green slime, startling it. He pointed his sword at it and said, "In that case, I ought to help my princess too, shouldn't I?" The unlucky little slime's eyes welled up. It had to sacrifice itself for that beautiful love. Then came the sound of a slash, and a flock of crows took flight. Truly pitiful. Under Michaelis's sword, monster after monster collapsed. Looking at the heap of monsters strewn across the ground, he said, "This should be enough." He bent down near one monster with a gaudy flower and pointed his sword at it. "I still need to carve a mark." But before he could do so, the flower bud suddenly swelled, causing Michaelis to blurt out, "Huh," then sprayed something like pollen at him, catching him completely off guard. Michaelis started in surprise. "What?" Then with a burst, he threw up a hand to shield his eyes. A strange hand reached out and fired a magic bolt. The wind blew violently. Michaelis slowly lowered his hand and looked up in surprise. He dropped to one knee. The flower had already been destroyed. The one who had intervened spoke. "The pollen of a man-eating flower contains an extremely deadly toxin." She continued, "If you inhale it, you're done for." He spoke up in response. "Nightwind." Snowleys turned her head and said, "If that pollen spreads, this entire area will turn into a forest of man-eating flowers." Michaelis stood up and replied, "It wouldn't matter much. This place is only a monster ranch anyway." Snowleys glanced at the dead slimes and rockworms Michaelis had killed and asked, "Is that why you dealt with them like this?" She went on, "Anyone looking at this would think you had some personal grudge against slimes and rockworms." He went blank for a moment, remembering Anvil's words, products for nighttime activities. Snowleys asked Michaelis, "So which direction are you heading?" He answered, "I'm crossing the swamp. If you're going the other way, I suggest you choose a different route. I've already wiped everything out over there." Snowleys nodded. "All right." Michaelis asked her, "By the way, do you know where the Garamut nest is?" Snowleys answered, "Ido." She cast him a sidelong glance. Michaelis found her reaction puzzling. She turned away and raised a hand. "Given your ability, it's probably fine to tell you." She cast a spell, creating guiding lights that stretched ahead to lead Michaelis onward. Then Snowleys turned back and said, "Good luck." He walked toward the lights, then turned his head and said to her, "Thank you, Nightwind." Elsewhere, Sylvanston was running at great speed. He leaped over the huge tree roots blocking the path and shot forward. A Garamut was closing in from behind, growling loudly. He turned to look back. The Garamut bared its fangs. With a loud growl, it lunged straight at Sylvanston. He deftly avoided it, causing it to lose momentum and crash hard to the ground. He looked at it, and the Garamut also turned to glare at him, clearly irritated. Then it got back up and charged at Sylvanston once more. Sylvanston stared at it, his face serious. He struck, and a shockwave rang out. The Garamut fell, while Sylvanston remained standing there completely unharmed. He turned, his gaze shifting behind him, then swung his sword hard. With a clang, Michaelis appeared, his face showing surprise as he used his sword to block Sylvanston's attack. Seeing this, Sylvanston said, Michaelis. He withdrew his sword and added, "You startled me." Michaelis nodded. "Same here." Then he said, "Sylvanston, were you also looking for the nest?" Sylvanston answered, "No, I'm scouting the nesting grounds of the golden lion behemoth." Michaelis said, "I see. So it seems that bees took over the nest this time." At that moment, Sylvanston noticed the guiding lights and asked Michaelis, "This path?" Michaelis followed his gaze and replied, "Nightwind made it. It leads to the nest." Understanding dawned on Sylvanston. Oh, the two gradually approached the Garamut nest at the end of the path of light. Michaelis said, "The guiding trail ends here." Sylvanston agreed. Inside, the cave was deep and dark, and eerie sounds emerged from within. Michaelis said, "Looks like this really is the nest." 3 glimmers flashed in the darkness of the cave. Sylvanston asked, "Could those be fireflies?" In the darkness, terrifying pairs of eyes began to shine. A furry paw emerged. A Garamut stepped out and roared. Sylvanston and Michaelis immediately drew their swords. Sylvanston said, "There are quite a lot of them." Michaelis answered, "I'm not interested in the rest. I only want the leader." Sylvanston looked surprised and asked in confusion, "What?" Michaelis charged straight into the dark cave and called back to Sylvanston, "If you're not confident you can handle them all, then at least support me." Amid the roaring of the Garamuts inside the cave, Sylvanston sighed and muttered, "Good grief." Then Sylvanston also rushed into the dark cave, shouting to Michaelis, "The hide is the most important part, so don't damage it." The Garamut was struck. He watched in the direction the fleeing Garamut had escaped. Sylvanston said to him, "No need to chase them." Sheathing his sword, he added, "We need to leave a few for next year." He looked around at the defeated Garamut. Seeing that, Sylvanston asked, "What are you doing?" With a serious expression, Michaelis Agneto replied, "Looking for the leader. All its kind are dead, but I still don't see it." "That makes no sense." Hearing that, Sylvanston said, puzzled, "Didn't you kill it earlier?" Michaelis Agneto blinked in surprise. Sylvanston replied, "Don't you remember? The huge one with 3 eyes. The first one that appeared." He asked back, "That was the leader?" "I didn't even notice. They all seemed equally weak to me." Sylvanston was left speechless. Suddenly, an odd sound rang out. Michaelis Agneto turned his head and asked, "What was that?" Richie Ever appeared and asked in astonishment. "It's already over," Richie Ever said in surprise. "So the 2 strongest contenders teamed up?" He sighed dramatically. "That's practically cheating." Michaelis Agneto ignored him and turned away as if he weren't there. Richie Ever spoke again. "If you go around that rock pile, you'll find a spider nest. Why don't you go attack the Spider Queen? Night Hans 10. He laughed and replied, "Ha ha, as expected of Night Mullard, the White Rose's Knight. You really do know how to show mercy." He sneered and continued, "That makes things easier for me, because if I don't catch something impressive enough to save face, tonight will be miserable. You understand, don't you, Night Mullard?" He continued, "Because the White Rose of the Empire is no different from those people either." Sylvanston froze, glaring as he listened to Richie Ever's mockery. Sylvanston shot back, "That is outrageously disloyal. You ought to show loyalty to the imperial family." Richie Ever replied flippantly, "Come on, I actually rather like you, but the way you say that really hurts." Then he added, "Though if you're going to demand loyalty, you should be saying that to the monster from the Sky Prison instead." At those words, Michaelis Agneto stiffened. His sharp eyes turned cold as he glanced at Richie Ever. Richie Ever looked at him smugly. With a mocking smile, he repeated, "You should be saying that to the monster from the Sky Prison instead." Michaelis Agneto fixed Richie Ever with an icy stare, while Richie Ever grinned in satisfaction. Sylvanston turned back and said to Richie Ever, "Night Hans 10. He looked at him in clear displeasure. Richie Ever glanced away and let out a sigh. "Tisich, fine, I got it." He turned and shrugged, muttering, "Always acting so righteous. Are you really that deep in it?" And Sylvanston continued onward. Michaelis Agneto asked, "He doesn't seem sincere in the slightest. So how has he not been eliminated?" Sylvanston asked back, "Night Hans 10. Then he said, "I heard he almost was eliminated once, though not because of loyalty issues." Sylvanston continued, "You know how it is. At the training camp, the homunculi are put through relentless, brutal training, which makes them fiercely competitive." He went on to explain to Michaelis Agneto, "Yes, there was something like that. The younger homunculi were gathered into a trial and forced to compete for survival, so the weak ones could be weeded out." He recalled it. Inside the labyrinth created for training homunculi, young Michaelis Agneto was trying to help his unconscious friend along. Meanwhile, other homunculi were desperately running for their lives. But no matter how hard they struggled, the weaker homunculi including Michaelis Agneto's friend, were abandoned and left to die. He fell into thought. That was also when I first began to rebel. Sylvanston continued, cutting through Michaelis Agneto's thoughts. I heard it happen during the test to find the one who would be left behind. They stopped. Looking up, Sylvanston remarked, "That's high." Michaelis Agneto asked in surprise, "What is?" Sylvanston answered, "I'm talking about Knight Hans 10. He leapt onto a tree and continued, "I heard he failed that test back then and nearly got eliminated." Michaelis Agneto jumped up as well and replied, "A guard knight serving the third princess was the one left behind? That's hard to believe." Then the two of them leapt down together, and Sylvanston explained, "We can't be sure." He continued, "But I heard someone volunteer to be left behind in Knight Hansen's place." Sylvanston added, "That's how he survived." He fell silent. He thought of Richie Ever's face, then smiled faintly. So the friend who had been left behind, the one he saved, was Richie Ever. He said aloud, "What was that, boy?" Sylvanston looked puzzled. Michaelis Agneto replied, "It's nothing." Suddenly, a few raindrops landed on Michaelis Agneto's face. He said, "It's raining." The rain quickly grew heavier. Sylvanston wondered, "Spring rain?" Then a loud crash echoed out, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What was that?" The ground beneath him split apart. Startled, he slipped into the opening. Worried, Sylvanston reached out toward Michaelis Agneto and called, "Michaelis!" With a sharp smack, he managed to catch him. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," came the reply. The two of them looked down at the cracked earth below. Letting out a breath, Michaelis Agneto said to Sylvanston, "But in an emergency, my full name is too long. Call me Michael." Sylvanston awkwardly replied, "I don't have a shortened name." Michaelis Agneto said, "Then I'll call you Syl." Sylvanston looked surprised when Michaelis Agneto said that, then nodded in agreement. "Well, if it's more convenient." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Homunculi, revered creations." Michaelis Agneto and Sylvanston both became wary. A stream of sinister energy rose from the large crack. Sylvanston asked, "That is, a death wraith?" He guessed, "Looks like the rain drew it out." More and more sinister energy surged upward. He said in alarm, "There are too many entities." The dark energy spoke again, "Dogs, alchemists." Sylvanston corrected himself, "No, it's all the same entity." The sinister energy gathered into one point, and both he and Michaelis Agneto stared in surprise. Then its true form appeared, a blue-black dragon. They recognized it at once. It was the death wraith of the demonic dragon Garamut. Michaelis Agneto and Sylvanston readied their swords. Michaelis Agneto said, "At the very least, it won't be as strong as it was before." Garamut roared. The deafening sound reverberated in every direction as Michaelis Agneto and Sylvanston watched it anxiously. Garamut roared again, its cry full of hatred as it called out to them, "Homunculi!" Then it attacked, and the two of them leapt up. Sylvanston landed, but the dragon's magic writhed right beside him. It rushed toward him, trying to cling to him, and he was caught off guard before he could react. Fear filled Sylvanston's eyes as he looked at the dragon. It opened its jaws wide, right in front of him. Worried, Michaelis Agneto reached out, trying to pull Sylvanston away from danger. "Syl!" His eyes widened in alarm. Sylvanston's eyes slowly opened. In surprise, he wondered, "Is this a death wraith? Did it swallow me?" His heart pounded. Startled, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He raised a hand to it and let out a pained sound. "Ugh!" Sylvanston slowly lowered his hand as light fell across part of his face. Before him appeared the back of a knight, standing close beside a blonde-haired woman. The image drew nearer. The woman turned to look at the knight and smiled. Seeing that scene, Sylvanston froze in astonishment. On Rosnith's 20th birthday, the White Rose of the Empire, Sylvanston was appointed as Rosnith's personal knight. But even after being granted that honorable position, he still could not keep his focus on Rosnith. Sylvanston lifted his head. On one side, Sylvanston and Rosnith were surrounded by people offering congratulations. On the other were Michaelis Agneto and Evian Rose. And Evian Rose was smiling at Michaelis Agneto. Her face was radiant with a beautiful smile. Sylvanston realized his gaze was drawn to someone other than his liege. In pain, he knew full well that such feelings went against the knight's code. That realization stirred a deep sense of shame in him. While Sylvanston was agonizing over it, a sudden tearing sound rang out. He jolted, then slowly lowered the hands, clutching his head. Sylvanston lifted his face and turned toward the sound. There stood Michaelis Agneto, one hand tearing open the darkness to reveal a brilliant golden light, the other hand reaching toward Sylvanston. Michaelis Agneto asked, "Are you all right, Syl?" Rain still poured down without end. Looking at the dragon that had just been destroyed, Sylvanston said, "It felt like it was reading my innermost thoughts." Michaelis Agneto replied, "It probably was." He warned Sylvanston, "Garamut can manipulate the mind, so be careful." Then another tremendous roar sounded out. Sylvanston and Michaelis Agneto looked up. He remarked, "That was fast." Garamut roared again. Michaelis Agneto said irritably, "This is troublesome. It's even bigger than the last one." The dragon rushed at them furiously, snarling, "Filthy creations." Michaelis Agneto braced himself with a step, gripped his sword tightly, and leapt straight at the dragon. Michaelis Agneto struck Garamut. It crashed down, and Michaelis Agneto followed with another attack. He slashed directly at the fallen dragon. His sword successfully wounded it, and it let out a pained roar. Then it dissolved back into streams of sinister energy, which wrapped themselves around Michaelis Agneto. Sylvanston rushed forward anxiously and shouted, "Michael!" Michaelis Agneto's voice rang out. How irritating. Sylvanston stopped short. Michaelis Agneto blasted away the dark energy and lifted his gaze to Sylvanston. Facing the sword raised high against it, Garamut asked in confusion, "Why? Why are you unaffected?" Michaelis Agneto's sword came down with tremendous force onto the dragon. Garamut's head fell, and it dispersed into sinister energy. When the dark energy gathered once more, it formed an even larger head. That head recognized Michaelis Agneto. You are the most loathsome creation. You are the king of the homunculi." His face remained expressionless while the dragon continued hurling abuse at him. "Disgusting king." He let out a breath and said to the dragon, "It seems you still have no intention of disappearing quietly." He continued, "Thanks to that last attack, I found the location of your core." He drove his sword into the evil dragon's core. He declared, "So this next blow will finish you completely." Garamut roared fiercely, and then it started laughing. He glared at it and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Though I could not enter the mind of the king of the homunculi, I discovered something quite important. You, too, have been branded." He froze, horrified. He charged at the dragon and shouted, "Damn you!" He swung his sword at Garamut, but split apart again into streams of dark energy. Filled with hatred, it cried out, "Kill! I will kill! I will wipe out that whole line." Michaelis Agneto finally defeated Garamut, and the sinister energy gradually faded away. Sylvanston ran over and asked, "Are you all right?" "That death wraith." Michaelis Agneto collapsed to one knee, bracing himself with a hand on the ground. Sylvanston asked, "Michael." He abruptly got to his feet, ignored Sylvanston, and ran off. Fear filled his face as he thought, "The princess." Over by the imperial party, a gigantic Garamut let out a thunderous roar. Everyone panicked. A manifested entity. "Run!" Third Princess Brigitte stepped forward and raised her hand. "Knights, prepare for battle." The knights moved in behind Brigitte, ready to engage. Brigitte remained calm, her expression unchanged. Garamut roared again, and Brigitte waved her hand to signal the attack. Snowly stood in front of the princesses, creating a barrier to protect them. Evian Rose wondered in confusion. Why? Anxiously, she asked herself, "Isn't Michaelis coming?" Evian Rose subtly turned her head and secretly looked toward Roseneth. She knew that if her personal knight did not return, then only she and Roge would be left here. Evian Rose grew uneasy. Could something have happened? Then she noticed something. In the black smoke, a pair of red eyes slowly emerged. It was the same Garamut that had fought Michaelis Agneto and Sylvanston. It lunged at Evian Rose. "Found you." She froze in terror. Garamut cackled to itself. "Looks like I won't have to waste time searching after all." Kehehe. She could hear everything. "What is this?" She wondered. "Why is that voice inside my head?" Evian Rose realized that her body had suddenly gone stiff. Ugh. She couldn't move at all. Garamut slowly revealed itself and let out a great roar. Standing before Evian Rose, it said, "You who have inscribed the name of the king of the homunculi." Garamut opened its mouth and attacked her. "I will take your life in revenge." Evian Rose stared at Garamut in shock and fear. Brigitte said, "This is Brigitte." She gave the order, "Everyone fall back. Establish a barrier in preparation for a counterattack." Only then did Snowleys notice. She turned and looked back. She froze in place, then shouted, "Seventh Princess." She moved toward Garamut and yelled, "What are you doing? Get over here at once." Garamut gathered enough energy and attacked Evian Rose. The light from the blow flashed across her anxious face while Snowleys desperately called out to her, Seventh Princess. Evian Rose's eyes widened, and a deafening explosion rang out. While everyone stood there in horrified shock, she was still there, eyes wide open. He had appeared in front of Evian Rose, taking the dragon's attack head-on without suffering so much as a scratch. He slowly turned his head back and said to her, "I have returned, Your Highness." Worried, she stepped toward him and called, "Michael." Then her legs gave out. He reached out and caught Evian Rose as she collapsed. Evian Rose looked up at him, and he gazed back at her tenderly. Garamut roared again. His face turned cold at once, and he said angrily, "You dare lay a hand on my princess." He shot forward from before Evian Rose, raised his sword high, and charged straight at Garamut. He shouted furiously at it, "I will." He drove his blade down into Garamut. "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." The dragon roared, and his sword pierced into it, creating spreading cracks across the dragon's body and unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Garamut roared as Evian Rose moved toward it. The dragon gradually disappeared, still muttering of him with hatred. The king. Then it vanished. She looked up at that sight. Though she was not fully clear-headed yet, she knew that was Michaelis. Then Evian Rose suddenly startled. "Wait, Michael?" Evian Rose stopped short and asked, "Michael, where are you?" Her face filled with worry and sadness. Standing before the ashes, she lifted her hand anxiously to her chest. He stepped out from the smoke, walked toward the frightened Evian Rose, and asked, "Were you just calling for me?" Evian Rose looked at him anxiously, then threw her arms around him. His voice continued, "Your Highness." Michaelis Agneto and Evian Rose held tightly to each other as the rain kept falling. She said to him, "Thank goodness you weren't hurt, Michael." He stared intently at Evian Rose, and she blinked in surprise as he reached up and began undoing the buttons of his coat. Flustered, Evian Rose wondered to herself, why is he suddenly taking off his clothes? He removed his outer coat and draped it over her startled shoulders. He looked at her, pulled the coat close around Evian Rose, and straightened it neatly. Then she realized, now I understand. Since I'm soaked by the rain, he wanted to cover me with his coat. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual about him. "Michael." His hands are trembling. She reached out, intending to take his hand, thinking to herself, I should cast a warming spell for Michaelis. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Startled, she looked up at him. He was holding Evian Rose's hand. There was a trace of worry on his face as he said, "Thank goodness you were safe, Princess." Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then she lowered her head and reached out to lightly touch Michaelis's cheek. She said to him gently, "It's because Michaelis saved my life. I'm fine now." Michaelis looked at her, and she smiled as she said to him, "I'll warm you up." He looked at Evian Rose, took her hand, closed his eyes, and quietly agreed. After Marion's imaginary entity was burned away, the relentless rain also faded, as though it had all been a lie. The restoration of the inner forward base also proceeded swiftly. The Monster Hunt tournament had come to an end, honoring the victor, Michaelis. Night had fallen, and Evian Rose spoke in a tired voice. She exhaled and said, "I'm so tired." She rubbed her eyes and continued complaining, "Days like this, I really wish I could just rest at the base." Meanwhile, he placed a pillow on the sofa, and Evian Rose asked him, "Today's Wednesday, so you have the night shift, right?" "Sorry about that." Michaelis turned and said to her, "All I feel is the princess's concern." His voice was gentle. "I'm fine, so please rest, princess." He urged her, "Don't stay up any longer. Hurry." She lay down. Michaelis gently pulled the blanket over her, his movements careful and meticulous. In a weary voice, she murmured her agreement. Evian Rose's breathing gradually evened out as she sank into sleep, and he looked at her with a faint smile. He lay down on the couch, raised a hand to his forehead, and closed his eyes. He recalled it all. It truly was a cruel contract. When witnessing their master in danger, the danger the Guardian had to face was the feeling of having their heart crushed, as if they themselves were confronting death in their master's place. That sense of loss crept into the mind and left them with a devastating shock. Michaelis remembered what had happened during the tournament. Though it was rare, there had also been homunculi who went mad because of it and began destroying everything. Michaelis understood that he was the same kind. He sat bolt upright. That dragon had said, "It must be destroyed, your majesty." Michaelis wondered, was that the strongest instinctive call of a homunculus? He questioned it. Isn't that too dramatic? He thought that if there was some other meaning behind it, then perhaps that would explain things. Michaelis let out a breath and thought, if only there was someone who could answer all this. Suddenly, Evie and Rose murmured, Startled, Michaelis looked toward the bed where she was sleeping. He walked over, his hand pressing against the mattress with a soft rustle as he sat down. He lifted his eyes to Evie and Rose. She was fast asleep. He continued thinking about the dragon. He knew that Garamut had used its ability to invade minds in order to find a close night. He wondered, I don't know whether the other Marians are like that too. He speculated, they call them the kings of the homunculi, so there's a high chance they'll regard me as an enemy by default. Michaelis turned his head to look at her, afraid that if he became the monster's enemy, then his very existence would endanger the princess. He remembered the moment of the branding and thought, the easiest way to eliminate the dangerous factor really is to cancel that harsh kinship contract. But then Michaelis thought of Evie and Rose. He looked at her, reached out a hand, and gently kissed her hair. She remained deeply asleep. He continued thinking. There was still something he did not want to give up. Looking at her, he decided that if so, then he could only protect it to the very end. In the study, Sidela stood before Evie and Rose and began reporting on her work. Lady Lucy's bathhouse construction has been completed successfully, and thanks to the funds you provided, I've also been able to participate in both high society activities and political affairs. Resting her chin on her hand atop the desk, Evie and Rose smiled at her and said, So, how does it feel to be a princess with money? It's wonderful to be able to give gifts to my family. It makes me very happy. Everyone has worked hard lately. She was now able to hand out bonuses herself. This is your holiday bonus. Everyone accepted it cheerfully and thanked her over and over. She looked at Sidela and continued, Sidela. Sidela asked in confusion, Yes, Your Highness? Evie and Rose took out a slip of paper, handed it to her, and said, Go to this address. Sidela took the paper, looked at it thoughtfully, and asked, Isn't this one of the places you were considering investing in? I heard not long ago that it already got a new owner. Evie and Rose smiled without saying much. That's why you should go there once. Inwardly, she added, Sidela, this is what I prepared for you. It was a luxurious building in the Gangnam Labello district. I've had a servant hired for the past half year to prepare everything perfectly so you can move in immediately and rest. You'll like it, won't you? She then said to Sidela, Just go there, and the people there will tell you what you need to do. Sidela stood there blankly, not understanding what was going on, but she still obeyed Evie and Rose's arrangements and said, Yes, I understand. Evie and Rose continued, And if you go, could you call Michaelis out as well? Hearing that, Sidela replied, Yes. After Sidela left, Evie and Rose took out a box, cradled it carefully, and ran her fingers over it, her face full of gentleness and anticipation as she murmured, I hope Michaelis likes it too. Evie and Rose and Michaelis sat together in the room, and on the table rested a sword. She spoke first. I've thought about it. Since Michaelis is the strongest, I wanted something that would let him fight without needing to rely on magic stones. As she spoke, she opened the box and took out a stone. Then she continued, So, I chose something Michaelis will definitely like. Looking at her, he said, I'm curious. What kind of magic stone is it? She picked up the sword and attached the stone to it. This is a magic stone with a temperature barrier. Michaelis accepted the sword and examined the stone closely. It was bright white, yet it shimmered with many different colors. He thought to himself, the one embedded in this sword is top grade. It seems she intentionally chose the best possible thing for defense. With a faint smile, he answered her, As expected, I'm very satisfied. Hearing that, she happily said, Oh, really? I don't know much about barrier magic stones, but I thought you might be disappointed since it's different from ordinary combat magic. He replied, I would never dare think that about an item bestowed by the princess. At that, the smile on her face deepened even more as she said, Actually, compared to giving you something to decorate your sword with, I wanted to give you something that could be attached to the sword hilt instead. He let out a laugh. He thought, so she means I should prepare for situations where I can't draw my sword like last time. He looked at her as though he had understood something. Seeing that, she said, What? He answered seriously, Please just treat me as a knight. I will also serve you as I would serve a king. Shouldn't you still treat me with proper respect, even in private? Her face immediately tightened, and she said firmly, No, I like things the way they are now. Slightly helpless, he replied, your tastes really are strange. Cheerfully, she denied it. If you only judge within the imperial family, my tastes are actually quite decent. She thought to herself, I have absolutely no intention of speaking formally. It feels nice not to bother with etiquette. Returning to the conversation, she said, speaking of which, call me Eve instead of Princess. Michaelis's face suddenly reddened, and he said awkwardly, I can't do that. Calmly, she said, you called me that last time. He still tried to explain, that was because I was working undercover then. She smiled brightly and said, it's fine, I heard everything. When it's just my sister and father, they both allow their knights to do that. Still uncomfortable, he continued explaining, that situation is different. She asked innocently, different? By now Michaelis's face was bright red. Covering half his face with one hand, he gathered the courage to continue. That kind of order is only given at night. It's only done in bed. Her eyes flew open in shock, and then she quickly understood, her face turning just as red as his. He continued, you know, I don't mean it that way, but that's how things are in our empire. If you order a homunculus around like that outside of that context, it'll definitely be misunderstood. Embarrassed, she nodded and said, I'll be more careful. She thought to herself, come to think of it, the gap in status between the imperial family and the homunculi is absolutely rigid. Would they really allow a homunculus to casually call a royal by name? Wait, a memory surfaced of Michaelis in her past life, pressing her down. She quickly turned to him and asked, there's something, Michaelis. I have a question. Calmly, he replied, of course. Please ask, Princess. She asked, I understand the imperial family's intention in allowing intimate name calling, but what does it mean if a close knight does not allow me to call him intimately first? The moment he heard that, he jolted upright, grabbed his sword, and demanded, which brat did that to you? Confused, she said, why are you angry already? Then she added, who? It is Anton. Inwardly, she sulked, who else? It was you in my past life. But she still tried to calm him first and said, I was just curious about what I'd feel in a situation like that. Gradually calming down, he answered, there are only two possibilities. Either, how dare you look down on me, or, I want to become your close knight. Hearing that, she seemed to see the image of Michaelis from her previous life saying, I truly wanted to become your close knight. Accompanying you in the bedroom was already very close to that. Evie and Rose blushed in disbelief and screamed inwardly. What is that supposed to mean? Meanwhile, Michaelis, unaware of anything unusual about her, kept talking. Since that request came from the homunculi's side, it seems a very cunning one approached you. By now she could no longer focus on what Michaelis was saying and could only keep thinking. What, Michaelis? He wanted that with me? How am I supposed to believe this? She was both flustered and angry. Michaelis went on, Princess, after I sorted out my relationship with the homunculi, you were the one who accepted me as your knight, weren't you? He looked at her seriously, waiting for an answer, then repeated, that's right, isn't it? Michaelis called out, Princess. Her face burning red, she looked toward him, but he kept staring at her seriously and continued. After I resolved things with the homunculi, the princess accepted me as your personal knight, correct? He repeated once more, is that correct? Evie and Rose could only avert her gaze awkwardly and stammer out, this is bad. But then his steady, intent gaze frightened her further. Wearing a regretful expression, he said, that's a relief, but also what a pity. Speechless, she stared at him and thought, why does he sound disappointed that he couldn't kill someone? He spoke again. Anyway, the servants' holiday is already over, so it seems my princess has planned something special for today or tomorrow. Feeling as though a burden had been lifted, she let out a long breath and said, you really are sharp, Michaelis. Inwardly, she thought, phew, thank goodness he changed the subject. Then she continued, today I plan to go meet someone important. Michaelis looked puzzled, and she added, an alchemist. It was a room filled with books in a minimalist style. Piles of books could be seen everywhere, but they were not too disorderly. A desk stood in the corner of the room. The sound of footsteps rang out. Someone was entering the room, accompanied by a man's voice. It's been a while since you moved around this much. Aren't you tired? Another female voice replied, I travel this road often, so I'm fine. The two who entered were Evie and Rose and Michaelis. Suddenly, a yellow snake with tiny lovely wings flew straight toward Evie and Rose. It flicked out its tongue and began licking her face. She was not frightened at all and recognized the creature immediately. "Hello, Gullum." She reached out to hug it, letting it coil around her neck, and said, "It's been a while since I came here, hasn't it? Is Master not here?" Meanwhile, Michaelis began walking around, carefully observing the room, then said, there are a lot of Gullums." She was still busy playing with Gullum as it kept wrapping itself around her. Laughing happily, she said, all right. I'm happy to see you too." But she did not forget to answer him. "My mother made them. She's a Gullum alchemist." As she said that, she suddenly choked on the dust and coughed a few times, covering half her face as she muttered, "Oh dear, the dust. I need to tidy up a little." "Michaelis, wait there for a moment." Surprised, he asked, "The princess is going to clean up herself?" She replied, "I'm her disciple. It's normal." As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed down on the head of a black-headed, red-bodied bug speckled with black dots that was crawling on the desk, and a golden light spread out around it. Everything began to float into the air. One by one, the books rose up and then neatly arranged themselves back onto the shelves. In the blink of an eye, the entire room had become spotless. Michaelis stood frozen as he watched the whole process, then stammered, "Princess, what did you just do?" She answered quite casually, I just reorganized the bookshelves. Wasn't anything special." Looking half amused and half exasperated, he replied, "No, it was very special." He asked curiously, "In such a short time, didn't you calculate the positions and trajectories of all those objects and move them accordingly?" She hurriedly denied it. "What do you mean, calculating coordinates?" He continued, "If you didn't have excellent spatial awareness, it would be impossible." Embarrassed, she answered vaguely, Is that so?" Inwardly, she thought, "Since I hate moving around, I developed this." Michaelis started praising what she had just done. He said, "Coordinate calculation is the most important thing in long-range attack magic. There's a high chance the princess has a natural gift in this field." Not knowing whether to feel pleased or troubled, she replied, "Looking at it that way, I really am not very good at synthesizing combat magic." Suddenly, he turned and said gravely, "Actually, Princess, please don't get involved in fighting. That is my duty." "But wait, I know the princess's magical specialty, but I don't know your specialty in alchemy." She leisurely teased the bug from earlier and said, "I'm the same as my mother." He replied curiously, "The same." Turning back, she smiled at him and said, "It's better to see it directly than hear an explanation. Follow me." She pointed at a jar and said, "It's this." The jar was made of a transparent material, so whatever was inside could be seen clearly, and floating within it was a still beating heart. Startled, he asked, "This alchemical body modification?" Seeing that, he immediately turned to her and said, "Princess, you do know this is a forbidden field of alchemy, don't you? Don't tell me you're preparing to rebel." At that, she answered helplessly, "No, I'm only researching organ replacement with golems. One of the leading causes of death among the people is heart disease. It's very difficult to completely cure with magic if you only use herbs. So I researched replacement organs to transplant in place of the heart." Joy welled up inside her as she thought, "This was also my goal when I decided I did not want to become emperor." She continued speaking to Michaelis. "Later, I plan to hand this research over to the imperial royal family. The research costs far too much, so I can't support it on my own." He answered calmly, "So that's how it is." She bent down, picked up a jar, and told him, "Since we're here, I need to take care of this too." Not understanding, he asked, "What are you doing, princess?" Holding the jar, she replied, "I'm making a defensive golem. A defensive golem that Michaelis and I can use together." "So, Michaelis, give a nice new name for me. Its tail is gone now, after all." He smiled brightly and replied, "Understood, princess." She looked out the window and saw that the sun had nearly set and darkness was beginning to fall. In any case, Master seems to be late. If it gets too late, just rest here. There's a loft for guests, so Michaelis, you can use that." He asked again, "What about you, princess?" As she dropped the things into the jar, she answered, "There's a room beside this one. I can use that." He replied, "Yes." She said cheerfully, "Now all that's left is to let it steep." Night gradually settled in, and only dim moonlight remained outside the window. Evie and Rose was sleeping soundly in bed when her eyes slowly opened. She found herself sitting in an unfamiliar place, and before her stretched a beautiful galaxy. Still dazed and confused, she blurted out, "This place is a dream." She quickly realized inwardly who could have done this. It could be no one but Master. He appeared in a long azure robe with a hood that concealed his body. Not only that, he also wore a mask resembling a bird's face, making him seem even more mysterious. He sat down right beside her and said with a smile, "You look better than before, my disciple." Turning to him, she smiled happily and replied, "It's been a long time, Master." It was said that if one reached the pinnacle of mana mastery, one's youth would be prolonged. And not only with magic, something similar also happened with the sword. Such extraordinary beings appeared only once in 100 years. One of them was the sage of the spruce forest, the former teacher of the sixth empress. According to the sixth empress's will, he had trained Eve. Eve and her master sat side by side and spoke. Evian Rose was the first to speak. "Master, why are you meeting me in a dream? I wanted to see you in person," he replied. "I used too much of my power and came to rest at Crescent Moon Lake." Concerned for his health, she asked, "How is your body?" He slowly answered all her questions. "It's not serious enough for you to worry. More importantly, is there something you needed to ask me, that you came here like this?" She suddenly remembered why she had come and said, "Ah, right. Actually, I returned. I was wondering if Master knows what happened." He looked at her and said calmly, as if it were nothing major, "Actually, it's not that great a story. I already know." Startled, she cried out, "What? You mean you already knew?" He answered calmly. Hearing that, she became even more shocked, and even more questions swirled in her mind. "How do you know? And why did I return?" He stroked his chin and explained, "If I tell you that, I'd have to reveal the secrets of heaven." Filled with worry, she asked, "Would that be harmful to you, Master? Would it violate the laws of the world?" He snapped his fingers playfully and said, "It's just that I'd feel a bit regretful if I told you." Helpless before her master as always, she said, "You're still being difficult, Master." He began explaining more thoroughly. "As for your return, it happened because someone performed a regression ritual using the Philosopher's Stone and the Sage's great alchemy, the power of supreme magic." She pondered that, then said, "As I thought." Inwardly, she concluded that the Philosopher's Stone had indeed exceeded her expectations, just as she had guessed. She looked at him and asked again, "Then who on earth did that?" He asked in return, "If you think of the fact that you became the axis of the regression, shouldn't you be able to roughly guess? The person who loved you the most." She seemed to come to a realization and said, "The one who loved me the most? If that's the case." Her face lit up as she looked at him with sparkling eyes and continued, "Wasn't it you, Master? That's why you went away to rest? I really had no idea." He turned his face away and said, "That's only half right." Her excitement instantly deflated. "Huh? What do you mean?" He continued, denying it. "I don't mean it was only one person." She repeated in confusion, "Not one person." She looked at him curiously and started guessing wildly. "Was it Sidela?" He answered, "That child is far too ordinary." After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Then there's no one else." Hearing that, he said irritably, "Honestly, this girl drives me mad." He explained again, "A regression ritual requires an enormous amount of mana, and the price is far too great. The only thing that can fulfill such a wish is the Philosopher's Stone." So who could use the Philosopher's Stone freely? The Emperor of the Empire. He stood up, said one last thing, and gradually began to disappear. "One final question, before you returned. Who was the last emperor of the empire?" After hearing that, she seemed unable to believe her ears. The hazy memories of her previous life came rushing back. In that past life, Michaelis, looking fierce, had forced her back against her chair and said, "Even if no one can see it, this is still my true face." "Eve, why did you choose me?" Remembering that, she jolted awake and blurted out, "The last emperor, Michaelis Agneto." Michaelis stood within illusory radiance, his expression unreadable, and said, "If you called me here, then show yourself." The alchemist appeared from behind and said, There, you don't need to be so wary. This radiance was made with all the effort of my body. I just wanted you to appreciate it." He replied coldly and without emotion, "So what?" The old man then stated the reason he had called him. "I have many duties, but today I came the role of someone who answers costly questions, so I can hardly call myself a disciple." Not understanding, he repeated, "Disciple? Then, does that mean you are the sage of the spruce forest?" The old man replied, "That's right." Hearing that, he hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I have been rude. I am Michaelis Agneto, guard knight to the seventh emperor." Leaning on one hand, the old man replied, "The king of the homunculi need not stand on ceremony with me." Hearing himself called that, he asked in confusion, Garamut's death wraith, call me that as well. Why does the sage call me the same thing? The old man smiled calmly and answered, because you possess the ability to govern all homunculi. Calling you king is only fitting. A little unable to believe it, he asked, isn't that what happens with the emperor? The old man began to explain. It differs from the emperor's forced brainwashing, even though you were born in that body. He raised a hand and pointed at Michaelis as he continued firmly, but you still carry the power of a king. If you become aware of it, you'll be able to bind the imperial bloodline and free all homunculi from the royal family. If that happens, the homunculi will be reorganized under your hand. After hearing those words, he stood motionless for a moment, then looked down at his own hand, seemingly unable to absorb such a flood of information. But then he clenched his fist and denied it all. I don't believe it. Besides, I'm not someone responsible for them. I'm not suited for that position. Seeing him like that, the old man spoke to reassure him. Don't doubt yourself so quickly. In your previous life, you didn't want to become king either. In the end, you still became king because you freed your people. He was even more shocked and simply stared at the old man. Michaelis's face was filled with confusion as he looked at him and said in surprise, a previous life? Are you saying I'm living a second life? Without expression, the old man said, that's right. Still unable to calm down, he continued, how could something like that even be possible? An image of his previous life appeared before him. He stood there in tears, looking at the corpse of the one he loved. The old man said, someone could not bear the pain of losing the person they loved, so they performed a ritual to turn back time. His face did not change at all. Only a single sound escaped him. The old man continued, what utter stupidity. To alter the fate of the entire world in order to bring one person back to life. Michaelis put a hand on his hip, looking displeased at the old man standing across from him, and said, while she was still there, they did as they pleased. But once she vanished, now they make a huge fuss. With a face full of question marks, he looked at the old man, who seemed to have no response to that criticism. Michaelis asked again, is something wrong? The old man said helplessly, nothing. After watching the old man sink into thought, Michaelis said, Garamut's death wraith knew I was the king of the homunculi. Do you know how it recognized me? The old man touched his chin and thought for a long while. The demonic dragon is a creature with a dark gray-black body and rows of long spikes along its back. A fearsome sight. As an alchemist, I can tell you this. Against entities such as a Lord-class demonic dragon, even the highest forms of magic and alchemy are difficult to effect, since a death wraith is the core of the spirit. Even if time is reversed, it will inherit the memories of its previous life. Perhaps in your previous life, it met you after your power had awakened, and that is why it recognized you so easily now. Michaelis took a few steps, then stopped and turned back to look at the old man. Then that means the sage also has a lofty spirit, so you recognize me as well? The old man looked at him and said, that's right. Michaelis continued, then you also know who was reincarnated, don't you? The old man said, yes. And if you knew that, what would you do? Michaelis gave a faint smile. With an unchanged expression, he said, I would kill that person. By morning, the two of them had both awakened. In the garden of the Empire's first princess, she stood in a white dress beside a flower bed, looking perfectly peaceful, though her heart was anything but. She was lost in thought. No matter how many times she considered it, it still made no sense. The image of Michaelis's back appeared in her mind, carrying both loneliness and something frightening. She muttered to herself, Michaelis likes me? That cold man? And he even turned back time for me? This still hasn't sunk in at all. She continued, but the reason is that he loves me? What in the world? In her mind, his back slowly turned, and he smiled as he called out, Eve. That face, those sharp features, made her blush in embarrassment. She lowered her head, unable to understand her own feelings. I can't believe it. She liked Michaelis. Since when? Then from behind her, he called, Princess. Thinking she was imagining things, she said irritably, no, I can't calm down. Then once more she heard him call, Eve. She turned around blankly and faced him, startled, her face still slightly flushed. She hurried to her feet and stammered, Me, Michael? How did you know I was here? He said, I saw you from above. I've been calling you this whole time. Russell. He carefully draped a coat over her shoulders and said, Be careful not to catch cold. She looked at him with a red face and thought to herself, I didn't mean to doubt Master's words. Then she looked at him and thought, but why is Michaelis calling me by a nickname he never used without permission in my previous life? Improper images flashed through her mind. Michaelis's alluring body and herself wearing nothing but a seductive nightgown. And then, because he wanted to be with me. Suddenly, she spun around and shouted out of control, "Oh, good heavens!" startling even Michaelis. She thought, I can't even face Michael anymore now. Her face was burning red as she coughed a few times and tried to calm herself. Pull yourself together. The Michaelis of my previous life and this one are different. Her fingertips were a little red as she thought again. Besides, if time was reversed, then those feelings should have disappeared too. So absorbed was she in her wild thoughts that she failed to notice Michaelis staring at her. He said, "Last night, your master met me in a dream. Holding a scroll tightly in his hand, he said, he asked me to deliver this to you." She reached out and took it. A magic instruction scroll? Master rarely teaches me magic. Her face still faintly pink, she asked, "What did the two of you talk about?" Seeing the expectant look on her face, Michaelis recalled their conversation from yesterday. At the time, the sage had said, "You're saying you want to kill the reincarnated one?" Looking at him, Michaelis answered, "Yes." He went on, "That person can predict and report things with frightening accuracy. If someone like that bears hostility toward the princess, then their very existence is a disaster." There was killing intent in his voice. The sage said, "Who would even dare threaten you?" Michaelis closed his eyes, looking displeased. "I'm not worried if that person threatens me." In his mind appeared her image. "But I am worried that person will hinder the princess's great cause." The sage turned and looked at him darkly, then said, "So what you mean is, you're doing this for my disciple?" Without hesitation, he answered, "That's right." After thinking for a while, the sage smiled in a way that was hard to read. He said, "In that case, awaken the power of the king." At Michaelis's puzzled expression, he explained, "That way you can recover the memories of your previous life, and you will also remember who the reincarnated person is." Michaelis sank into thought. If what the sage said was true, he thought for a long while, then that means I'll know who the reincarnated person is, the one hiding behind the curtain. Besides, my ability might be able to help the princess. His eyes hardened with determination, and he thought firmly, in other words. Looking toward the princess, he said inwardly, "Right now, the princess needs me more than ever." He closed his eyes with a satisfied smile and made his decision. If that is the case, then he answered her, "We didn't discuss anything especially important." Looking at her, he continued, "But I did just learn." Yet inwardly he thought, "Then I need to." With a rather pleased expression, he went on, "That I am very valuable to the princess." He smiled, but in his heart he thought, "Then I need to awaken the power of the king as soon as possible." 1 week later, in the garden, sunlight streamed through the trees. Evie Rose's face was tense, her gaze focused, and she swallowed unconsciously. She took a deep breath and swung her hand forward. In the air, Archne's deadly silver threads shone and burst forth in dense numbers. After seeing the result, she let out a small sigh of relief. Phew! A smile of accomplishment spread across her face. At that moment, Michaelis was already standing behind her. She said to herself, "I can finally control it." Watching her from behind, Michaelis thought deeply, it truly is a deceptive technique. A vague shape appeared in his thoughts. It was magic that could both attack and defend. Then another hand swung out with a flash of red light, and he thought again, if it stays still, it's fine. But if the opponent moves recklessly, it becomes a sharp blade that cuts through everything. He pictured a silver thread slicing across a throat and thought, if the princess used this on me, then even if my consciousness were not bound, I'm not sure I could avoid it. He looked up at the magic stone and said with a serious expression, "Even so, it's still considered barrier magic, so the surveillance golem let it pass." Flap, flap. Hearing the sound, he murmured in curiosity, Looking at his hand, he smiled and said, "You think that magic is amazing too, don't you?" Ember beat its wings, flap, flap, while perched on his hand. It was the guardian golem of Evian and Michaelis, and when in a bad mood, it released black dust. She looked at Michaelis and said with a smile, "Amber seems happy. It's even shedding yellow powder." He looked at her and said, "Princess." Amber flew to her hand. He said, "You've practiced for only a week, yet the results are astonishing." She said, "Perhaps it's because it's magic that brings out my strengths." Looking around, he said, "Why not practice on a target not quite quite understanding him, she replied. A target? He pointed over there and said, that would be best. After all, the chance of you being harmed by people is greater than by magical beasts. Startled, she said, Michaelis is going to be my practice target? No, absolutely not. She raised both hands in strong protest. Oh no, did you already forget how I practiced on the first day? She spoke in a low voice. Besides, within this range, it still counts as being in contact with me, she said worriedly. So the engraved seal will make it impossible for Michaelis to draw his sword. Calmly, he rested the sword on his shoulder and looked at her. I have a magic stone that can create a barrier, so it'll be fine. And we can't let other people find out about your highness's ability. She sighed helplessly. Still, she said hesitantly, come to think of it, for Michaelis, the magic master taught me, is the most dangerous thing of all. Michaelis raised a hand to his chin, thought for a long moment, and said, now that I think about it, that's true. Under her fixed gaze, he said, in short, it's like I'm in your highness's arms. Her face went blank with confusion, practically spelling out 4 words. What are you saying? He added, if your highness wants to crush me, then I'll just have to accept it. Michaelis. He touched his own neck. This is a difficult situation. Then he lifted his handsome face toward her and said, I only hope your highness will hold me with just enough force that I won't die. Still stunned, she stared at him and thought in disbelief. Again, watching him rub his forehead in thought, she muttered inwardly, why is he saying so naturally all the things he never said in the previous life? She ended up rubbing her own forehead as well. She really couldn't ignore it. Don't tell me those are lines he learned at the training center? Meeting her gaze, he denied it. It's not from the training center. She hesitated for a moment, then said, well, the preparations went well enough. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin training. She lowered her head a little in embarrassment. He simply smiled at her and said, yes. On the way back, the two of them unexpectedly ran into her younger sister, Rosenith, the 8th princess. Evie and Rose stopped short. Rosenith, who was walking with a knight, also paused. The 4 of them faced one another. Michaelis looked at the 8th princess and said, greetings, 8th princess. The knight beside her turned toward Evie and Rose and said, greetings, 7th princess. Meanwhile, Rosenith thought to herself, I really didn't want to run into her at all. And yet here we are. Turning her face away, she reluctantly said, hello, Sister Eva. Evie and Rose smiled at her and said, good afternoon. Then she thought to herself, judging by her expression, she's still bitter about not taking first place in the monster hunting tournament. She won't even look at me. Evie and Rose gazed at Rosenith thoughtfully. Rosenith, meanwhile, had no idea why Evie and Rose was looking at her that way. Evie and Rose slowly sank into memory. Rosenith, in my previous life, you poisoned me. And the reason was only because. Rosenith's face, twisted with jealousy and hatred, surfaced in her mind. You loved him so blindly you went mad. Then came the image of Rosenith's deeply satisfied expression after getting what she wanted. And in the end, you used belladonna poison on your own sister. Back in the present, she looked at Rosenith again. Her expression turned helpless, all the vitality draining out of her. Right now, I don't know whether that reason still exists or not, but I'm still so frustrated. It was a matter from my previous life, so I can't blame her for it. She doesn't even remember it now. Rosenith looked at her and thought, what's with that? That annoyed expression is so obvious. Looking at her younger sister, Evie and Rose said, are you taking a walk? But inwardly she thought, so Rosenith in this life. Looking at her again, she silently added, I hope you won't fall in love with Michael anymore. Rosenith replied, yes. It looks like you're out for a walk too, sister. Looking at the yellow golden heart flowers, Evie and Rose answered, the golden hearts are blooming beautifully, so we came to see them. Rosenith said, oh, is that so? Her eyes shifted toward Michaelis. Then, smiling, she asked, did Knight Agnetto escort you to this garden, sister? Evie and Rose's mouth fell open as despair struck her. I just thought about it, and now it's happening already. From a distance, the 4 of them merely seemed to be standing in silence, facing each other. But inside, Evie and Rose was sighing helplessly. Honestly, Michaelis's face was expressionless, and the air went completely still. Watching Rosenith, Evie and Rose thought, huh? Rosenith shyly said, Knight Agnetto. He replied at once. Were you calling for me, 8th princess? Smiling at him, she asked, why didn't you answer me? He said, my sincere apologies. I thought the 2 princesses were speaking to each other, so I did not think your highness was addressing me. Evie and Rose stared at him, dumbfounded, while his face remained utterly calm and unreadable. Good grief. In the grand corridor of the palace, after Agnetto's shameless answer, I did not think your highness was addressing me. All three of the others, Evian Rose, Rosnith, and Rosnith's personal Knight Milat, stood frozen. Then Evian Rose turned away and stifled a laugh. Puffed. Rosnith, meanwhile, flushed red with anger, trembling all over. The situation grew a little awkward again, so Evian Rose covered her mouth as she laughed and said, "We've finished our walk in the garden, so we'll be going now. See you later, Rosnith." Knight Milat responded as well. "Travel safely, 7th Princess." On the way back, Agnetto suddenly spoke up. "I don't know whether I made things difficult for your highness, but as your personal knight, it seems I may have shown an improper attitude." Evian Rose immediately replied, "It's fine, but you should be careful with other members of the imperial family, especially father." He lowered his head again and said, "I have no problem when dealing with the others, so I won't cause trouble for your highness." She looked over at him. No problem with the others? Does that mean Michael only dislikes Rosnith?" Agnetto stayed silent. Evian Rose continued, "You can speak freely with me. It's all right." Only then did Agnetto hesitate before saying, "To be honest, compared to the Emperor, I feel more uncomfortable around the 8th Princess." As he spoke, the memory of her forcing him to kiss her hand flashed through his mind, and Agnetto's face darkened. Hearing that, Evian Rose thought, no way. Is it like his subconscious is reacting to the previous life? Scenes of Agnetto and Rosnith from their previous life rose in her mind as well. Perhaps the emotions that had piled up back then had sunk into the subconscious. Her gaze unconsciously fixed on him. Then, could it be that Michael will also remember the feelings he had for me? Agnetto, too, fell into silent thought. Before leaving, the sage had told him, awakening is the most important factor. He had also said, you still lack the necessary conditions to remember your previous life, but traces of emotion will remain within you. The image of the alchemist teacher and the faceless king surfaced in Agnetto's mind, making him sigh. The fact that he felt such intense discomfort only toward the 8th princess was proof enough she had probably been an enemy. Then he looked back at Evian Rose. In contrast to how he felt about his princess, suddenly Agnetto caught sight of her troubled expression, and his face turned serious. "Princess." Agnetto hurried after Evian Rose and asked with concern, "Are you all right, your highness?" But Evian Rose abruptly turned away and moved ahead, hiding her face as she said, yes, I'm fine." Even as she said that, her eyes were full of worry and unease. Evian Rose closed her eyes. "When I think about Michael possibly remembering me, somehow, Michael suddenly feels very close." As she walked, she said, "Let's go back." She did not notice that Agnetto remained standing there, watching her. Back in her office, Sidela, Evian Rose's secretary, was reporting on the 2 families that Ivios had investigated. "This is the report on the 2 families your highness mentioned before." A thick stack of papers was placed in front of her. "Thank you." After Evian Rose accepted it, Sidela continued, "Also, House Ligiot is preparing a new concept aimed at noble customers." Evian Rose listened while turning page after page of the report. Sidela lifted her notepad and quill, her face bright with excitement as she spoke about Eve's side business. "Soon, pearl shimmer powder will be introduced in the special rooms of the public bathhouse and at the townhouses of House Ligiot. The young count is truly talented. Decorating nobles' carriages to promote, it was such a good idea." In the middle of her report, Sidela suddenly stopped when she noticed the 7th princess staring at her. Embarrassed, she asked, "Your Highness, are you even listening?" Evian Rose only flashed a wide grin and said, "I'm listening." Then Evian Rose added cheerfully, "While listening to your report, I thought of something. How about having the young count renovate your house too, Sidela? Of course, I'll cover the renovation expenses." Hearing that, Sidela became both shocked and deeply moved, so much so that she stammered, "Why, your highness, you've already given me a gift far too special." That day, she had been so astonished she was left speechless. Sidela remembered the scene from back then. When she entered, every servant had bowed to her and greeted her, "Welcome, my lady." Hearing Sidela say that, Evian Rose laughed happily. Then she hugged Sidela and said, "Sidela is just too adorable. I'm going to do even more for you from now on." "What's this?" Who made Sidela cry? Sidela could only cover her face in embarrassment and say, "Who else but your highness?" sitting back down in her chair. Evie and Rose asked happily. "So, when are you going to invite me over, Sidela?" With a joyful face, Sidela answered, "Your Highness can think of it as your own home. I'd be delighted if you came." She said, "Really? Then can I come tomorrow?" Sidela replied, "Hee, of course you can." The two were chatting merrily when another maid came rushing in. "Your Highness, I found them." She held out 2 tickets in her hand. "These are the tickets Your Highness mentioned." When Evie and Rose saw them, she looked surprised and delighted, because those tickets were very hard to obtain. It must have been difficult to find them. "Thank you so much," Rian replied. "It was nothing." Evie and Rose turned back to Sidela and said, "Sidela, I'll come by tomorrow afternoon." Sidela said, "Yes, I'll prepare to receive you." Looking down at the 2 tickets in her hand, she suddenly smiled and thought, now all that's left is Michael. The next day, Agnetto, wearing a red hat and keeping his head lowered, spoke in a trembling voice. "Princess, what?" Evie and Rose said, "What can I do? Michael is my personal guard knight." Agnetto frowned slightly. "Have you forgotten that you promised not to use the power of the engraved seal on me? I can't believe the princess would do this to me." He cried out, "Why are you inviting me to a musical?" As it turned out, she and he were going to see a musical, and the two of them were standing in front of the theater. At the entrance hung posters on both sides featuring the singer Ramona, whom Evie and Rose had helped before. Today, her hair was pinned up and she covered her mouth as she laughed. Rian had a hard time finding these tickets. "Ramona is so famous now. I've joined high society now, so I should also go see how the artist I sponsor is doing." Agnetto said, "I understand," but his eyes narrowed suspiciously at her. "I heard the musical is about a romance between royalty and a homunculus." At his words, Evie and Rose turned slightly embarrassed and looked away, changing the subject. I need to pick up the sponsorship certificate, so let's quickly go meet the head of the theater troupe." After a few steps, she turned back and reminded him, "Also, when we're outside, Michael has to call me by my name, all right?" Agnetto replied, "I know, Eve." She answered, let's go in." After receiving the certificate from the troop leader, she came back out looking a little uneasy. Joining high society isn't always a good thing, is it? It turned out that in her conversation with the troop leader just now, she had heard this. Recently, Miss Rulon has started receiving invitations to high society parties. Has she? Yes. She was invited to sing at one of Marchioness Say's social gatherings, and she has also been invited to other social parties. It made Marchioness Say terribly jealous. Still, some nobles send invitations, saying they already have the Marchioness's permission. I was thinking of gradually expanding Miss Rulon's range of activities through that. He pushed a piece of paper toward her. "Here is the list." A list was placed in front of Evie and Rose, and she looked startled. This is a list of Marchioness Shelley's late-night social parties. Evie and Rose turned serious and said to the troop leader, "These are all debauched parties, aren't they? It looks like they're using the Marchioness's name to get close to Rulon." The troop leader was horrified. "What?" Evie and Rose continued, "I'll increase Rulon's sponsorship, so have more songs written for her, and never send Rulon to parties like these." After Evie and Rose stepped out of the room again, she was still thinking, "I made the request very clear, so he won't send her anywhere strange, right?" While Evie and Rose was thinking that, he approached her. "Are you finished, Your Highness?" She answered, Then a voice suddenly called out, "Oh, Eve." It was Ramona, running toward her from afar. "Good thing I came at just the right time before the performance." Ramona rushed right up to Evie and Rose and shouted, "What is this? Why are you only showing up now? Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Evie and Rose quickly asked, "Why? Did something happen?" Hands on her hips, Ramona said, "What else?" "I heard it from the troop leader. He said you serve my sponsor, right?" Evie and Rose awkwardly answered, Ramona looked hurt, wiping at her eyes as she said, "No matter how much you like acting mysterious, keeping secret who my sponsor is, even for me, is a bit too much." Evie and Rose replied, Is that so? I hadn't thought of that." Suddenly, Ramona grabbed her hand and said excitedly, "Come on." Evie and Rose blinked in surprise. "Where are we going?" Before she could finish, Ramona started dragging Evie and Rose away. "Where else?" Then, turning back to her with beautiful confidence written all over her face, Ramona continued, "We're going to meet my sponsor." Suddenly, Ramona leaned in close to Evie and Rose's face and said, "Come on." Startled, Evie and Rose asked, "Where?" Still wearing that beautiful, self-assured expression, Ramona answered, "We're going to meet my sponsor." Ignored behind them, he watched as Evie and Rose was dragged away by Ramona and thought, "How dare she kidnap my princess?" After they had taken a few steps, Ramona finally remembered Michaelis and whipped around. And you, boyfriend, if you want to follow, then follow. He was taken aback by that. What? I'm not a boy. But then he paused and thought, wait, if I'm a boyfriend, then I can follow along naturally, right? So Michaelis seriously followed after them and said, all right, I'll come. To Evie and Rose's astonishment, Ramona asked her again, so where do you work? Evie and Rose hesitated. Well, Ramona continued, for the person who sponsors me, I mean. As she struggled to answer, about that, Michaelis cut in. The person Eve serves as Lady Sidela of Count Afin's house. Ramona grew thoughtful. Count Afin's house? I've never heard of them before. He answered coolly, believe it or not, that's your choice. Ramona said, all right then. If you say so, I'll believe it. Seeing the situation resolved so quickly, Evie and Rose whispered to Michaelis, thanks, Michael. He looked at her and smiled. Ramona suddenly spoke again. Then wait for me until after I perform. Don't leave before I come back, understood? Evie and Rose said, ma'am, I'll wait. Even after saying that, Ramona still turned back once more before going on stage and firmly reminded both Evie and Rose and Michaelis, you absolutely have to come with me later. Got it? Although this was not the first time Ramona had been like this, Evie and Rose still was not used to her passionate, open-hearted personality. Waving goodbye, she answered, After Ramona left, he said, I'll ask Amber to send word to Lady Afin. Evie and Rose said helplessly, thank you. After the performance, on the road afterward, while seated in the carriage, Ramona smiled and said, sorry for insisting so much. I just wanted to meet my sponsor and thank her. Evie and Rose smiled back. Already sent word that Ramona would be coming, so just relax. Michaelis, meanwhile, remained seated with his arms folded, wearing a stern expression. Ramona eagerly asked again, Eve, what did you think of the performance? I played the seventh princess, and that character was wonderful, wasn't she? During the performance, Ramona had worn a magnificent red dress. Evie and Rose forced a smile and answered, yes. It was really very interesting. She thought the plot was practically copied straight from my life, so I was completely shocked. Feeling a little embarrassed, she stayed quiet. As the carriage passed by the public bathhouse, Ramona looked outside. That's Lucius's public bathhouse. She exclaimed, it's crowded today, too. I'd love to go in sometime. Evie and Rose also looked out and asked, have you never gone in before, Ramona? Because you're worried someone might recognize you and cause trouble? A lot of people know you now. Ramona replied, that's right. But Ramona's face darkened as she thought, actually, it's because I don't have any friends to go with. But I can't say that. She turned to Evie and Rose and asked, have you ever gone in there, Eve? She answered honestly, I haven't either. I don't have anyone to invite to go with me. Hearing Evie and Rose say that, Ramona stared at her blankly. She immediately seized the chance and said, then come with me next time. Evie and Rose froze, not having time to answer, but Ramona continued, the soap they sell there is really good for the skin, so come with me, okay? Still a little embarrassed. She thought, no matter what, going there is still a bit. Meanwhile, Michaelis simply stood there with his arms crossed, silently watching Ramona. After a while, he finally said, that would be difficult. In a serious tone, he added, because then Ivy wouldn't have much time to spend with me. With teasing eyes, Ramona said, what? Aren't you afraid Ivy will get tired of you if you act like that? She stood up and pointed at Michaelis, making Evie and Rose quickly catch her arm to calm things down. Following someone around obsessively and restraining them like that is basically violence, you know? Evie and Rose said, Michael is just worried about me because I'm really shy around strangers. Ramona turned to Evie and Rose and cheerfully said, is that so? If that's the case, then we can use another way. They're about to open a special room there. I'll work hard to become even more famous and earn lots of money, and then we'll use that room. Ramona immediately grabbed Evie and Rose's hand while she was still dazed and shook it. What do you think? Let's go. In the end, all she could do was smile and agree. Evie and Rose smiled brightly. Okay, I'll go with you. Ramona also beamed and said, that's a promise then. A little while later, they arrived at Miss Afin's house. Sidela came out to receive them, her face unable to hide her worry. Standing in front of her awkwardly, Evie and Rose said, I'm back, Miss Sidela. Sidela, looking as if she might break out in a cold sweat, replied, see, come in for. The three of them fell into an awkward silence, not knowing what to say next. Ramona stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, my lady. Please forgive me for dropping by so suddenly. Though her cheeks were slightly red, she continued confidently, I just wanted to thank you for sponsoring me. That's why I begged IV to let me come along. Sidela was very surprised to hear Ramona call Evie and Rose for. There's no need to apologize. But when you call her Ivy, are you two close enough to use first names? Ramona, incredibly excited, clasped both hands together and replied, yes, and we've even decided to go to the public bathhouse together. As if struck by lightning, Sidela said in shock, oh my goodness, what? Our IV is going to a place where everyone sees each other naked? Evie and Rose quickly put an arm around Ramona and said a little shyly, Miss Ramona said that when she becomes more famous and earns a lot of money, she'll take me to the special room, a private room. Meanwhile, Sidela stood there in a daze, trembling, unable to believe what she had just heard. After calming down, Sidela said to Evie and Rose, if that's the case then, it's fine. Seeing that, Ramona excitedly added, I'll definitely become even more famous. That way, the reputation of House A Fin will rise too. Ramona spoke even louder, and then I'll be able to take IV to the special bath. The situation was impossible to describe. After saying that, Ramona looked at Sidela, and Sidela was momentarily stunned by Ramona's adorable temperament. When Sidela didn't react, Ramona hurriedly explained, of course, only at a time Lady Sidela permits. Only then did Sidela smile and say, hee, of course I permit that. Please take good care of our Ivy. Ramona shyly replied, please don't worry, my lady. Evie and Rose felt very happy at Ramona's affection and smiled gently. The atmosphere of the conversation became much more relaxed, and Ramona brightly said to Sidela, Lady Sidela, you don't have to be so formal with me. Hearing that, Sidela smiled. Then from now on, I'll call you Ramona. Standing there and watching them, she felt very warm, and indescribable happiness appeared on her face. Evie and Rose thought that what she felt at that moment was not an act. She smiled in satisfaction. She was truly introducing a friend to Sidela. Evie and Rose said to Sidela, my lady, it's not very proper to stay out here. Let's go into the drawing room. I'll prepare some tea. But Sidela looked conflicted as she said, it's not that we can't. Evie and Rose wondered, why does her expression look so strange? When they entered the drawing room, young Lord Lucius and two other ladies were already there. Only then did Evie and Rose realize why Sidela had looked so uncomfortable. No wonder she seemed so awkward. At that moment, both Evie and Rose and Sidela could only smile stiffly. When they stepped into the drawing room, it turned out that young Count Lucius and two other young ladies were there as well. Only then did Evie and Rose understand. No wonder Sidela had looked so awkward. Both Evie and Rose and Sidela could only force embarrassed smiles at the situation. After the conversation, Michaelis was the one who escorted Ramona out. Once they reached the door, Ramona sighed and said, it's a shame Ivy couldn't come out here because she still has to clean up. Please tell her for me that the tea was delicious. He replied, I'll pass that along. Ramona let out a relieved sigh and said, they're all noble young ladies from distinguished families. I thought they'd be frightening, but they actually weren't at all. Thank goodness. Hearing Ramona say that, Michaelis's face softened, showing a hint of pride as he said, perhaps it's because someone was protecting you. Thinking back, during the earlier conversation, young Count Lucius had said there was someone other than Miss A. Finn who sponsored you that time. Ramona gasped in shock. Really? Who was it? The young count did not dare answer right away, and instead turned to look intently at Evie and Rose, who was standing beside Ramona, disguised as a maid. His lips silently asked, is it all right if I reveal only her status? She gave a slight nod and quietly replied, it's fine. After receiving Evie and Rose's permission, young Count Lucius said, it is the person whom Miss A. Finn serves. The moment she heard that much, Ramona, who was holding her teacup with both hands, swallowed and listened seriously. The young count said, she serves as that person's personal maid and as an attendant representing that person's will. That person is Her Highness the Seventh Princess. Returning to the present, even though some time had already passed, whenever Ramona thought back on it, her face flushed red again. Covering her face with both hands, she said in embarrassment and disbelief, I was so shocked at the time. I had no idea. I even starred in a musical themed around Her Highness the Seventh Princess. She grabbed her head and cried out in embarrassment. Has Her Highness the Seventh Princess seen my play? What if she already has? This is so embarrassing. Michaelis thought she already has. Before getting into the carriage, Ramona said, this time, she turned back to face him and said with complete confidence, with Her Highness the Seventh Princess in mind, I'll be able to create a song of my own. I want to express my gratitude to Her Highness the Seventh Princess. Those words were overheard by Evie and Rose from the balcony above. Looking at Ramona, She smiled and thought, with Ramona's ability, it's only a matter of time before she enters the imperial palace. Watching Ramona climb into the carriage, she continued thinking, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also worried my identity will be exposed. Back at the imperial palace, young Count Lucius and young Master Redmond were happily having tea with Evie and Rose, while the knight Michaelis stood beside them. Laughter rang out in one corner of the garden. Redmond said, That truly is an honor, young Count, to have Her Highness personally pour tea for you. The young Count answered with a gloomy face, It wasn't enjoyable at all. The moment I saw Her Highness pour tea for me, I felt like my soul was about to leave my body. In irritation, she said, Young Master Redmond should have been there instead. Hearing that, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Evie and Rose drank her tea while watching them smile. Young Master Redmond continued, Speaking of Miss Ramona, Your Highness, I have something to report to you. Thanks to Miss Ramona, Your Highness's merit score has increased considerably. You are now eligible to carry out a dispatch operation. Both Evie and Rose and Michaelis became focused when they heard Redmond bring it up. Young Master Redmond continued excitedly. Also, because you submitted the sponsorship certificate, news that you are Miss Ramona's sponsor will spread quickly. Evie and Rose set down the teacup in her hand and thought, I finally qualify to go to the Magic Stone mine. That means I'll be able to improve the shortage around the mining area. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at him. This might be a chance for Michaelis to awaken his power. As Air walked through the garden with Evie and Rose, he looked straight at her and said, At least you have your mother backing you. But who do you have, sister? Hearing him say that, she smiled faintly. Looking at his face, she thought to herself, when he's in front of Sister Bethel, he speaks timidly, but in front of me, it's completely different. Because of Air's arrogant attitude, everyone thought he was just a rude boy with a pretty face, but the reality was completely different. At that moment, two women appeared in her mind. One had white hair, the fourth imperial consort, mother of Brigitte Lumiere. The other woman had blonde hair, the ninth imperial consort, mother of Air, Ariadna. Air's mother, Ariadna, had once been Lumiere's maid. So fundamentally, she was extremely loyal to Brigitte and her mother. The problem was that this loyalty had reached the level of sickness. So instead of cherishing her own son, she offered the boy up as a political tool for Brigitte and her mother. In her previous life, because Brigitte wanted to secure another stable source of funds, she proposed using Air. In that previous life, he and his mother had a huge argument. Furious, he shouted, Mother, why are you trying to force me into a political marriage with some newly rich commoner family? That is an insult to the imperial family. This has never happened before. Please reconsider. But the moment he finished speaking, a slap struck his face. The one who hit him was none other than his own mother. Looking at him with frightening eyes, she said, It is all for the sake of the third princess. You should feel lucky that your face can be sold at such a high price. And Ariadna had been more than willing to obey Brigitte's orders. Remembering those things from her previous life, she sighed and thought, since he grew up in that sort of environment, sometimes he vents his frustration on me because I'm easy to provoke, just like now. At that moment, she seemed to sense something. Evie and Rose slightly turned and looked behind her. What met her eyes was Michaelis's murderous expression. Inwardly, she blurted out, Oh no, Michaelis. She gave a small cough and said, Knight Agneto. He immediately replied, My sincere apologies, Your Highness. I also sensed Michaelis' stare. He asked, What is with that look? What, did I do something wrong? Evie and Rose calmly explained it to him. You said something inappropriate. If we're to maintain a good relationship as siblings, I want you to apologize for what you just said. He protested, Apologize? I'm the one who should receive an apology. Knight Agneto just glared at me so rudely and disrespectfully. She replied, Oh, is that so? Evie and Rose smiled lightly at him and said, Air. Seeing her smile, he grew uneasy and asked, What is it? Why are you suddenly calling me that? She gently asked him, How is your sword training going? At those words, he froze. Because the Empire had always valued alchemy and magic, swordsmanship was regarded as inferior. Therefore, although Air had talent with the sword, the boy had to train in secret behind his mother's back. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, Are you going to tell my mother? Looking him straight in the eye, she answered, If you apologize and promise to speak properly from now on, I'll keep it secret. Hearing that, Air immediately said, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I'm really sorry. Please don't tell my mother. Seeing him tremble like that, She thought, maybe this is a bit much. He's still just a child. She placed her hand on his head and gently said, apology accepted. Seeing her action, he stared blankly for a moment. Inwardly, she thought, I should treat the kid to some sweets later. At that moment, the Emperor of the Empire entered, and everyone in the room said, we greet Father Emperor, the son of Hadelmet. He walked over, sat in his place, and said, sit down, all of you. Then he noticed her and cheerfully said, for at the demon beast hunting tournament, you must have been terribly frightened. Are you still all right? She smiled lightly and replied, yes, I'm fine. You also asked after me last week, and today you're concerned for me again. I am truly grateful. The Emperor continued, a healthy body does not necessarily mean a healthy mind. Weren't you bound by the demon dragon? Ah, that's right. Shall I give you a magic stone to calm both your body and mind? She smiled and said, please don't worry too much, Father Emperor. I also consider taking care of myself something I ought to do, so I will be very careful. Hearing that, he laughed and said, this child, honestly. Seeing this, Stephania was furious. She thought, what is this? Why is the atmosphere so harmonious and friendly? She glanced at Bethel sitting beside her and saw that Bethel looked extremely displeased. Inwardly, Stephania thought, oh no, this is bad. She began to speak, glancing at Bethel as she did. I was worried about IV too. When I thought about IV being bound by that death thought entity to the point she was left standing there blankly, I couldn't sleep. Hearing that, the Emperor replied, that's right, it truly was horrifying. She continued with a smile, but Father Emperor, wasn't the greatest credit for surviving due to Sister Bethel? At the mention of her name, Bethel flinched and looked over. If Sister Bethel hadn't established the front line in time, there definitely would have been far greater losses. Seeing her signal, he added, that's right. I also saw Sister Bethel set up a defensive line in the rear. A white-haired young man also agreed. I remember seeing Bethel command a situation. It was truly impressive. She happily replied. As expected, even you noticed. Evian rose sighed inwardly. Michaelis was the one who had saved her, yet they only praised Sister Bethel. Still, it was nothing unusual, Stephania continued. At the time, it really was like subjugating a demon dragon. Hearing that, she stiffened and thought, why suddenly bring up the demon dragon? The white-haired young man added, oh my, a real demon dragon? Just hearing that is frightening. Hearing this, she innocently said, I'm sorry, brother, but I don't think we can ignore the matter simply because it's frightening. The magic stone mine of Garamus will soon be exhausted. At those words, everyone froze. In Four's heart rose memories of her previous life, and she thought, I see. So that's the topic they wanted to bring up. The very topic that had caused her to completely lose Father Emperor's favor in her previous life was this one. Sitting opposite Stephania, Evian Rose saw the woman secretly smiling after saying those words to her. Inwardly, she thought, she's bringing up the subject that made my past self completely fall from Father Emperor's grace. Stephania wore a perfectly composed smile and said, Father Emperor already knows this, but the output of magic stones from the mines has been declining lately. There is hardly any field that does not use magic stones as raw materials or fuel, yet the price of magic stones keeps soaring higher and higher, to the point that it can no longer be controlled. Desmond sat silently at the table, looking at Stephania. A headache suddenly struck him, and he said, then do you have another magic stone mine to develop? Brigider cautiously reminded Stephania, Nia, we are still greeting Father Emperor. Watch your words. Putting on a disappointed, weary expression, Stephania said, I sincerely apologize, Father Emperor. Desmond answered wearily, it's fine. Continue. Taking advantage of that, Brigitter and Stephania exchanged sly smiles. Actually, I too have had a headache over this matter lately, but hearing opinions from many people can't hurt. Evian Rose remained seated in silence, saying nothing. She thought to herself, those two are smiling so maliciously. Does cornering me really amuse them that much? Brigitter puffed out her chest and began to speak. Father Emperor, in my opinion, this is a matter of livelihood. I believe politics can only exist when the economy exists first. The discussion dragged on so long that the plates of sweets, still untouched, remained exactly as they were on the table. Brigitter said again, isn't stabilizing the economy the most important thing under Father Emperor's reign? She slowly lifted her chin and glanced sideways at Evian Rose, then said with a smug smile, I've thought of a temporary solution to the price stabilization problem. problem. We can increase the workload of the lower-grade homunculi, and that will raise magic stone production. Her words made Evian Rose's eyes widen, and her face went blank for a long moment. Evian Rose gradually frowned in displeasure, but those words left her at a loss for what to say. Noticing the irritated look on Evian Rose's face, Bridgeter continued. During that time, we can also form an expeditionary legion to open up new mines. As soon as Bridgeter finished speaking, Desmond turned to her with a smile and immediately agreed. That's a fine decision. I knew the solution to this problem would eventually lead to a campaign to conquer the demon dragon. I'm pleased your opinion matches Father Emperor's. At that enormous table, all attention turned toward Bridgeter, making her even more arrogant. Encouraged and approved by Desmond, she broke into a deeply self-satisfied smile, her eyes gleaming with scheming malice, as if her arrogance and cruelty had reached their peak. It seemed Evian Rose had already seen through her true nature. She let out a quiet sigh and thought, the best solution she can come up with is squeezing workers in the mines who are already being overworked. Still wearing that hateful expression, Bridgeter smiled and turned to ask Evian Rose, Eve, why don't you share your opinion? Evian Rose's displeasure was plain to see as she listened to those cruel and inhuman ideas that Bridgeter considered so brilliant. Bridgeter asked her, you agree with this solution too, don't you? Looking to the side, she saw Desmond and Sylvestin watching her closely, waiting for her answer. Seeing the way the two of them looked at her, she thought before, I had no knowledge and no ability to deal with this, so I could only endure it. Across from her, Bridgeter and Stephania sat there haughtily, wearing triumphant, provoking smiles aimed in her direction. She thought firmly, but I'm no longer the person I used to be. She gave a gentle smile and said, I think what my sister said is very reasonable. Hearing Evian Rose's words, Bridgeter's expression gradually darkened, and the smug smile of a moment ago vanished. Uncomfortable, she asked again, you agree? Now everyone's attention shifted to Evian Rose. No one spoke. All eyes were on her. Seeming to have seized a moment, she continued, Father Emperor and Sister Bethel have already proposed short-term and long-term solutions. She turned her gaze toward Desmond and said softly, in that case, I would like to propose a medium-term solution as well. Desmond's face turned serious as he asked, you have a solution too? What is it? Evian Rose smiled, then answered slowly, in truth, we don't need to launch a campaign. I've already found a way to secure our current magic stone supply. Evian Rose's words immediately caused an uproar among everyone seated there, and they cried out in shock. What? Now fully in control of the situation, she cheerfully continued, I estimate the reserves will be enough to last for the next 10 years. Hearing her words, Desmond raised a hand toward her and said happily, if that's true, then it greatly reduces the burden of mounting a campaign. It's certainly worth verifying. Bridgeter seemed to realize for certain that her plan had failed. She trembled with anger, clenching the hand resting on her thigh. Desmond cut off the discussion, stood up, and said, I have state affairs to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Everyone in the room rose to their feet and watched as Desmond and Evian Rose began to leave. Desmond said to her, Eve, come with me to the Supreme Council. Evian Rose respectfully complied. Yes, Father Emperor. Before leaving, she slowly glanced back at Bridgeter. Bridgeter was so furious that she could not say a word. Her face darkened because Evian Rose had completely turned the tables on her. Looking at that expression on Bridgeter's face, she thought, now Sister Bethel's source of funds is going to be hard-pressed to avoid running short.